Chapter 551 escaped smoothly. Oddly thing. Don't block the door of the passage. After entering the passage, Gervais felt that he should have got rid of Lolita, because the water was so dark that it was impossible to see clearly beyond 3 or 4 meters. Lolita had no idea where she was swimming, and she would definitely not be able to find her. And if Gervais himself didn't know there was such a passage in advance, it would be really difficult to find it in the first place. Instead, he began to worry about whether that strange fish would appear in front of him. After all, he had previously made a big fireball for it to try. Whoosh! But just as Gervais was paying attention to what was going on ahead, he suddenly heard the sound of the water being violently disturbed from behind. Gervais was startled, and reacted quickly, pulling sideways with his hands and feet, and the whole person left the position where he was just now. And when Gervais barely left his original position, a cold light flashed past there. When Gervais turned his head to see what was attacking him, he was surprised to find that Lolita was standing there lively, and the long sword in her hand had just been withdrawn. How could it be so fast? Gervais was still frightened. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he might have been hit by this woman just now. Seeing Lolita attacking him again, Gervais did not dare to neglect, and quickly took out his long sword and started fighting Lolita. Ding! 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 As they fight together, there are clanking sounds in the water from time to time. What surprised Gervais was that he found that Lolita's speed underwater was not affected by resistance at all, just like on land. Instead, Gervais himself slowed down his attack due to the resistance of the water, and could only barely parry Lolita's attack. No! If you continue like this, you will definitely be hacked to death by this little bitch, Gervais secretly thought, and immediately began to think of a way to escape. Gervais looked at Lolita, who was less than 2 meters away from him, and suddenly had a plan in mind. Little girl, you asked for it. Gervais was heartbroken and prepared to fly over and hug Lolita, and then find a way to subdue her. Otherwise, he would not be able to defeat this woman in his current situation. With this plan in mind, Gervais blocked Lolita's quick blow again, and then suddenly activated his whole body and pounced forward, trying to get close to Lolita and hug her. However, Gervais obviously underestimated Lolita's speed underwater. The moment Gervais swooped out, Lolita reacted and just tapped her toes on the ground a few times. He retreated to the rear like a nimble fish. After retreating to the rear and putting enough distance between herself and Gervais, Lolita looked at Gervais with contempt. The meaning is very clear: shameless person. Just give up on this idea. Gervais was confused when he saw Lolita, who had already jumped 4 or 5 meters away. This woman's speed in the water was too fast. He couldn't keep up with Lolita's rhythm. How could he fight? Go to H.L. Damn bastard. Lolita felt extremely relieved when she saw Gervais's suffocated look. So she no longer planned to use the long sword to kill Gervais. Instead, she used her best water magic. Although killing Gervais like this was not as satisfying as killing him with a long sword, Lolita didn't care anymore. Water spear stab! As Lolita cast the spell, 3 1-meter-long spears instantly appeared in front of her. These spears were also translucent, and could not be distinguished from the river water unless you looked carefully. Gervais had been wary of Lolita's movements, and naturally observed the 3 spears appearing out of thin air, and suddenly felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. This is underwater, and the actions cannot be compared with those on land. One oversight can be the end of the world. Go to H.L. You bastard! Lolita roared in her heart, and the 3 spears immediately shot towards Gervais a few meters away. Gervais also moved at this moment. First he quickly dodged to the side with all his strength, and then he also waved the dragon-toothed sword in his hand. Ding! Ding! With 2 crisp roars, the 2 water spears were smashed by Gervais with the dragon-toothed sword. As for the other one, it failed due to Gervais's dodge. Lolita didn't expect Dugwise to have such an ability, and he calmly dodged all of her water spear thrusts. See how many times you can dodge! Lolita didn't show any disappointment, because it was just an appetizer. Water arrow! Water spear stab! Water asphyxiation. Air blast! As Lolita continued to chant the spell, she released water spells one after another. When Gervais saw the various spells in front of him, large and small, and of different lengths, constantly shooting at him, his face turned pale instantly. Thinking that Lolita is really cruel, Gervais has also made a decision, and is no longer going to be entangled with Lolita. He will take the strength-enhancing fruit and capture Lolita. As for the loss of life-saving cards, this woman will inevitably have to pay compensation. Huh? But at this moment, things took a turn for the better. Gervais suddenly saw 2 green lights coming from the front of the passage. and they were still approaching him rapidly. Ugly? Of course. Gervais recognized the two glowing eyes as the strange fish that had been chasing him some time ago. Seeing it approaching quickly, Gervais, instead of being as worried as before, felt a sense of joy in his heart. Maybe this is a good opportunity. Gervais just thought for a moment and immediately had a plan in his mind. The attacks released by Lolita also reached Gervais. Gervais struggled to resist these spells while imagining the Matrix in his mind. Fortunately, Gervais's mental power was strong enough, and he had become extremely proficient in using illusions, so that he could proceed smoothly despite being distracted. Ding! Gervais forcefully deflected a water spear shot at him. And at this time, the ugly monster fish also arrived in front of Gervais. When it saw Gervais's appearance, it instantly remembered the humiliation this human had put on itself. Blue spots immediately appeared on its originally dark and huge body. Obviously it was angry. I'm afraid you won't be angry. Seeing this, Gervais was immediately elated, and then released his illusion just when the ugly fish was about to attack. In an instant, the scene in front of the ugly monster fish changed. Gervais, who was only 2 meters away from it, had already fled 5 or 6 meters away and was making provocative moves towards it. How could the ugly monster fish accept it? It immediately flicked its tail and charged straight towards the hateful human being. Beautiful lady! I'm leaving first. We'll see you again in the future. Seeing that the grumpy old man fell into the trap and rushed towards Lolita, Gervais did not stop at all, waved to Lolita, and then swam quickly towards the exit. Lolita originally wanted to chase Gervais, but seeing the huge body of the ugly fish coming to bite her, she could only temporarily use her energy to deal with this ugly fish. Chapter 552 Crimson Moon. Water ring technique! Lolita's face was cold, and as she cast the spell, a huge water ring instantly appeared in front of her. Boom! The ugly monster fish seemed to be menacing. When it hit the water ring released by Lolita with all its strength, it made a muffled sound instantly, as if it hit an iron plate. Lolita's water ring was intact, but the strange fish was shaken to pieces. Creature of darkness, green-eyed fish! When the strange fish approached, Lolita immediately recognized the species of the ugly fish, although it was her first time to see this kind of fish. There were a large number of books in their family's library. Lolita usually looked for traces of the necromancer's magic tower, but she read a lot of books about necromancers and dark creatures, and she immediately recognized them. Now that she recognized the origin of this strange fish, Lolita had a countermeasure in mind. Blue water! As Lolita cast the spell, a crystal clear drop of water flashing with colorful light instantly appeared in front of her. This water droplet was not big, but it had an extraordinary deterrent effect on the 5 to 6 meter long green-eyed grouper. When it saw the blue water, it shuddered and turned its head and prepared to escape. Go! Lolita naturally won't let it escape. If this ugly guy hinders her from chasing that bastard, then it will have to pay the price. Roar! Just as the green-eyed grouper was about to turn around and prepare to flee, the pearl-sized blue water shot directly into its body. As the green-eyed grouper fish let out a shrill roar, the blue light spots on its body immediately dimmed, and its eyes that were always emitting green light also lost their luster, and the strange fish completely turned into a dead fish. Seeing the death of the strange fish, Lolita did not stop and quickly pursued Gervais in the direction where he escaped. When she came to the lake, she saw that the surroundings were silent, and there was no trace of that hateful bastard. Shameless person! I will definitely kill you! Lolita quickly came to the shore, swore secretly in her heart, and immediately took out an exquisite little conch from the storage space. Woohoo! As Lolita blew the conch, the melodious sound of the conch began to spread through the surrounding jungle. What was even more surprising was that in the small lake next to Lolita, many fish began to emerge from the water and swim towards the shore where Lolita was. At this time, the steward of the Holy Trading Company, who was sitting leisurely and meditating 4 or 5 miles away, also opened his eyes in an instant and looked in the direction of Lolita. Everyone, follow me! After escaping from the lake, Gervais did not dare to stay for a moment. Instead, he took the scabbard and fled out of the jungle without stopping. After running for more than half an hour, Gervais finally arrived outside the jungle. Then Gervais looked in the direction of Lucky and the others and continued running wildly. I have to quickly find a way to find a change of clothes. Unfortunately, there is no storage space. Otherwise it wouldn't be so troublesome. Gervais has not yet transformed into Harry's face at this time, because the clothes on his body are too iconic, and the ugly armor. If Lolita catches up, even if he doesn't look at his face, he will be able to tell just by looking at his clothes. Guessed it was him. Therefore, in order to prevent his other Harry's identity from being exposed. Gervais is not planning to change his appearance for the time being, unless he can find new clothes to wear before he dares to completely change his appearance. Passing through the edge of the jungle, there is an open plain ahead. Gervais walked and stopped for about 3 days, but did not find any human figure, whether human or orc. This made it impossible for Gervais to find someone to change into a set of clothes. Fortunately, Lolita and others behind him did not catch up. 3 days later, at noon, Gervais washed up by a creek and was about to continue his journey, when he suddenly noticed movement on the road beside him. It's an orc! Gervais was overjoyed and quickly hid in the grass. The surroundings have been deserted for the past 3 days, and now I finally see a living person. Although it is an orc, it means that I, Rilaki, and the others are not far away. Most of the reasons why orcs enter this space is to hunt down humans. So if you can see them, you will definitely be able to see humans. On the road in front of Gervais was a team of more than 20 orcs. This team of orcs should be patrolling nearby. They were all lazy and not very alert. One is at the elementary level of gold, and the others are all at the silver level. After silently estimating the opponent's strength, Gervais made a decision in his heart. Since this free energy point was given to them, he naturally had no reason to refuse. When this group of orcs passed more than 10 meters in front of Gervais, Gervais immediately attacked. Fireball! In an instant, Gervais's 10 consecutive fireballs blasted towards the unprepared orc team. Boom, boom, boom. Enemy attack! It's a human magician! As the 8 orcs were hit by the fireball and fell to the ground, the other orcs finally reacted and looked in the direction of Gervais with their weapons and shields raised. Power up! I'm coming! After 8 energy points were instantly recorded, Gervais was greatly shocked. He has now tasted the sweetness of the exploration function, and now his desire for energy points is more than 10 times stronger than his desire for gold coins. There is only one human mage! Kill him! Seeing Gervais charging towards him with a blood-red sword after releasing the fireball, the golden orc who led the team immediately roared angrily. Although he didn't understand why this human mage wearing shabby armor didn't run away after the sneak attack was completed. But with his IQ, he didn't want to think too much. Anyway, the final result was that this human mage must die. Kill! When the orcs heard the order, they immediately rushed towards Gervais with various weapons. They are afraid of magicians, but they also like to kill magicians who have no magic power. Puff! 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 What surprised these orcs was that this human mage was not a mage. To be more precise, this human being could not only release more than 10 fireballs, but was also a powerful titled knight. How can this be? Before he died, the orc had the same thought as the shaman. He couldn't figure out why this human being had both magic and fighting spirit, and was so perverted. He was also in the silver realm, but no one could compete with Gervais. Several orcs were chopped to the ground by him in one encounter. The fierce battle lasted for more than a minute, and the only person left in the field was Gervais, who was holding a blood-red dragon tooth sword. It's such a good weapon, but I don't know what level this sword belongs to. Originally, it was impossible for Gervais to harvest this group of orcs so quickly. After all, there was an orc with golden strength among them, and it would take a lot of effort to deal with him. But when Gervais actually started fighting, he discovered that it was much easier to deal with these orcs than he thought. And the reason was the newly acquired dragon tooth sword in his hand. For example, when Gervais fought against this golden orc just now, the golden orc also wore a mithril armor, but it was of no use against Gervais' dragon tooth sword. Gervais just slashed hard. He directly cut open the orc's armor, and then severely injured the orc. The name Dragon Tooth Sword is a bit vulgar. It's not worthy of you. Let me give you a new name. Wiping the Dragon Tooth Sword clean with a rag, Gervais couldn't put it down now, and finally thought of giving him a name. What name should I give it? It was time for mental activity again, and Gervais began to think. Looking at the blood-red sword in his hand and the bright moon in the sky, Gervais's heart moved, and he immediately had an idea. I'll call you Crimson Moon from now on. Once you appear, you can make the enemy's blood dye the moon red. Buzz. At this moment, I don't know if Dragon Tooth Sword is repulsed by the name Gervais gave it, or if he likes it, but it suddenly shook. Ha ha! It settled so happily. I'm such a genius. Sensing the vibration of the Crimson Moon, Gervais naturally took it as recognition of his name. So he patted the Crimson Moon that had been placed in the scabbard, and then continued to rush forward happily. Chapter 553 Gervais Cowhide. 1 day later, outside the gate of an open valley, Gervais looked up at the steep mountain peaks in front of him. feeling that the terrain of this world was a little unreasonable. It is clearly surrounded by flat plains, but here 3 towering peaks like thrones rise from the ground, as if they are specially designed to protect the valley. Who are you? Just when Gervais was lamenting the miraculous craftsmanship of the creator, dozens of humans on duty at the entrance to the valley discovered his figure. Through the moonlight, they vaguely saw that Gervais was the only one, and there was no orc. As burly as he was, he asked Gervais loudly, "My name is Harry. I am the guard of Master Lucky in the holy city of Hika. Can you let me in? Or help me inform Master Lucky? I would be very grateful." Gervais did not say that he was a magician, because although the clothes on his body had been changed, they were still the guard armor picked up from the roadside. Dressed like this, if he were to say that he was a magician, the people above would regard him as someone with evil intentions. Since encountering that small group of orcs yesterday, Gervais secretly passed through at least 3 orc defense lines, reducing the corpses of humans and orcs everywhere along the way. At this time, his appearance had changed back to that of Harry, and Gervais guessed that Lucky and others must be in this valley as long as there was no accident, because judging from the distribution of orcs, they have already made dumplings for all humans. People from the holy city of Hika? Wait a minute. Obviously, the name of the holy city of Hika is quite worthy. After listening to Gervais's words, the guard above said something and went to report it. Gervais waited outside the valley for about 10 minutes. After more than 10 minutes, he finally saw a few people walking to the gate of the valley holding the pearl of the deep sea. "Harry?" The first thing Gervais heard was Lucky's voice, and there was a hint of surprise in Lucky's words. "Master Lucky, it's me. I escaped after blocking the orcs. It's really you. Great. Harry, wait a minute. I'll let them open the door now." Lucky confirmed Gervais's identity and immediately asked the guard to open the door and let Gervais in. "Wizard Harry, so glad to see you back." "Ha ha. Harry, it's so gratifying to have you back. Thanks to you that time, we were able to escape the orcs' pursuit." When Gervais entered through the half-open valley gate, Lucky and Adela stood behind the door and waited. When several people saw Gervais, they looked at him carefully and expressed their congratulations. Among them, Lucky and Adela were both overjoyed, and it was obvious that they were the 2 most concerned about Gervais's safe return. "That's right. Harry, how did you do that? You haven't come back for so many days. I thought you were." After congratulating Gervais, Lucky led Gervais through the passage at the entrance of the valley, asking curious questions as he walked. "It is said that it was blessed by the God of Glory. When you left that day, I only lasted for about 5 minutes before my magic power dried up. Then I prepared to use the forbidden curse scroll that Miss Adela gave me to die with the orcs. But at this moment, a title knight wearing silver armor suddenly appeared from the west of the ruins. His strength is extremely powerful. One person is not afraid of hundreds of orcs at all. This title knight fought with the orcs for about 10 minutes. In the end, he killed the orc shaman, causing all the orc warriors to flee in fear. I was lucky enough to survive." Gervais had already thought of his words, and immediately began to speak according to the words he had arranged in advance. Anyway, there were only the orcs and themselves there at that time, and there was no way Adela and the others would go to the orcs for confirmation. As for whether Lucky and the others would believe it, that is not within the scope of consideration. It would be easier for people to believe that an unexpected strong man appeared than that a little trainee magician like himself could kill the orcs. As long as I don't meet the Birdman as Harry next time, it shouldn't be a big problem. "Gervais, what's the name of that knight? Which family does he belong to?" Lucky asked curiously. "Master Lucky, I also asked about it at that time, but the man never told me. He just said something inexplicable. The crimson moon appeared, and the orcs were in a catastrophe. Anyway, there is no tax for bragging. Not to mention that this guy is based on his real identity." Gervais simply improved his status a lot. "The crimson moon appears, and the orcs suffer a catastrophe." Although Lucky also found it baffling. After all, there was no such thing as a crimson moon in the Holy Continent. However, after reciting it silently a few times, Lucky discovered that, let alone saying it, this sentence was really full of lofty connotations. Not only Lucky, Adela is also thinking about who the knight in shining armor is at this moment. This magician's tower is restricted to those above the golden knight, but the title knight in silver armor can take the head of a shaman among hundreds of orcs. This is really unbelievable. Not to mention that he left such an inexplicable sentence, which makes the title knight even more mysterious. Seeing Lucky and the others falling silent and thinking seriously, Gervais suppressed his smile and continued walking. At this moment, Gervais suddenly remembered something. And then he turned his attention to Adela, and said to Adela apologetically, "Miss Adela, there is something I want to apologize to you for." "What's the matter, Wizard Harry?" Adela, who was thinking, was stunned when she heard Gervais's solemn words, and her expression was a little confused. She didn't understand why Gervais wanted to apologize to her. "It's like this. Although the forbidden curse scroll you gave me that day was not opened, in the end the title knight came to me after fighting off the orcs. When he saw the scroll in my hand, he directly asked for it, and said it's considered a reward for saving my life. Although I am very unhappy. After all, this scroll has not been used yet. It should be returned to the original owner and returned to you, Miss Adela. But the knight with the title of Silver Armor saved me, and is very powerful. So I can't get it back. Forbidden curse scroll." Gervais's face was full of guilt, and he did not have the aura of a hero returning in triumph. "Oh, the forbidden curse scroll. Master Harry, don't take it to heart. Although the forbidden curse scroll is precious, it is worth it compared to the lives of our group." Adela instantly remembered her forbidden spell scroll, and a sweet smile appeared on her face, not minding that Gervais lost the scroll. "But, Harry, Adela said it's okay. So it means it's okay. You didn't mean it. Don't think too much about it. Come on. We'll arrive at the valley soon. I'll treat you to a nice meal. You must not have had any rest along the way." Lucky quickly patted Gervais, who was about to say something more, but interrupted him. Seeing the changed armor on Gervais, Lachi knew that Gervais must have suffered a lot along the way. Lachi also guessed the origin of this armor. It must have been picked up from the corpses on the roadside. They also saw many human corpses when they came here. Being interrupted by Lucky, Gervais also knew that it was almost over. The play had reached this point, and it would be a bit exaggerated to perform it again. So he immediately walked down the steps and silently nodded in approval. At this time, they finally came to the interior of the valley and walked out of the entrance passage that was hundreds of meters long, but only dozens of meters wide. As the scenery ahead suddenly opened up, when Gervais's eyes fell on the valley, he was instantly shocked by the scene ahead. Chapter 554: The Real Magician Tower. This valley is very wide, at least the size of a district in Alice's East City. At this time, many tents were sparsely set up in the valley, and at least 1,000 people gathered. Of course, it was not these tents and crowds that caught Gervais's attention, but the exquisite palace buildings rising one after another in the center of the valley. And in the center of this palace building is a high tower. This high tower does not look like the towers of China on Earth. It is truly made of special and precious stones, and is surrounded by 6 thick stone pillars that are shorter than half of the height. Gervais made a visual inspection and found that the tower was at least 100 meters high, and the 6 stone pillars were at least 30 meters high. Both the tower and the 6 surrounding stone pillars are engraved with dense runes. These runes all shine with gray-black light, which is the color that represents the magic power of the necromancer. In addition, the most eye-catching thing is the top of the tower, which is the real reason why Gervais was stunned. I saw a huge ball of energy suspended on the top of the tower, just like those energy towers in previous games. It's just that Gervais saw it with his own eyes at this time. And the scale of the magician's tower was even more huge. The gray-black ball of light suspended on the top of the tower is constantly absorbing the magic power between heaven and earth. Its diameter is at least 5 or 6 meters. As it continues to absorb magic power, the surface of the energy light ball will expand and shrink rhythmically and float up and down, repeating this like a black hole that is devouring magic power, whether it is to stabilize the energy light ball or for other purposes. The 6 stone pillars around the tower are connected to a thick iron chain, which is derived from the energy light ball. How about it? It's shocking, isn't it? Harry, this is the greatest miracle of mankind. The Magician's Tower. At this moment, Lucky had already escaped from what Gervais had just said. The crimson moon appeared. The orcs suffered a cataclysm. Seeing Gervais staring blankly at the Magician's Tower in the distance, Lucky did not urge him to move on. He just stood there, looking at the spectacular tower and asking Gervais, "It's really shocking. This is the first time I've seen a real Magician's Tower. It's more majestic than I imagined." Gervais told the truth that his original preconceived ideas were causing trouble, and he thought that the Magician's Tower was just like the towers of China in his previous life. It was gorgeous and exquisite, and was used to allow the magician to live a life without shame. But I didn't expect that the real Magician's Tower is such a fantasy energy tower. Although it lacks a bit of exquisiteness and luxury, its majestic momentum will make anyone who has not reached a certain level of strength feel in their heart after seeing it. Ah, Let's go. Harry! It's almost done. Let's go back to the tent first. I'll show you enough after I've rested. Moreover, the magic circle in the palace ahead should be broken in the next 2 days. Then we can see the majesty of the Magician's Tower up close. Such an opportunity is rare even in Alliance College. Although there are several magicians in the college's Presbyterian Council, there are only 1 or 2 who have the financial and resources to build their own Magician Tower. And they are usually very few people can get in there and see the tower. Feeling that they were almost done watching, Lottie was worried that Adela would wait too long. So he urged Gervais. Gervais nodded, then withdrew his gaze, and walked forward with Lucky and the others again. He really needed a good rest now. He didn't dare to stay in the same place for too long during the past few days. He was rushing day and night, for fear that the woman Lolita would come after her. Soon, under the leadership of Lucky, Gervais came to a camp with only 7 or 8 tents. Looking at the number of guards around him, Gervais couldn't help but frown. The number of people was less than half when they left. Perhaps seeing Gervais's expression, Lucky explained to Gervais. Although we escaped that wave of orcs' pursuit because of your blocking that time, we met many orcs one after another. The pursuit continued, so most of the guards were sacrificed one after another. Fortunately, we also met more adventurers at that time. We all traveled together and finally arrived in the valley of the Magician's Tower. Gervais nodded and said nothing more. The corpses on the road could prove the danger of Lucky's journey. Next, Lucky took Gervais to the campfire in the camp. I don't know whether it was Lucky's intention to protect them or just luck, but the 2 cooks in the group were all intact. The 2 cooks started working under Lucky's instructions, and soon baked several kilograms of fragrant barbecue. Gervais was not polite and began to feast in the company of Adela, Lottie and others. At the same time, they also chatted about some knowledge about the Magician Tower or the Necromancer. During the chat, Gervais finally learned why Adela, a rich young lady, came to the Magician's Tower to take risks in person. It turns out that this Magician's Tower is probably the Magician's Tower of the famous genius necromancer Nahum in history. This mage Nahum can be said to be the most talented necromancer in more than 1,000 years. He became a mage when he was only in his 30s, and had his own mage tower when he was about 50. Not only is he powerful, but he also likes to specialize in all aspects of undead magic. Not only did he improve a lot of undead magic to make it more powerful, but he also cultivated the heart of the undead. Under normal circumstances, most dark creatures have relatively low IQs, such as dark creatures such as undead skeletons. They all rely on instinct to act. Only a few high-level skeletons have a little intelligence. However, it is said that after possessing the heart of the undead cultivated by sorcerer Nahum, even the lowest gray skeleton can gradually gain consciousness and think. Don't underestimate this. Take the group of skeleton soldiers that Gervais and the others met under the moonlight for a tree. If the red skeleton mage didn't have wisdom, it would appear in front of everyone immediately, and there would be no possibility of sneak attack on Adela. It only takes 1 or 2 fireballs for Gervais and the others to destroy them. But it was precisely because the skeleton mage had a little wisdom and knew how to ambush and attack that they finally paid the price of a golden knight. One of the purposes of Adela's visit this time was to see if she could find a way to cultivate the heart of the undead. Another purpose is to see if there is any psychic potion in the palace in the center of the valley. Chapter 555 Adela's Difficulties. Adela possesses 2 lines of magic, and they are the 2 strongest lines of magic. One is light magic, and the other is necromancy magic. With these 2 types of magic concentrated in one person, it can be said that only one among hundreds of millions of people can appear. But Adela has it. However, these 2 lines of magic gave Adela the possibility to become extraordinary, but they also caused her to encounter difficulties. Dark and light magic are naturally incompatible, so Adela has achieved some success in light magic now. However, the undead magic cannot be improved, and it cannot even summon the lowest gray skeleton warrior. This is because the light magic in her body is stronger than the dark undead magic, so she suppresses it. This directly lowered Adela's overall strength, so that she can only be a trainee magician until now, unable to step into the ranks of junior magicians. If Adela wants to make a breakthrough in undead magic and successfully become a junior magician, she must find a psychic potion that has been gradually lost hundreds of years ago, and use this psychic potion to strengthen her communication with the dark world. Over the years, Adela's family has been looking for psychic potions everywhere. Unfortunately, only necromancers can take and develop psychic potions, so this psychic potion is extremely rare. Later, as a large number of high-level necromancers died in that catastrophe, the hope of finding psychic potions became increasingly slim. in order to prevent her grandfather from worrying too much. Adela acted very indifferent every time she went back. But only she knew how sad she was that she had been unable to break through and become a junior magician. This time I heard that a magician tower might appear in Sunset Forest. So Adela came to try her luck in person. And in order not to let her grandfather know that she still longed for the psychic potion, Adela came without telling her family. It's just that her behavior is undoubtedly childish. As long as a rich lady like her leaves the gate of the academy, someone will report the situation. That's why Waddington and the dozen or so griffins appeared at the entrance of the magician's tower in such a timely manner, eating the delicious Warcraft barbecue. Gervais could not help but turn his head slightly and look at Adela. He did not expect that this rich young lady would also have unsatisfactory moments. Hey! I'm quite interested. Lacey-san. He didn't even call us to eat barbecue. But just as they were sitting around the campfire enjoying the food in a harmonious atmosphere, a slightly mocking voice came over. Following this voice, Gervais saw that the speaker was actually Dever, which surprised Gervais very much. Gervais was not surprised to see that few people came to pick him up at the entrance of the valley just now. But now that Adela is present, several people say these mocking words. Are they not ready to continue pursuing Adela? I'm very sorry, classmate Devere. I don't like to dine with shameless people, so I won't call you. Lucky was not polite, raised his head, and responded directly. Lachi-san, don't talk nonsense. You don't have many guards left. Believe it or not, I'm going to teach you a lesson now. Dwyer's face turned gloomy, and his words were full of threats. Then you can give it a try. Dwyer! Clang, clang, clang. As the two sides became tense, the guards on both sides drew their swords and began to confront each other. Although there are more than 40 guards on Lachi's side, there are 6 magicians on Dwyer's side, 3 of whom Gervais has never seen before. Gervais also stood up at this time, with the staff already in his hand, ready to carry out a devastating blow to the opponent's magician at any time. Hey! This wild mage like you is back. It's really unexpected. Gervais stood up and held the magician's staff. Devere immediately noticed his presence and immediately recognized him. This was the wild mage responsible for cutting off the rear, and a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. That's enough. Duel. For the sake of your classmates, I hope you leave now. Hearing that Dwyer was not grateful to Gervais for cutting off their queen, but actually seemed provocative, Adela stood up suddenly and said to Dwyer with a frosty face, Adela, I have no other intention of coming here. I really hope you can join us. I know you really want to find the psychic potion. The magic circle in the palace will be broken tomorrow. We will be the first people to enter the palace by then. You have a greater chance of following us to get the psychic potion. Although Dwyer didn't know which family Adela came from, just from the rumors he heard in the academy, as well as Waddington and the dozen or so griffins, Dwyer knew that Adela's family was definitely the top existence in the Holy Continent. So he dared to be arrogant with Lucky, but he didn't dare to show off to Adela, and his tone of voice still had a flattering tone. I'm so sorry. Dwyer, I won't join you. You can leave now. Adela kept people away thousands of miles away, and did not give Dwyer a good look at all. If her good upbringing hadn't prevented her from speaking out, she would have given it to Dwyer with a sentence or two mixed in. Adela, you have to think about it. Lachi has no credit for breaking the magic circle this time. Even if he can enter by then, he will be among the last batch. By then, the good things will have been taken away by others. The corners of Devere's mouth twitched slightly, but he still pretended to be a gentleman. What I decided will not change. Please leave now. Adela didn't even look at Devere, and just said something coldly. Let's go! Dwyer's face turned livid for a while, and he glared at Gervais and Lucky fiercely before leading the others away. But Gervais looked at Devere's back, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. The graves of people who were stared at by Gervais like this before would probably have grass growing on their graves. Master Lucky, what's going on with this Devere? After Dwyer and his party walked away, Gervais, Lucky, and Adela sat back by the bonfire, and Gervais curiously asked about the reason for what happened just now. He didn't understand why. In just a few days, Dwyer broke up with him, and still had a vague feeling against them. Actually, this matter started 5 days ago. Lucky didn't hide anything and immediately began to tell the reason. It turned out that the group of them had been heading deeper into the magician's tower after they separated from Gervais, and encountered several waves of orcs on the way. Although they joined many adventurers, the number of orcs was too great, so the next few battles were very dangerous. Once when they were fighting the orcs, Dwyer faced a golden knight, When he was about to lose, Dwyer shamelessly pulled a guard next to him to help him block the knife. Then he escaped from the knife. But the guard was cut into 2 pieces. Chapter 556 Lolita arrives. But this guard was one of Lucky's men. Dwyer's move was unreservedly in the eyes of his teammates, Lucky and Adela. And in the end, they escaped the orc's pursuit again. Once it was safe, Lucky approached Dwyer to get an explanation. Because Adela was present and saw what happened, Deborah could only find an excuse, claiming that he had unintentionally prevaricated, and finally said that he would compensate the guard when he returned. Although Lucky was angry, Duel denied it. In addition, everyone was dead, and they were in this dangerous situation, so he could only scold Duel in public, saying that he would settle the score after he returned. Then the group of them came to the valley, where the magician's tower was located without any danger. Thousands of human adventurers have gathered here, all of whom entered from another entrance of the magician's tower. When they came to the valley, Dever unexpectedly met one of his father's magic apprentices, an intermediate magician named Valid. Compared with titled knights, magicians not only rely on talent, but also money and smart brains. So this results in a relatively rare number of magicians. And a trainee magician like Gervais, who can shoot several fireballs, will also be sought after by others. You can imagine the status of an intermediate magician like Valid in the valley. Valid also participated in the work of dismantling the palace's magic circle, and became one of the most important people in the valley. The big family's overtures and intentions to win over him were obvious, and because of his father's relationship, of course Dwyer immediately got together with Valid, and his status in the valley rose instantly. In fact, Dwyer had always held a grudge against Lucky for scolding him in front of Adela because of that guard. At this moment, he felt that he had Validor as a backer in this valley. The crowding on Lucky immediately began. There are more than 1,000 people in this valley, including dozens of large and small families and wild adventurer teams. As for the precious treasures in the magician's tower, everyone wants more of them, so naturally they are not willing to share them with too many people. The final result is that several powerful families unite to suppress smaller families or adventurer groups that are weaker or less useful. For example, this apprentice of De Vere's father is an intermediate magician and has done some research on magic circles. Although he only joined a team of adventurers, he was still attracted by the big families and became the third one in the valley. One echelon. Although Loki is the second young master of the holy city of Hika, he does not have the talents who can break the magic circle together, and most of the people under him have been reduced. There is no shortage of upper-class children like him in this valley. So with De Vere as the person who was causing trouble, Lucky was pushed out of the first echelon. When the palace in the valley is opened, the first echelon of people will naturally be able to enter it immediately. There are only so many treasures. Entering late means following others and eating dust, and the chance of obtaining treasures is almost non-existent. And Dwyer even wanted to take the opportunity to pull Adela and others away to isolate Lucky. Fortunately, Adela herself has an extraordinary status, and Dwyer is such a shameless person, so she naturally didn't give him a good look and just drove away. Facing Adela, De Vere could only persuade her with good words, and did not dare to have other thoughts. Although De Vere did not know that Adela was the Pearl of the Sky City, since she owned Waddington and more than a dozen griffins. Protection shows that Adela has a very deep background. After listening to Lucky's explanation, Gervais finally understood the reason for this. Gervais nodded and did not express an opinion. Such things are not uncommon, and Dwyer's character is destined to develop. After all, they all want to gain Adela's favor. Once he feels threatened, he starts to use different tricks. But you'd better not let me meet you. Anyone who is too arrogant in front of me will not get good results. Gervais silently ate the last piece of barbecue, went to wash up a little, and then returned to the newly set up tent to rest. Who? Open the door quickly. We are from the Holy Trading Company. Just after Gervais fell asleep peacefully, a small group of people came again outside the gate of the valley. It was the team of the Holy Trading Company that had been chasing Gervais all the way. People from the Holy Trading Company? Please wait a moment. I will report it now. When the people on duty heard this name, they didn't dare to neglect it all, and went to report it many times faster than when they reported it to Gervais just now. Soon, several young people arrived at the gate of the valley. I am Davier from the holy city of Tamania. Why are the people from your holy trading company here? The leading young man looked outside and asked the group loudly. The holy city of Tamania ranks among the top 20 in the Holy Alliance, so it naturally has a place in this valley. It turns out to be Master Darville, and I am Pet from the Holy Trading Company. We are here with our young lady this time. The middle-aged man who looked like a steward in the team of the Holy Trading Company stepped forward and bowed slightly and replied, "Miss Lolita? Open the door quickly and ask Miss Lolita and Petter to come in." Darville happened to know that Petey, the manager of the Holy Trading Company, heard that even Lolita was there, and immediately ordered the guard on duty to open the entrance door. During this period, Lolita stood among the crowd without saying a word. The veil on her face swayed gently with the night wind, and no one knew what she was thinking. "Miss Lolita, nice to meet you." The reputation of the beautiful lady of the Holy Trading Company has long been known, but there are really very few people who can come into contact with her on weekdays. Even the children of big families, like Darville, have never met her. Now that I had such an opportunity to see him, I naturally made enough gestures and behaved politely. Lolita didn't react much to Darville's polite question, and just responded with a simple, However, Darville was not annoyed after hearing this simple word, because Lolita's reputation for beauty was also linked to Lolita's dislike of dealing with others. He had seen Lolita's appearance with his own eyes at this time, and had verified the rumors. So he was not surprised by Lolita's indifference. Just when Darville wanted to continue talking and invite Lolita and others into the valley, Lolita unexpectedly continued to speak. "Darville, how many days have you been in this valley?" 3 days. "Miss Lolita, we came to this valley 3 days ago," Darville replied. "Well, in the past 2 days, have you seen a young man with black hair, a slender figure, and a strength of around high-level silver entering the valley? He probably came alone." Lolita nodded, and then continued to ask without any emotion. Chapter 557, Coming to the Door. "Miss Lolita, please wait a moment. I'll ask the guard on duty to come over and ask questions." Hearing Lolita's questioning, Darville was stunned, but quickly replied, and then asked his men to find the guards on duty. Of course, Darville would not be guarding here personally. If he had not heard that it was someone from the Holy Trading Company this time, he would not have come in person. Moreover, the personnel on duty were not his family, but were sent by several families together. Darville just heard about the Holy Trading Company, and came to see what the Holy Trading Company was doing. Soon, a guard on duty under Darville was found. "Hardy, when you were on duty in the past 2 days, did you encounter a young man with black hair and a slender figure, probably with high-level silver strength, entering? And he might be alone." Back to the young master. "It seems not." The guard recalled for a moment, and immediately replied respectfully. When Lolita on the side heard the guard's answer, her delicate face that was originally calm frowned slightly. According to the traces on the road, Gervais should be heading deeper into this place. However, when they got near the valley, they could no longer distinguish Gervais's traces due to the presence of orcs. "Are you sure? Think about it for me." Darville knew that there must be something important when Lolita asked him about this situation as soon as he entered the valley. So he spoke to the guard again. When Hardy heard Darville's instructions again, how could he dare to neglect them? He fell into memories again, and made sure that he had never seen a young man with the Silver Knight realm. So he continued to answer. "Master, the orcs have surrounded the valley in the past 2 days, so not many people can come to the valley. There are less than 10 people in total. I remember clearly that there are no such people as you said. Enter the Silver Knight." But Hardy knew that the young master must be asking about something important. So he suddenly remembered Gervais, who had just arrived some time ago. So he continued. "However, a strange young man came in alone some time ago today. His hair is also black, but he doesn't have any fighting spirit. He is a magician." These 2 words are the only thing that can't be feared. After hearing these words from Harry, Lolita, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. "Then why do you say he is a little strange?" Lolita caught the point immediately. "Because when this man came, he was wearing armor worn by guards. At first, he said he was the guard of the second young master of Hika Holy City. After entering, we found out that he was a magician, and he didn't have any fighting spirit. Fluctuation. Come alone. A magician in armor. This is indeed a bit strange. Most magicians regard themselves as aloof, and generally do not wear armor that only warriors and knights wear. Moreover, the magician is usually the focus of the team's protection, and will not be left alone. This magician not only wore warrior armor, but also came alone, which was a bit strange." "Are you sure that person doesn't have any fighting spirit fluctuations?" Adela thought thoughtfully. It was such a coincidence. She had black hair. She was alone. And she was a magician wearing armor. I'm sure. I knew he was a magician when I listened to their conversation. I was also surprised. So I turned on my perception and checked. There was indeed no fluctuation in fighting spirit. Hardy answered very affirmatively. Obviously, he was deeply impressed by Gervais's weird appearance. Lolita then fell into deep thought and stopped talking. Seeing this, Darville couldn't help but said to Lolita, Miss Lolita, how about I take you to the camp at the holy city of Hika in the valley to have a look? I happen to know where they are. Okay. Lolita nodded. Actually, there was no need for Darville to tell her. She would go back and make sure later. It would be more convenient now that Darville would lead the way. She was just recalling various information and characteristics of Gervais, and judging whether the person the guard just mentioned might overlap with that bastard. At present, it seems that apart from the lack of fighting spirit, there are great suspicions in other aspects, but the specific situation will not be known until we see it. Hardy, please pay more attention next time. If there is the person I just asked about, please notify me immediately. Okay, Master. Next, Darville led Lolita and his party to the camp where Gervais and the others were located without stopping. Darville naturally did not do this to kneel down and lick Lolita, whom he met for the first time. The main purpose was to establish a good relationship with the Holy Trading Company, and it would be best to make the Holy Trading Company owe him a small favor. The Holy Trading Company is a behemoth. If he has this favor, even he, the young master of the Holy City of Seignior, will be able to gain a lot of benefits in the future. As for whether he can take the opportunity to get close to Lolita, he will eventually gain both wealth and wealth. He wanted to do it too, but he couldn't force this kind of thing. After all, Darville had received so many years of education as an heir, so he naturally understood. Lolita still said nothing during the march. But Petey, as a manager of the commercial bank, started talking to Darville, in order to maintain the relationship between the two parties and avoid embarrassment due to Lolita's indifference. Soon, the group arrived outside the camp where Lachi and the others were. When several guards on duty saw a group of them coming, they thought it was Devere who was back again, and immediately became alert. Some of them had already run to notify Lucky and Adela. Guys, I am Darville from the Holy City of Seignior, and this is Miss Lolita from the Holy Trading Company. We have something to ask your master Lucky. You go and report it. They had no grudge against Lucky and others. Lucky was also the second young master of the Holy City of Hika, so Darville's tone was quite polite, and it was considered a normal visit procedure. It turns out to be Seignior Darville and Miss Lolita. I wonder what you have come here for. Just at this time, Lucky, who had received the news, had also come over, and Adela and Seignior from a tent behind were also rushing over. Miss Lolita from the Holy Trading Company has something to do, and I'm here to guide her. Darville was just responsible for leading the way and didn't know the reason, so naturally he wouldn't talk nonsense. After saying that, he stepped aside and let Lolita, the real owner, come forward on her own. At this time, Adela had also arrived. There was something different when she saw the silent Lolita. She didn't know why this enchanting woman came to their place. At this time, Lolita saw Adela and recognized them, and her original suspicion of Gervais was reduced by half, because they had met them in the hotel. Adela and the young magician helped her without knowing her identity, even though she didn't need the help. This young lady, I never thought we would see each other again. Thank you for your help last time. You're welcome, Miss Lolita. You can call me Adela. Thank you very much for the gift you gave us. Both women were beautiful, and they were obviously the kind of people who knew etiquette. They expressed their gratitude to each other, and then Adela continued to wonder. Miss Lolita, I wonder if you have any business coming to our camp this time. Chapter 558, Marry or Kill. Miss Adela, I would like to ask if there was a magician in your camp who just returned from outside. Facing Adela, Lolita's tone was much softer and more polite. However, Adela and Lucky were a little confused when they heard Lolita's words. Why did the eldest lady of this sacred business company come to Harry? Could it be because Gervais helped her in the hotel? But this doesn't make sense at all. Lolita has already given her a gift to express her gratitude to both of them. And it's been so long. Adela paused slightly, and after thinking for a moment, she answered truthfully, Yes. His name is Harry. I wonder if Miss Lolita has anything to do with him. No matter what Lolita's purpose is, people have come to her door now, and they know that Harry has just returned. They must have inquired about it, so they naturally can't lie. Oh, I came to him to confirm something. Can Miss Adela invite Master Harry to come over and meet me in person? Who is this? You were actually looking for me. From a distance, Gervais heard someone saying they were looking for him, but some didn't react. He had fallen into a sweet sleep just now, but he didn't expect to be woken up by someone said by Lucky, saying that there was a situation outside the camp. Gervais thought it was Dever who came to the door. So he had no choice but to leave the comfortable bed. Now he vaguely heard someone looking for him, and was a little confused. Before he realized it, the woman Lolita was chasing after him. However, as Gervais got closer and closer, he soon saw the enchanting Lolita face to face with Adela. And he suddenly woke up. How does this woman know my identity? No, I shouldn't have left any flaws. Gervais was very careful on his way back. Even the worn-out armor was buried in a hole. At this time, he buried the crimson moon in the grass inside the tent. No one should be able to find it. His identity. Harry! You came just in time! Come here quickly. Someone is looking for you here. Knowing that it was the woman Lolita, Gervais was actually ready to turn around and leave, watching the movement from a distance. But he didn't expect that Lucky kept looking back and waiting for Gervais to come. Now that he saw Gervais, he immediately shouted out, Gervais saved Lolita last time, which was a brief encounter. Lucky did not realize that Lolita actually came to find someone with murderous intentions, but instead thought about the good. Oh, Master Lucky, who is looking for me? Since he was called out by Lucky, Gervais could only calm down, and then walked over with a little confusion. It's you? Before Lucky could answer, when Gervais approached, Lolita saw Gervais's appearance and immediately remembered the magician she had met once in the hotel. Hey, it turns out to be this young lady. You seem to be right. She is the eldest lady of the Holy Trading Company. I saw her halfway up the mountain that day. Seeing Lolita's reaction, Gervais knew that his identity had not been exposed, and he immediately pretended to be surprised. Thank you very much for the gift this lady gave us last time. Harry, this is Miss Lolita. She is looking for you. Seeing that Gervais couldn't even remember his name, Lucky quickly mentioned it. Miss Lolita, are you looking for me? I wonder what's wrong with you. Gervais looked at Lolita pretending to be flattered. Lolita frowned slightly at this time, and was looking at Gervais carefully, mentally comparing her with the bastard in the cave. He has black hair and a similar build, but he doesn't have any fighting spirit, and his face is completely different. Lolita was a little confused. She was really suspicious of Harry when she came. After all, this Harry had only arrived in this valley a while ago, and there were too many coincidences. But now that she knew that Harry was the magician who took action in the hotel, her skepticism was somewhat shaken. After all, she had not had any interaction with Harry at that time, and Harry had this face, his identity as a magician, and he even helped her enthusiastically. I'm chasing a shameless thief. He stole something very important from me, and his physical characteristics are similar to Wizard Harry. I heard that Wizard Harry returned alone today, so I wanted to come over and ask. No, I thought it was you. Perhaps it was because Gervais's performance that time satisfied Lolita that she had the courage to attack the orcs. So she also answered Gervais, although her tone was less gentle than when she had just talked with Adela. Anyone who knew her knew that this was a rare scene. Even Darville couldn't help but take a look at Gervais. When he was at the entrance of the valley, it was Lolita who asked him questions. Now he didn't expect that this little trainee magician could actually get Lolita to answer questions. Shameless thief? It's obviously a treasure I spent 10 energy points to find. But now you say I stole it. Even though you are beautiful, I don't like such a bad woman at all. Gervais finally knew why Lolita came. It turned out to be this reason, and he couldn't help but feel lucky that he was careful and had many special skills. At the same time, my heart was throbbing. This Lolita actually slandered him like this. But on the surface, she could only pretend to be surprised and indignant. There is such a bold thief who dares to steal Miss Lolita's belongings? Miss Lolita, if you find the whereabouts of the thief, you must tell me. I am willing to help catch the thief. Thank you, Master Harry. Since we have found the wrong person, then I will not disturb your rest. Goodbye, Miss Adela. Lolita looked carefully at Gervais's face, especially the sides of Grimace's cheeks. In the end, she still found nothing, so she could only reply lightly and prepare to leave. If it were anyone else, she would definitely make more inquiries, even checking to see if there was any disguise on her face. But now that the suspect is Gervais, she really can't repay kindness with hatred, so she can only make other plans. Okay, Miss Lolita. Walk slowly. See you soon, Miss Lolita. Gervais and Adela said goodbye to Lolita. Afterwards, Lolita, Darville and others left the camp where Gervais and the others were. Who is so bold that he even steals the belongings of the eldest lady of the Holy Merchant Company? I think that thief will never see the sun next year. After seeing Lolita leave, Lucky said in surprise. Gervais remained silent. Harry, if you meet Miss Lolita again in the future, you can try to get along with her more. She doesn't seem to hate you that much. Oh. Okay. Master Lucky. Hearing what Lucky said before, Gervais had the idea of beating Lucky and dared to curse himself like this. But after hearing this last warning, I felt that Lucky was pretty good enough to say such words to myself. As for having a relationship with Lolita, Gervais thought he didn't live long enough. He had already planned to run as far away from this woman as he could in the future. Lucky. Master Harry. Let's go back and rest first. At this time, Adela on the side said goodbye to the two of them, and then returned to her tent with Seignior. I'm going back too. Harry, you have a good rest. Maybe the magic circle can be broken tomorrow. Even if you enter a little later, you may not get good things. If you can get any treasure in the palace this time, you can keep it for yourself, and it will be regarded as your reward after the break. Okay. Thank you, Master Lucky. Hearing Lucky's words, Gervais looked at this playboy in surprise, but he didn't expect that he was quite friendly. Ped. In the valley, Lolita sat on a clean bluestone and shouted to Ped, who was directing the guards to set up the camp. Miss, do you have anything to tell me? Take note of the magician named Harry. When you get out of this place, check his identity and origin. Although Harry has been cleared of suspicion for the time being, in order to catch that shameless bastard, Lolita does not want to let any suspect go and is ready to check out the details of Gervais. In Lolita's mind, Harry still has some suspicion, although the suspicion is very small. If Gervais knew this, he would definitely lament that women's intuition is really terrible. Yes, miss. Ped immediately responded and kept this matter in mind. Yes. The rest will follow the previous arrangements. You will be responsible for going to other families tomorrow to find out if there is any news about this thief. Yes, miss. Okay. Go and do your work. Lolita nodded, then put aside Steward Ped and looked at the magician's tower not far away. The priest said back then that if a human man sees my whole face, he must either marry him or kill him. Otherwise, it will bring disaster to the tribe. I don't know whether it is true or not, but no matter what, I must kill that shameless bastard. I have been searching for so many years, and finally got a good sword. Unexpectedly, it was snatched away by that bastard. After returning to the tent, Gervais fell into a sweet dream again. He had no idea that the eldest lady Lolita was gritting her teeth and thinking about killing him, and was still preparing to find out Harry's identity. There was nothing to say all night, but Gervais was in high spirits the next day and got up early. First, he practiced Do Chi in his tent for a while. After smelling the fragrance coming from outside the tent, he ended his practice and walked out of the tent. Harry, are you up? Come over for breakfast. You've been on the road these days. I thought you wanted to sleep a little longer, so I didn't let anyone call you. In Lachi's eyes, Gervais is a magician, and the physical fitness of trainee magicians is actually no different from ordinary people. So he thought that Gervais would get up very late because of fatigue. And now, he was a little surprised to see Gervais waking up so early and feeling refreshed. Master Lucky, I can't sleep when I think about the magician's tower and the magician's palace ahead. Gervais walked over with a smile, sat down by the campfire unceremoniously, took the food from the cook, and started talking to Lucky while eating. After a while, Adela and Seignior also came over, and they started to have breakfast together. Now, apart from the guards, these are the only people left in their team. The other two boys and the girl were poached by Devere. After all, after going through all kinds of hardships and seeing Adela being indifferent to them, now that they have the opportunity to enter the palace to collect the treasure immediately, the treasure is naturally more important. Lachi, how is the process of breaking the magic circle over there? Lachi has been sending people to watch every move in the palace. After Adela and Seignior sat down, Seignior immediately asked, Almost. My subordinates came back and said that the magic circle on the gate has dimmed a lot, and it should be opened at noon at the latest. Lucky ate a piece of barbecue and replied to Seignior, Oh, then should we go there in advance later? We can't be at the back of the queue. By the way, those guys in the first echelon should let us in. Right? That's for sure. There are so many people like us. Although the guys in the first echelon are not willing to let us follow them, they certainly don't dare to do anything. They will only delay us for more than 10 minutes at most. Otherwise, other adventurers will the team, and the small family will definitely take action at all costs. The most important thing is that there are thousands of orcs outside the valley. Without us, they would not be able to fight against the orcs and break out. Lachi's brain was pretty good, and he immediately confirmed Seignior's question. Don't worry. I will talk to the families in the first echelon later. At this moment, Adela, who had been silent until now, suddenly said something. It doesn't have to be like this. Adela, 10 minutes at night may not be fruitless. Adela meant that she would reveal her identity later. As the daughter of the Sky City, I believe no one would dare not give her face, even if she is alone now. Of course, if Adela really does this, then Adela will have to face more and more coveted people in the academy. In fact, Lucky is one of the few people in the academy who knows Adela's true identity. This was secretly told to him by one of his uncles, who worked as a logistics manager at Union College. And that was why he was so attracted to Adela. Whether it's Adela's stunning appearance or the amazing background behind Adela, it's all a dream for playboys like Lucky. Only someone like Dwyer, who only relied on guesswork but didn't know Adela's specific identity, dared to stumble other teammates in front of Adela. If Dwyer knew Adela's true background, Lucky was sure that even if it was his father who was supporting him in the valley at this time, Dwyer would not behave so badly in front of Adela, but rather with enough energy. He continued to pursue Adela cautiously, because Adela is really worthy of their efforts to figure it out. Chapter 559. The Palace Opens. Lachi, I have decided that you have all been contributing all the way. I have not done anything useful for the team. I am also partly responsible for what happened to Dwyer this time. So I will wait for a while. Go find them. Identify yourself, and ask them to exclude Dwyer. Adela's tone was very firm this time, and she had obviously made a plan. Master, a guard has come outside. He said that he is a subordinate of Master Darville from the holy city of Tamania, and he has come to deliver a message to Miss Adela and you. At this moment, a guard suddenly ran over and whispered a report to Lucky. Oh, let him come over. Several people were a little curious as to why Darville would deliver the news to them. After a while, Lucky's men brought the man over. After the man came to them, he bowed respectfully and then spoke. Miss Adela, Master Lucky, my young Master Darville asked me to tell you that the magic circle in the palace will probably be broken in half an hour. Please hurry over and be the first to do so. Time to enter the palace before all the good things are taken away by others. After saying that, the guard saluted to several people again, then said goodbye and left. How come Darville suddenly made us the first echelon? It doesn't seem to be of any benefit to him. Right. Is it because of that Miss Lolita? Lucky was confused. On the other hand, Gervais and Adela subconsciously looked at each other, obviously guessing this possibility. It must be because of Lolita. I just don't know if this is what Lolita means, or if Darville knows that they have some interaction with Lolita, so he releases his kindness. Gervais and Adela are guessing in their hearts. No matter. Since the magic circle can be broken in half an hour, we have to hurry up. Not thinking clearly, Lucky immediately stood up excitedly and began to issue orders to his subordinates. And Adela didn't mention what happened just now. Since she can join the first echelon, she will definitely not cause trouble for herself. Soon everyone was ready and rushed to the center of the valley. Lachi, have you gone to the wrong place? This is the location of the first echelon, and your location is at the back. When they arrived near the gate of the palace, Davir, who had been sending people to pay attention to their every move, received the news and ran over to block everyone's way. Adela, let me take you in. Only Lucky cannot enter the first echelon because he has not made any contribution to breaking the magic circle. A good dog stays out of the way. Dwyer, you think I'm really afraid of you? Get out of my way now. After tripping over and over again, Lucky finally couldn't suppress his anger. Originally, he thought that in order to enter the palace, he would temporarily hold back Dever's arrogance. After all, he had the mid-level magician as his backer. If the time came, he would really speak out against him, and it would be possible to isolate himself and prevent others from entering the palace. But now that Doll has spoken, there is no such possibility. He no longer has to worry about Dwyer. Miss Adela, Master Lucky, and Master Darville are already waiting for you over there. At this moment, a guard came over from inside and said respectfully to Adela and Lachi. Davil? Dever originally wanted to say something, but he closed his mouth after hearing the guard's words. Although he is shameless, he is not brainless, since Lachi and the others are here, and now Darville has sent someone to pick them up. It means that Lucky has really taken advantage of Darville. If he continues to stop him, it will not only disgust Lucky, but Darville may also think that he is slapping him in the face. Just like that, Lucky walked past Dever with a smile and continued walking towards the palace ahead. Although Dever's face was ashen, he could not say anything. After a while, Gervais and his party arrived outside the palace gate under the leadership of a guard. Seignior Darville! Miss Lolita! Well? Hello, Adela! Classmate Lacey! Classmate Adela! Come here quickly! The magic circle is about to be broken! When they arrived, they saw Dabble and Lolita looking intently at the gate ahead, where a dozen magicians in robes were breaking the magic circle. A few people went over to say hello and said no more, looking towards the palace gate. At this time, the originally shining purple runes on the palace gate have become very dim, and it seems that they may be extinguished at any time. As long as the light of the runes goes out, it means that the magic circle has been completely broken. Buzz! Coincidentally, at the next moment, there was a buzzing sound coming from the gate in front, as if the power switch of the running machine was turned off, and the light of the runes on the door frame of the palace in front completely dimmed, and the gray film that originally wrapped the palace disappeared in an instant. The magic circle is broken. The palace can be entered. Seeing such a scene, everyone in the valley became excited. Adela, Lucky and Darville were all shocked, obviously looking forward to the palace of Sorcerer Nahum. At this time, the crowd could not resist the urge to rush ahead. Everyone, be quiet! At this moment, several young people in gorgeous clothes quickly walked to the front of the crowd, reaching those who were ready to rush out immediately. And Darville also walked out at this time. Everyone, the magic circle has been broken now, and the palace can be entered. However, there are so many of us, so only 10 people from each family here can enter. In addition, please instruct the guards you left behind to stop those behind you for at least 15 minutes. Otherwise, they are likely to rob us of the treasures in the palace. After hearing what the young man in front said, of course, everyone had no objections and immediately began to make arrangements according to the young man's request. Very good. Now, everyone, let's go in. As the young man finished speaking, those who had long been impatient took the lead in heading towards the palace gate. On the contrary, Darville and the others were not in a hurry, but stood calmly on the spot, waiting for the first echelon of people to almost enter, and then followed them with their men, as if they just wanted to show their demeanor and be courteous to others. Seeing such a situation, how could Gervais and others believe that those young men would be so kind? They didn't enter immediately. Finally, they waited until Dahl and the others started to take action before following them. Although the number of people entering the palace was restricted, there were at least 200 people in the first echelon. At this time, many people were rushing to the front, and the large palace gate seemed a bit crowded. Fortunately, the interior of the palace was very spacious. When they entered the palace, it suddenly seemed empty. Chapter 560 Bait. Adela-san! Lucky-san! Wait a minute! At this time, the anxious adventurers also disappeared at the end of the various passages in the palace, with only a few remaining in place. This includes people like Lolita and Darville. Although Gervais and the others didn't understand what was going on, they stayed where they were. At this time, Darville finally had time to say a word to them, and smiled and reminded a few people. Okay! Without asking why, seeing that these top powerful families were not in a hurry to grab the treasures, Gervais and the others realized that the situation was a bit strange. Sure enough, it didn't take long before a lot of shrill screams came from the passages of the palace ahead. It was obvious that the adventurers had encountered some kind of danger, as the screams became more and more intensive, from far to near. Gervais and the others finally saw what was going on. All the adventurers who were rushing towards the various passages retreated in panic. Behind them, there were actually a large number of skeleton soldiers chasing them. There were so many skeleton soldiers that they were like a tide of people. Although most of them are gray skeleton soldiers of the lowest level, there is no shortage of green and red skeleton soldiers among them. The equipment of these skeleton soldiers was much better than the ones Jevis and the others encountered last time. The armor of these skeleton soldiers was shiny, and the swords in their hands were also shining with cold light. Darville and others had obviously expected this, and they all looked at each other and smiled when they saw such a scene. As for Lucky and others who didn't know about it in advance, they were still frightened. Fortunately, Seignior didn't rush in just now. Otherwise, he would have become the bait for Darville and the others. But this is no one's fault. Everyone is competing for the treasures in the palace. Since those who gain benefits must bear the risks, no one will be responsible for whose life. Okay, everyone will do their best later. Miss Lolita, classmate Adela, and classmate Lucky, I wish you good luck. At this time, The astonishing number of skeleton soldiers had chased the adventurers to the square in front of the palace. At this time, Darville said something to everyone, and began to rush forward with his men. Gervais and others looked at each other, and immediately started to move. It was obvious that the skeleton soldiers in the passage had been let out. As long as they rushed away from the skeleton soldiers in the square, they could directly enter the passage and go to various parts of the palace. Everyone try not to separate later. Adela raised her staff and shouted at someone. Her light magic was the most effective against dark creatures. Soon, a group of them also rushed to the center of the square, found an uninhabited passage, and began to rush in. Purify the holy light! Fireball! Several guards in front, led by Lucky, continued to use shields and swords to clear the way. Gervais and the others at the rear continued to release spells to open up breakthroughs, especially Adela's holy light, which could harvest several skeleton soldiers every time. With the tacit cooperation of several people, they quickly reached an average distance. There are more than 200 adventurers in this hall at this time, and these skeleton soldiers have no rules at all. Anyway, if they find a living person nearby, they will swarm up and attack. So the skeleton soldiers everyone faced were almost the same. And as Gervais and the others exerted their strength, especially with Adela as a big killer, their progress was the fastest. Half a point faster than Darville and the others. And the gap on their side was still slowly closing. It is getting bigger, and a passage to the rear will soon be opened. At this moment, Dever, who was not far away from Gervais and the others, had his eyes flashing. Seeing that Gervais and his party were about to break in first because of Adela's presence, he felt endless jealousy in his heart. Originally, Lucky and others had to follow them to drink soup. Of course, it was possible that they wouldn't even be able to drink the soup. But now, not only have they become one of the first batch to enter the palace, but now they are also very likely to enter the interior of the palace. How can this make Dever feel comfortable? So Devere took advantage of the opportunity to hack to death the skeleton soldier in front of him, then quickly pulled over one of his guards and gave a few instructions in his ear. After hearing what Dever said, the guard immediately turned to look at Gervais and nodded in his direction. Then I saw this guard start to fight and retreat, luring dozens of skeleton soldiers in front of him to move toward Gervais and the others. Don't come here! If you dare to lure me here, I will kill you immediately! When the guard came more than 10 meters behind Gervais and the others, Gervais, with his keen senses, immediately noticed the guard's strange behavior. Random Gervais yelled at the guard. He didn't realize that the guard did it on purpose. But after the guard heard Gervais's warning, instead of changing his direction, he quickened his pace and ran over to Gervais. Grass! Gervais immediately cursed, knowing instantly that the person who came was evil and did it on purpose. Fireball! Gervais was never polite to those who dared to cheat him, and fired 3 fireballs directly at the guard. Boom! 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 Ah! Although this guard had long been prepared to prevent Gervais from attacking him, it was a pity that he underestimated Gervais's casting speed. When he dodged the first fireball from Gervais, the second and third fireballs came instantly and hit him hard in the face. The guard with the Golden Knight cultivation instantly let out a screaming. His whole body was wrapped in fireballs and fell to the ground. However, although the guard was killed by Gervais, the dozens of skeletons rushed directly towards Gervais and others after losing their target. Lachi! Speed up! There are skeletons coming from behind! Gervais immediately took a few steps forward, drank the magic recovery potion that Adela gave him in the morning, and then began to release fireballs at the skeleton soldiers. He does not release fireballs very frequently, and will only attack the skeleton soldiers at the front, because what he needs to do now is to delay time and give Lucky and others time to break through the skeleton soldiers. Guardian of Light! At this time, Adela took the time to look back and saw the situation behind her. Seeing Gervais dealing with dozens of skeleton soldiers alone, she felt a little worried about him. So she took advantage of the situation and blessed Gervais with a protective magic. Although this Guardian of Light is not a protective shield, it can slow down the attack speed of the skeleton soldiers 2 meters in front of Gervais, allowing Gervais to have enough reaction time when encountering danger. Gervais cast a grateful look at Adela, and then began to deal with the skeleton soldiers in the rear. Time passed by, and as everyone fought hard, they gradually rushed forward, and finally opened a breakthrough in the torrent of skeletons. Quick! The passage is open! You enter the passage! When the breach opened, Lucky and the others in front quickly suppressed the skeleton soldiers on both sides, waiting for magicians such as Adela and Gervais to pass. Master Harry! The passage is open! Come here quickly! Adela and the others quickly came to the passage, and then shouted to Gervais, who was still blocking the skeleton soldiers at the end. When Gervais heard the shouting, he turned around and saw Adela and the others had entered the passage. He immediately turned and headed towards the passage. Lucky and the others were too small, and they would definitely not be able to suppress the skeleton soldiers on both sides for too long. Careful! But not long after Gervais turned around, he suddenly heard a whirring sound in his ears. When Gervais turned his head to look, he saw a red fireball the size of a fist shooting towards him. Boom! Ah! The target of this fireball was not Gervais, but a guard in front of him, who was suppressing the skeleton soldiers. The guard was caught off guard, and was hit directly in the back by the fireball. He screamed and fell to the ground instantly. As he fell to the ground, the suppression of the skeleton soldiers on both sides by Lucky and others completely collapsed. The skeleton soldiers immediately surrounded him, and blocked the gap from closing. However, Gervais had no way out at this time, and was surrounded by troops chasing him. Harry! Wizard Harry! Lucky and Adela's expressions suddenly changed. But the dense skeleton soldiers were already standing in front of him, and no one could see Gervais' situation clearly, let alone rescue Gervais. There are still a few skeletons in the young master's passage. We must leave immediately. Lucky, Adela and others also wanted to repel the skeleton soldiers again to open a gap. But at this time, there were still many skeleton soldiers arriving in the passage. If time passed, they would also be trapped in a pincer attack from the front and back, and be blocked. In a narrow passage, several guards warned Lucky while struggling to resist the skeletons in front and behind. Let's go! When Lucky saw that Gervais was completely submerged in the pile of skeletons, and that many dark creatures were indeed coming into the passage, he could only roar and rush towards the passage with the remaining people. Adela also took a deep look at the direction where Gervais was submerged, gritted her silver teeth, and finally followed Lucky and others. Damn it! Dwyer! You better not let me touch you later! Just looking towards the direction of the fireball, Gervais vaguely saw a familiar trainee magician, who was the name of the 3 magicians under De Vere. Gervais was almost certainly the bastard from De Vere who plotted against his group, which made him hate it with itch. At this time, Gervais was surrounded by hundreds of densely packed skeleton soldiers, all of whom rushed towards him without fear of death. If Adela hadn't released a holy light guard for her, slowing down the attack speed of the nearby skeleton soldiers, then he would have been in danger. At this time, Gervais didn't care much, and immediately pulled out the crimson moon from his robe, and started chopping hard among the skeletons. Raising his long sword, he swept in a circle and quickly harvested several skeleton soldiers who were close to him. Gervais then jumped directly on top of the skeleton soldiers' heads to observe the surrounding situation. When the surrounding situation came into full view, Gervais was instantly startled, and his mind quickly began to think of countermeasures. At this time, several teams in the hall had broken into the passage, and the few remaining people were almost surrounded by the skeleton army, and the situation was in a precarious situation, because as most people quickly entered the passage, many skeleton soldiers in the square lost their original goals. In the end, these skeletons surrounded the few remaining people. If they delay for a moment longer, they will face more and more skeleton soldiers. Even if they are exhausted, they will not be able to kill them all. At this time, the nearest passage for Rig Weiss was the one that Lucky and the others entered, but it was blocked by a large number of skeletons. A person who rushed through it would only die. You can only go to the right. Gervais gritted his teeth and made a decision. When he was observing just now, he found that there was a small passage slightly far to the right. Although he didn't know where it led, there were the least number of skeleton soldiers there. Now that he had a target, Gervais simply let go of his hands and feet, and the fighting spirit in his body was instantly released, and he began to fight hard. If he does not use fighting energy at this moment, and waits for the effectiveness of the protection of the holy light to disappear, then he will be in danger. At this moment, no one in the square has enough energy to pay attention to him. Everyone who can leave has left. Those who are still here to fight against the skeleton soldiers are all those who are surrounded and abandoned by their teammates and cannot break out. If not with unlucky luck, it is more likely that he will be drowned in a pile of skeletons in the end. Kill! Wow! Wow! As Gervais' fighting spirit circulated, he slashed out the crimson moon in his hand, and the sound of skeletons falling apart was instantly heard in the field. Hey! The crimson moon actually has an extraordinary killing effect on these skeleton soldiers. After using all his fighting energy to fight, Gervais immediately couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise, because whenever his crimson moon slashes out, the skeleton soldier that is struck by it whether it is hit in the head by Gervais or not, will immediately turn into broken bones, no matter how low it is. And the soul fire in their minds was extinguished instantly. Gervais remembered that when Lucky and the others killed the skeleton soldiers, they had to smash their heads to completely eliminate them. Otherwise, even if the lower body of the skeleton soldiers has been broken up, their heads can still move and their mouths can still bite people. But now, even if Gervais just cuts off the fingers of the skeleton soldiers, he can destroy them immediately and directly extinguish the soul fire in their heads. This makes Gervais very surprised. Gervais did not know that this crimson moon was prepared by Nahum for his Death Knight. In addition to humans, the enemies of Death Knights also include other dark creatures. So this crimson moon naturally takes into account the restraint of dark creatures. Moreover, this crimson moon is forged with the fangs of a giant dragon and has been nourished with the blood of the dragon for hundreds of years, giving it an extraordinary restraint effect on dark creatures. Not to mention these low-level skeleton soldiers. Crimson Moon can also restrain even higher-level dark creatures. As for the real effect, of course, it also depends on the user's own strength. For example, when Gervais did not use Fighting Spirit just now, the effect of Crimson Moon was not so strong. But when Gervais added Fighting Spirit, he became the Scythe of Death to the skeleton soldiers. A ruthless harvesting weapon. Chapter 561 I'm full of spiritual fruits. Relying on the Crimson Moon's super restraining effect on the skeleton soldiers, Gervais was like a divine help who instantly opened his unparalleled power. He instantly cut a path filled with bones from the pile of skeletons, and quickly broke through the siege of the skeleton soldiers. Phew! It feels so good! When Gervais rushed to the right passage, he couldn't help but let out a breath of excitement. The sound of crashing like dominoes falling just now made him feel as if he was venting his emotions. There were no screams, no blood, only bones scattered everywhere. Even the obsessive-compulsive disorder would feel comfortable. Brother Skeleton, I'll come to you next time to relieve stress. I have to rush to find the treasure now. Seeing the still white mass of skeleton soldiers rushing towards him, Gervais walked directly into the passage behind him without stopping. He remembered the real purpose of entering the palace. But there were many treasures waiting to him inside. By the way, treasure hunting. Suddenly, Gervais thought of a good idea. However, Gervais did not implement it immediately. Instead, he ran a certain distance into the passage and completely got rid of the pursuit of the skeleton soldiers. Then he stood on the spot and restored his true appearance. To be honest, a trainee magician is really not suitable for fighting alone without the cooperation of his teammates, especially in a narrow place with buildings everywhere. So Gervais simply restored his true colors and prepared to start his treasure hunting journey with the Crimson Moon. After his face recovered, Gervais took off the magician's robe, revealing a set of shiny armor. At this time, Gervais once again became a title knight, and even if Lucky and others met him, they would not be able to recognize him. After changing his appearance, Gervais started his plan and directly opened his system panel. Exploration function. Activate. Gervais quickly started operating on the system panel. His idea was simple. Since this was the core area of the magician's tower, and there were many treasures, could he use the exploration function to assist him? In this way, you can quickly and accurately find the treasure before others and pocket it. As for the energy points that are consumed, it is a pity. Gervais is currently only prepared to spend 1 point to test the waters. A few energy points cannot buy you a loss. Nor can you be cheated. What's more important is that there are thousands of moving energy points outside the valley. Gervais feels that it is necessary for him to harvest a wave of them when the time comes. As the total number of energy points turned from 90 to 89, radar and red dots immediately appeared on the system panel. Well, it's not far away. Looking in the direction, it should be within the palace complex. Gervais looked at the red dot on the radar, estimated the distance and direction, and felt a little relieved. If the range of the red dot is outside the palace, then his attempt ended in failure, which means that the system panel stack's own treasure hunt will not be of much use. Now that the range of the red dot is within the palace, it should be a good result. Next, Gervais did not dare to waste time and quickly shuttled through the passage. He was worried that if the location of the red dot was visited by others, his little energy point would be in vain. The passage that Gervais entered should be regarded as the edge passage of the palace, specifically for the passage of servants or guards, because this passage goes around the periphery of the palace, and there is no palace building gate opening on one side of the passage. So Gervais didn't even get a chance to enter the building and search for it. However, while there were no treasures, there was also an advantage. That is, Gervais did not encounter any dangers along the way. He only encountered 3 or 2 low-level gray skeleton soldiers who were alone. Gervais just walked up and punched them. Blow their heads away. And then, you can travel unimpeded. After walking through several passages, Gervais' eyes suddenly became brighter. In front of him was a lush botanical garden. Holy crap! It's developed! This is the Potion Botanical Garden. Right. This energy point is well spent. In an instant, Gervais almost drooled, because the botanical garden in front of him was full of magic plants. Before Gervais even entered the botanical garden, the alluring fragrance emitted by the various magic plants hit his nostrils and made his mouth water. The magic circle has failed. It's perfect. The Potion Botanical Garden is naturally one of the most important places in the palace. Originally, Nahum personally set up a magic circle here to prevent anyone from sneaking into the potion garden. Just a few hundred years have passed, and the magic power of the magic circle in the potion garden has long since disappeared. Previously, you could still rely on the palace's overall defensive magic circle to supply magic power. But when the palace's magic circle was completely destroyed, the magic potion garden was like a slithering beauty, waiting for Gervais to do whatever he wanted. Gervais was naturally not polite, and hurried to the potion garden immediately. Second level magic potion purple lotus fruit? Crunch. Crunch. Well, it tastes good. Sweeter than grapes. First level magic medicine Longxiang Qinghua? Crunch. Crunch. Damn. I'm a little bit sour. For the sake of strength, I admit it. Hey, Moonlight Spirit Fruit. I'm afraid there must be 40 or 50 of them. If Adela doesn't jump up when she sees it, well, forget it. Let's have a taste first. Gaz. Not to mention, the sour and sweet ones are delicious. It's a pity that I don't know necromancy magic. Otherwise it would be of great benefit. No matter what, it's always right to eat them first. I don't have a storage ring to take them away. Next, Gervais began to clean up the medicine garden. He started directly with the delicious spiritual fruit and ate it with open belly. He ate for more than 10 minutes. Finally, Gervais, who was full, sat on the ground, constantly circulate Do Qi to relieve the discomfort caused by the backlog of spiritual fruit effects. Although his digestive system has been strengthened, which not only enhances the ability to absorb, but also has first-class digestion ability, he ate too much. Anyone else would have exploded on the spot. The elixir is indeed extraordinary. As long as I take it 3 or 2 more times, I will be able to break through and become a peak silver knight. After practicing for more than 10 minutes, Gervais finally felt better and stood up from the ground. Seeing that there were still a lot of magic potions and spiritual fruits around, Gervais wanted to eat more. But he was really full. I really can't eat any more. I can only come here first and try to find a way to find Adela and the others later. Adela has storage space on her hands and can take away all these magic potions and spiritual fruits. If they are taken away by other, I'll be in big trouble if people find out. After thinking for a moment, Gervais decided to leave here first. After all, I can't eat anything now, and I can't take it with me. So staying here won't help. It's better to rush towards the core of the palace first, not only to search for other treasures, but also to see if you can meet Adela and others. After making a plan, Gervais quickly walked around the medicine field, picked a dozen potion plants that looked like they were ordinary goods, put them into jade boxes, and then left from the real entrance and exit of the potion garden. Go out. The narrow entrance that Gervais entered just now should be regarded as the back door. It is usually used by servants to take care of the growth of the potion. At this time, the entrance and exit that Gervais was walking through was extremely wide, heading towards the core of the palace. As Gervais continued to advance, there were more buildings on both sides of the road, and Gervais also began to encounter some dark creatures. Chapter 562 Weird Stone Statue. Let's go take a look around the building first and see if there are any good things. After dealing with dozens of skeleton soldiers wandering on the street, Gervais swayed and walked directly towards the door of a building on the roadside. After coming out of the Potion Botanical Garden, he did not immediately activate the exploration function. Because Gervais has used search dozens of times, he has some understanding of how to use this search function to find the type that suits his heart. For example, if you spend some energy points on exploration, you will definitely be able to find low-level potion plants. And it is very likely that the location of the red dot will appear in the potion plant garden behind Gervais later. So if he doesn't want to waste energy points, he can only increase the level of exploration and directly use 10 energy points to search, or a higher level, such as 100 energy points. After thinking and weighing for a moment, Gervais planned to explore 1 or 2 rooms first to see what was going on in the palace. If there were treasures everywhere. Of course, he wouldn't waste energy points. If there are not as many treasures in the palace as imagined, then using the exploration function would be worthwhile. Shiyu. When Gervais came to the building in front of him, he found that the door of the house was closed. Apparently no one had taken care of it for a long time, and it was covered with thick dust. When Gervais pushed the door open with force, the door creaked, and the thick dust continued to fall. Gervais quickly covered his mouth and nose, and waited until the dust cleared before looking inside. However, it was so dark inside that Gervais couldn't see clearly. After confirming that there was no movement inside, Gervais took out a deep-sea pearl and walked in. In an instant, the entire interior of the building was illuminated by the deep-sea pearl. The house is very wide and single-story, so the roof looks even higher, except for the large stone pillars used for support. All the illuminated areas can be seen at a glance. After looking around for a while, Gervais was basically sure what the house was used for, because there were many containers and jade boxes on the walls on both sides, where the potion plants are stored. Gervais took a step closer, and using the light from the deep-sea pearl, he discovered that the names of various potion plants were marked on the wooden cabinets, and they were sorted and visited neatly. However, Gervais was not happy to see this situation, because hundreds of years had passed, and the dust in this place was almost half a foot thick. It would be strange if there was still a complete potion in it. Bangta. Sure enough, when Gervais opened 4 or 5 jade boxes one after another, they were all so empty. Not even the dregs were left, and some were still dust. If the potion is planted in the soil and has not been pulled out, it must be like the potion garden just now. The longer it is, the more abundant it will be. But if you put it in this jade box, after a year and a half, the efficacy of the medicine will begin to wear off, and then it will become worthless. Unless, Gervais remembered what Lucky had mentioned to him last time, saying that the storage space was not only convenient for storage and collection, but also that items that could be stored in the storage space would never deteriorate. Because the storage space is a very strange space. There is no such thing as the passage of time. Looking at the shelves full of jade boxes on the wall, Gervais smashed them. He felt it was a pity. There were at least hundreds of jade boxes in this room, which meant that hundreds of potion plants were just destroyed like this. It is left here to wither and rot. But it's a pity. Gervais just discovered a potion garden, so naturally he won't worry about it. He just looked at it for a moment, and then moved away to look elsewhere. Hey! How come there are 2 such weird stone sculptures? Just when Gervais shifted his gaze from the shelves and looked deeper into the room, he suddenly discovered that there were 2 weird statues in front of him. The reason why it is weird is that the 2 statues are hung upside down on the wall, and the statues are quite large, each over 2 meters high. As for the appearance, it was even more lifelike. Gervais looked at it carefully and found that it looked very similar to a bat. And this extra-large stone bat statue looked even more sinister and dangerous. Gervais looked carefully for a moment, and when he found nothing else, he didn't care and continued to approach the 2 statues, because he saw a table there. If there was anything good in this empty room, Gervais felt that it must be in the drawer of the table. Wrong! Gervais had only taken 2 steps when he suddenly felt a palpitation in his heart, as if there was some danger approaching. This was an intuition he had gained after a long battle. It could be regarded as an instinct on the battlefield, but Gervais's instinct was even more intense. Just strong. Clang. Gervais pulled out his long sword without hesitation, lowered his body, and looked around. If there was any sudden danger, he could counterattack immediately. But after observing for a while, Gervais found nothing suspicious. Could it be these 2 things? Gervais finally set his sights on the 2 bat statues. The house was empty. The surroundings were open and unobstructed, and there was no place where danger could lurk. However, the 2 statues in front were very strange. As soon as I took a few steps closer, I immediately felt a warning sign. Something weird! As the saying goes, there must be monsters when things go wrong. Gervais will not doubt his fighting instincts, because this feeling of early warning has been verified many times. Whether it's for this reason or not, just to be on the safe side, let's cut it off. With this thought in his mind, Gervais did not hesitate at all. He simply raised the crimson moon and slashed at one of the statues. There is no such thing as protecting ancient buildings in this world. Life is the first priority. Sure. But just when Gervais raised the crimson moon and prepared to chop it forward, something suddenly happened in front of him. I saw that the 2 huge, motionless stone bat statues in front of me actually came to life and began to move on the wall. As the 2 stone statues began to shake, The stones on their surfaces were cracking. And then, they heard the falling stones, leaving rubble all over the floor. What the hell? A gargoyle? Gervais frowned slightly. Although he was mentally prepared, this change was still beyond his expectation. What is management? Die first! Gervais was not stunned. He just reacted after being stunned for a moment, and was immediately ready to take action. It would be too late if he didn't cut it. As Gervais let out a loud roar, he took 2 steps forward, and the crimson moon in his hand quickly slashed towards the body of one of the gargoyles. This gargoyle transformed the fastest. At this time, the stones on its body had fallen off, and its wings were slowly stretching again. Poof! Chirp! The crimson moon in Gervais's hand slashed firmly across the gargoyle's abdomen. With a pop, half of the sword blade of the crimson moon sank directly into the gargoyle's body. The crimson blood immediately flowed from the gargoyle, splashing out of the body. Then the gargoyle let out a shrill scream, quickly broke away from the wall, and then suddenly flapped its wings and swooped towards Gervais. Gervais had already been prepared. When the gargoyle flew towards him, he leaned back and then put the crimson moon on his chest. When the gargoyle flew towards him, the crimson moon came directly from him. Its chest was scratched to its abdomen. Boom! The gargoyle, whose entire chest and abdomen was cut open, only slid in midair for a distance of 2 or 3 meters, and then fell heavily onto the stone slab of the hall, hitting the solid wall in front of it before stopping. Afterwards, the gargoyle could no longer get up, and could only lie on the ground twitching continuously. It was obvious that it was not far from death. After destroying all the gargoyles, Gervais had no time to continue paying attention, because there was another one waiting for Gervais. At this time, another gargoyle had taken advantage of this gap to complete its transformation, and was hovering in the air with wings more than 2 meters wide. Its eyes with green light were staring at Gervais, his eyes full of lust, blood and murderous intent. Eat a fireball from me! Seeing this, Gervais didn't say much and directly shot a big fireball towards the gargoyle in the air. Gervais can finally sense the strength of this gargoyle, and it is actually comparable to the strength of a high-level gold. If he hadn't struck preemptively just now, he would probably have been attacked by 2 high-level gargoyles comparable to gold. Sure, the gargoyle that had fully recovered its strength was obviously not that easy to deal with. When Gervais's fireball was about to reach in front of it, the gargoyle quickly flapped its wings and dodged the fireball attack in a flash. After dodging Gervais's fireball, the gargoyle hovered again and immediately attacked Gervais. As it let out a sharp cry, a crescent-shaped light blade struck it, formed in front of the body. This light blade exuded a green light, and the moment it appeared, it flew towards Gervais below. Seeing this, Gervais certainly didn't dare to take a hard hit. He quickly circulated his fighting spirit and flew to the side to avoid the attack of the light blade. Boom! After being dodged by Gervais, the light blade struck directly on the bluestone floor, instantly cutting the stone slabs on the ground into pieces. It's quite powerful! Gervais saw the broken stone slabs on the ground and gained a new understanding of the gargoyles. But Gervais is not afraid either. If the gargoyle hadn't been hanging in the air, he would have gone up to chop it with the crimson moon. You must know that the crimson moon has super lethality against dark creatures. Fireball! Gervais quickly constructed a matrix, and then continued to fire fireballs at the gargoyle in midair, instantly releasing a total of 5 consecutive fireballs. When the gargoyle saw that he missed a single hit, he wanted to hit him again. As he waved his wings, he sent out another light blade, which instantly collided with Gervais's first fireball. Boom! The light blade and the fireball collided and exploded violently, instantly illuminating the room like daylight. However, Gervais fired a total of 5 fireballs. The first one was cancelled out, but the next 4 continued to shoot towards the gargoyle. Sure, the gargoyle originally wanted to dodge, but Gervais's fireball had already figured out all the angles he could dodge. In the end, a fireball hit the gargoyle's wings hard. As the gargoyle let out a sharp scream, its whole body staggered and almost fell from the air. Finally, he flapped his wings vigorously and finally stabilized his figure slightly. It's so durable! Gervais originally thought that a fireball could at least seriously injure the gargoyle, especially if it hit its wings. However, he only suffered minor injuries and was still able to fly in midair. Even a human golden knight would definitely be seriously injured if he was hit by a fireball as big as Gervais without any defense. If it hits a vital part, it would be normal for him to die on the spot. Just when Gervais discovered that the gargoyle's defense was strong, after the angry gargoyle knew that he could not cause harm to Gervais with his light blade, his green eyes suddenly became sharp. I saw the gargoyle's wings suddenly waving rapidly, and then dived towards Gervais Mayas at an extremely fast speed. The sharp claws were placed in front, wanting to tear Gervais directly into pieces. Well done! When Gervais saw the gargoyle rushing toward him, instead of panicking, he was overjoyed. He had been waiting for this moment. This move of the gargoyle undoubtedly accelerated its death. Critical strike and slash with one sword. Gervais' fighting spirit reached its peak. He adjusted his posture at an extremely fast speed, and with a loud roar, he jumped up and slashed towards the gargoyle. Puff! Puff! As two crisp sounds came, the two sharp claws of the gargoyle were cut off from the side by Gervais. Chirp! The gargoyle could not have imagined that the human in front of her would react so quickly. And because her claws were chopped off by Gervais, the severe pain immediately made her unable to control her body, and she fell directly to the ground. Boom! Boom! As two muffled sounds came, a large amount of dust was raised in the room. The muffled sounds belonged to the falling sounds of Gervais and the gargoyle respectively. Although Gervais escaped the fatal attack of the gargoyle, he was still swept by the gargoyle's wings and hit the ground heavily. Bah! Gervais stood up slowly while holding his dizzy head, spitting dust from his mouth. After standing firm, Gervais looked at the gargoyle not far away. At this time, the gargoyle still wanted to escape. Stop struggling. Go in peace. Unfortunately, its legs were chopped off by Gervais, and its wings were somewhat damaged by the fireball just now. At this moment, it could no longer flap its wings to escape. Whenever the gargoyle flies up more than 1 meter, it will hit the ground hard. Gervais didn't want to delay any more time, so he took 2 steps forward quickly while holding the crimson moon, and then fiercely inserted the long sword into the gargoyle's head. Puff! As the sound came, the gargoyle completely lost its voice. Chapter 563 Good Luck Comes. Huh. It's really eye-opening since I came to the Holy Continent. I'll have to read more when I go back. Looking at the 2 giant bats that were extremely dead, Gervais breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he got Crimson Moon a few days ago. Otherwise, he would never have been able to deal with these 2 big bats so easily today. As for the gargoyles, Gervais named them himself. He didn't know what these 2 things were called in the Holy Continent. He would have to look it up after he returned. Well, the fireball technique just now seems to have no effect on it. Suddenly, Gervais remembered something. So he walked around to the side of the gargoyle and looked at its wings. Gervais could remember that his fireball hit the gargoyle's wings firmly. But its wings, which seemed to have only a thin film, were intact and were not punctured or burned. Well, it's just a little burn. Is it like in the previous game? Resistant to magic? Gervais observed carefully for a moment and remembered the settings in the game in his previous life. But he was not sure. After all, the game was a game, and now it was a real different world. Never mind it. They are all dead anyway. The first thing is to see if there is anything good in the desk. Since he did not dare to make a conclusion, Gervais put it behind him. He had already seen many skeleton soldiers shaking outside the door. They were obviously attracted by the fierce fighting sound just now. So this place was already there. Can't stay long. Soon, Gervais came to the desk at the far end of the room, which should have been used to register the entry and exit of magic potion plants. There was a chair tilted next to it. Gervais focused his attention directly on the drawers of the desk. The desk had a total of 3 drawers. A large drawer in the middle, and small drawers on the left and right sides. Come on! Let me see if there are any good babies! Gervais opened the largest drawer in the middle, with the excitement of opening a treasure box. Nothing at all. Unfortunately, there was only a thick potion registration book in the middle drawer. And nothing else. Gervais briefly opened the book, and could only shake his head helplessly. Next, Gervais refused to give up. He finally managed to deal with 2 gargoyles. But he didn't even catch any hair. This was so unworthy. Squeaky. Then Gervais pulled out the small drawer on the left. But this time it was empty. Not even a piece of paper. It seems that all my luck today has been spent in the Potion Botanical Garden. Gervais scratched his head and muttered in frustration. This was a far cry from the treasure hunt he had imagined. Finally, Gervais had no expectations and casually opened the last small drawer on the right side. Sure enough, nothing. Bangta. Huh? What the H.L.? When Gervais saw the half-empty drawer, he was disappointed and just about to turn around and prepare to leave. But suddenly, he heard a banging sound coming from the drawer, as if some gadget was driven by the drawer and rolled up. Gervais suddenly became energetic. He didn't get anything from the front 2 drawers. If this could produce something good, it would be regarded as the reward for his battle just now. Gervais turned around quickly, then fully opened the rightmost drawer. stretched his head, and looked inside. When Gervais looked at a corner of the drawer, he immediately saw a silver-black ring lying there. Ring? Gervais was a little confused, and couldn't help but pick it up and look at it carefully. This ring is completely oval, and has no complicated craftsmanship. There is only a small skull carved on it right above the ring. In order to observe the ring more carefully, Gervais couldn't help but put the ring on the corner of his clothes and rubbed it, wiping off all the dirt and dust, so that the ring finally revealed its full appearance. Hey! It's actually an inscription. Could it be? When Gervais put the clean ring in front of his eyes again, he immediately discovered that there were many small inscriptions on the inner ring of the ring. Although these inscriptions are small, they are extremely complicated and take up a lot of the inner ring of the ring, which is not very large. But after Gervais saw these inscriptions, his heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and he realized something. This other world is not like the previous life. Except for women. Very few men wear jewelry. The ring in Gervais's hand had a skull pattern on the front, so it was naturally ruled out that it was for a woman. Also, because the status of craftsmen in this world is not high, very few craftsmen would leave patterns or marks on jewelry. Anyone who dares to put their own logo on something worn by aristocratic ladies and ladies is not insulting. It is an absolute disgrace to longevity. But there is an inscription on the inner ring of this ring, so there is only one possibility. This thing is probably a magic equipment. Gervais no longer thought about it, and quickly put the silver-black ring on his finger. Not to mention, the ring is just the right size for Gervais. Brother Glory bless you! Gervais muttered silently in his heart, and then concentrated his mental power towards the ring on his hand. Boom! The moment Gervais' mental power touched the silver-black ring, his consciousness seemed to have entered a new world. His consciousness is actually between reality and a strange space. He can sense it in real time whether it is the real world or a strange space. It's a very amazing feeling. I'm so lucky that I found a treasure. At this time, Gervais was 1,000 times happier than when he entered the Potion Botanical Garden, because the ring on his hand turned out to be the legendary space ring. With it, it means that Gervais can access things that will like Adela, without having to worry about being unable to carry too many items when he is on the road. There should be 7 or 8 cubes in this space. Gervais carefully sensed the situation in this space and immediately understood its size. At this time, there were several jade boxes and a wooden box staying quietly inside the space ring of Gervais. Gervais didn't think much about it. He over-controlled his mental power and extended it to the only wooden box. As Gervais thought, the wooden box disappeared in the space the next moment, and then suddenly appeared in Gervais's mind. Sees hands. Ha ha! What a baby! The operation of this space ring is very simple. As simple as Gervais taking out the kiwi fruit from the system panel. So he is also familiar with it. When the wooden box appeared in his hand, Gervais temporarily closed the storage space, but looked at the wooden box in his hand and slowly opened it. As Gervais opened the wooden box, he saw 2 things in the wooden box: an ancient book and a bottle of colorless and transparent liquid. Huh? What is this? Gervais first picked up the well-sealed transparent liquid bottle and looked at it, and finally put it back because he didn't recognize it. After putting down the bottle, Gervais carefully took out the ancient book. This book is not thick, only a few dozen pages, but it feels quite textured. Gervais looked at the cover again. Apart from being slightly yellowed, there was no text mark on it. It must be some kind of handwritten book. Thinking of this, Gervais immediately slowly opened the book. The first thing that caught his eye were 4 big words: Pharmacy Configuration Manual. Chapter 564, Pharmacy Configuration Manual. Pharmacy Configuration Manual? I wonder if it will be worth anything if it is sold. Books on potion preparation are not rare in the Holy Continent, and there are even special professors in Alliance College. However, whether the potions book is valuable depends on the specific potion formulas recorded in it. If it is an ordinary formula that is available everywhere, it is worthless. At most it can cost dozens of silver coins, or 1 or 2 gold coins. If there is a better secret recipe that can improve the success rate of potion configuration, then it is valuable. Or more simply, it is the secret recipe of a rare potion. If it is this, it may become a priceless treasure that can no longer be measured by simple gold coins. Although the book in Gervais's hands was a handwritten manuscript, Gervais did not have high expectations, because if it is really very precious, it should not appear in this potion storage warehouse, according to common sense. Of course, all this depends on the content. So Gervais turned directly to the next page, wanting to see what medicine formulas it recorded. When Gervais turned to the next page, the words Magic Restoration Potion came into view immediately. Fortunately, I didn't have high hopes. Otherwise, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Although Gervais did not understand the configuration of magic potion, when he saw the name of the first potion formula, his heart went cold. This magical power restoration potion is common and cheap as standard in all pharmacies. It is equivalent to the tobacco and alcohol in the canteen in the previous life. They are all standard items in small shops. And if such a recipe for magic recovery potion can be recorded in this book, can you expect any rare special potion to be recorded behind it? The first course taught by pharmacists at Rangia Alliance High School is also the preparation of this magic potion, because it is simple and practical. And the materials required are also very cheap. Even a junior magician can prepare it after learning and gaining experience. Come out. With a slightly disappointed feeling, Gervais turned to the next page again. Fighting Chi Restoration Potion. Sure enough, they are all basic potion formulas. It seems that this should be the space ring of a magic apprentice. He probably has some close relationship with Mage Nahum, and that's why he obtained this ring. Gervais made a guess in his mind. The original owner of this space ring should not be very powerful, but his identity is still open to question because he can possess the space ring. Then Gervais no longer read carefully, but quickly looked at the back one page after another. Gervais had never even heard of some of the potions in the back, but in his opinion, they were not considered high-end. The recipe, I just glanced at it and turned it over. Huh? But just when Gervais was about to turn to the next few pages, he suddenly saw some familiar fonts. He was instantly startled, and then quickly turned back. Secret recipe for psychic potion. When Gervais turned back to the page just now, several big words fell into Gervais's eyes. After Gervais recited it silently, he was stunned on the spot, wondering if he had read it wrong. Psychic potion. Isn't this the potion Adela has been looking for? It can strengthen communication with the dark world. Gervais confirmed again, and found that the words on the page were indeed psychic potion. Then his heart started beating loudly, and his hands began to tremble slightly. Last night, Gervais heard Adela talk about how precious the psychic potion was. The formula of the potion had been lost for a long time. At that time, Gervais thought that Adela had no hope of finding the psychic potion, and he was quite worried. I feel sorry for this rich lady. Who would have thought that just after entering this palace, I would encounter the secret recipe for the psychic potion? This was like a gold brick falling from the sky, and it almost knocked Gervais unconscious. Psychic potion is not only needed by Adela. Almost all magicians who practice necromancy want to get it, because strengthening communication with the dark world is of great benefit to their undead magic practice. And it is also permanent. It's just that psychic potions are hard to find. Except for those like Adela who have to find them. Most people won't ask for it, because even if psychic potions appear, they won't be able to afford them. Therefore, it can be seen from this point that the formula of the psychic potion in Gervais's hand is extremely precious. And it is absolutely priceless. After the psychic potion is successfully prepared, it will appear colorless and transparent. Let me stop you. Could it be that the bottle contains the psychic potion? As Gervais looked at the detailed configuration process of the psychic potion, he immediately saw what it would look like after the psychic potion was successfully configured. And isn't this description exactly the bottle of colorless and transparent liquid that is well sealed in the wooden box? Gervais felt like he was really lucky. Surprises came one after another. No wonder they say that a man is not rich without windfall, and a horse is not fat without night grass. As long as I manage it properly, I will fly into the sky. Do I still need to sell my qualifications as an auditor to earn travel expenses? A few minutes later, Gervais returned to the Potion Botanical Garden. At this time, the Potion Botanical Garden was still quiet, and no one had been here during the time Gervais left. Gervais did not delay, walked directly into the Potion Botanical Garden, and then started picking from the nearest potion plant. Whether it was potions or spiritual fruits, Gervais did not let go of any of them. They were all carefully put into the jade box, and then placed in the space ring. Chapter 565 Manual of the Undead. Half an hour later, Gervais gently rubbed the space ring with his fingers, and left the Potion Botanical Garden with a satisfied smile on his face. The appearance of the Potion Botanical Garden also changed at this time, and the muddy ground that was originally covered with lush potion plants has become bare. On top of it, only a few sparsely grown potion plant seedlings still existed, looking lonely and helpless. The same is true for the tall elixir fruit tree on the other side. All the ripe fruits have been picked. Only some small fruits that have not yet grown are still hanging on the branches and swaying in the wind. These remaining small seedlings and small fruits were deliberately created by Gervais for the sake of sustainable development. He is a time traveler who is civilized and understands ecology. Next, Gervais began to rush along the passage towards the core area of the palace non-stop. He has already tasted the benefits in the potion warehouse and fantasizes about finding some more treasures to enrich his family. Soon Gervais came to a group of buildings. After identifying a building, he opened the door and walked in. Why is there nothing? A few minutes later, Gervais, who was originally smiling, still had a smile on his face. The ideal is full, but the reality is often skinny. Gervais didn't even get a hair in this room. Next, Gervais, who was unwilling to give up, started searching along the passage again. Unfortunately, Gervais entered 3 buildings in succession to search, but did not see anything good. Although he did not encounter any strange dark creatures during the search, the failure to find the treasure made Gervais more uncomfortable than encountering monsters. What the HL? This is the sense of gap! Gervais walked out of a room in despair again. This magician's palace is not the king's palace. Except for the big leak he just picked up by luck, Gervais did not see even the most common gold furnishings in the following houses. He felt the huge gap and felt a little unhappy. Balance. How about spending 10 energy points to give it a try? At this time, Gervais's location was close to the magician's tower and should be considered the core area. However, because he came from outside, he has not encountered other figures yet. He felt that if he didn't find some treasures quickly, it would be really difficult to get any benefits when others came. Moreover, he lacks understanding of various things in the Holy Continent. If it is not very obvious, and he can see something valuable at a glance, he may miss it even if it is placed in front of him. Thinking of this, Gervais no longer hesitated and directly opened his system panel. Exploration function. Activate. As the system panel once again deducted 10 energy points from Gervais, Gervais saw the red dots begin to flash on the radar. This is going to the left. Treasure! I'm coming! After looking at the position of the red dot and finding the direction, Gervais immediately started to move. This was a treasure that cost 10 energy points, so no one could get there first. Next, Gervais quickly ran inside the palace. There are obviously more skeleton soldiers in this core area, and most of them are green skeleton soldiers. Occasionally, 1 or 2 red skeletons can be seen. Gervais ignored them and directly waved the crimson moon to flatten the skeleton soldiers blocking the way, and then passed quickly. When those skeletons saw Gervais escaping quickly, they also followed him in the direction he left. Huh? Someone! Just as Gervais was getting closer to the location of the red dot, he suddenly saw a figure appearing in front of him. Gervais immediately stopped and looked at the figures carefully. Dever? You are such a bastard. You finally let me meet you. There were more than 20 people in front of Gervais, but Gervais only knew one of them, and that was Dwyer. Although it was precisely because of the scumbag Dwyer that Gervais was causing trouble that he got so many benefits by going around to the Potion Botanical Garden as a blessing in disguise. But this didn't make Gervais give up his murderous intention. If Gervais was really just a trainee magician at that time, and if there was no Crimson Moon, he would have been tricked to death by Dwyer and torn to pieces among the skeletons. At this time, Devere and the others in front were walking towards a magnificent and gorgeous building, and they all looked excited. What a coincidence! My red dot should also be in that room. Gervais looked at his red dot and found that he was inside that large building. So, Gervais immediately took steps and ran towards the building in front. Gervais naturally did not enter through the main entrance, but went around to the side of the building. After arriving at the side, Gervais looked at the windowsill more than 3 meters high, and then jumped up with an easy vertical leap. After arriving at the window, Gervais gently pushed open half of the window, and the situation inside was immediately clear. This should be a library hall. At this time, Devere and his team were fighting with several dark creatures. Gervais did not recognize those dark creatures. One of them was a ferocious demon dog. Its head was comparable to a tiger's head, and its body was stronger than a bull. Fireballs shot out from its mouth one after another, causing Dwyer and his party to jump. In addition, there were 3 ghoul-like dark creatures. Gervais did not know their real names, but they looked similar to ghouls, so he chose a ghoul to count. Soon Gervais finally found Dwyer's figure on the outside of the battle circle. Seignior Valid, this is the library hall of the Magician's Tower. We are rich. At this time, Dwyer did not participate in the battle, but stayed beside the intermediate magician Valid. Looking at the densely packed bookshelves around him, Dwyer spoke excitedly to Valid. Ha ha. Junior Duel. Although there are many out-of-print books in these books, they are not particularly treasured books. The truly precious ones may be in the study room upstairs. Because of his teacher's status as the vice president of the Magician Association, Valad still took good care of Dwyer. From time to time, he would release magic at the magic dog in front of him, and he would answer Dwyer with a smile on his face when he was free. Is it a way to nourish the heart of the dead? Heart of the dead. Dwyer knew about it when he teamed up with Adela and Lucky, but he thought it was just a rumor. How could there be such a heaven-defying thing? Now hearing Valad say this, he thought this was what Valad was talking about. I'm not sure about the heart of the undead, but Mage Nahum's Manual of the Undead is probably on it. Handbook of the Undead? Are you still in the Magician's Tower? Although Valad is not talking about the heart of the dead, but Dwyer was still shocked when he heard the Manual of the Dead. Nahum's Manual of the Undead, which records all his improved undead magic books, has disappeared without a trace since the death of the magician Nahum. Chapter 566. Gather together. Whenever people talk about Mage Nahum, what they talk about the most is naturally his powerful strength, and the reason why he is strong is inseparable from his improved undead magic. For example, with the ordinary summoning skeleton technique, with the same strength, you may be able to summon 2 lowest level gray skeleton soldiers, but Wizard Nahum can summon 4 skeleton soldiers while consuming less magic power, and there is a certain chance of summoning green skeleton soldiers. And this kind of thing does not only happen to low-level summoning spells. Magister Nahum has also improved many high-level magics. This has been confirmed, and is not just a rumor like the heart of the dead. Therefore, one can imagine how precious this Manual of the Undead is. It can be said that as long as you get this Manual of the Undead, even if you don't practice it, even if you sell it, the price will be sky high. Moreover, you can also sell magic spells based on individual skills. Really, as long as you get them, it means a steady stream of wealth. According to my review of the Alliance history and some inquiring information, the Manual of the Dead is indeed still in the Magician's Tower, and it is most likely in the study room dedicated to the Magician Nahum on the 2nd floor of the Library Hall. When Sorcerer Nahum died in the battle, his body was snatched back, but except for the magic wand and the space ring that became empty due to the consumption of supplies, people did not find anything else on him. Valad whispered. The reason why Valad wanted to tell Dwyer such a secret was because he hoped that if he really found Mage Nahum's Manual of the Undead, he would share some of the profits with his mentor and let him share the risk. Valad himself is an intermediate magician of the fire system and cannot practice undead magic at all. When the time comes, this undead manual will have to be sold. As for Nahum's Handbook of the Undead, which is a priceless treasure, if the background is not strong enough, as soon as it appears, it is likely to be robbed or exploited by others, and you may not even be able to save your life. After all, those who can afford this thing are all respectable big shots. To big shots, this little mid-level magician is really just a reptile-like existence. But with Devere's father as a magician on his side, he can safely collect money, exchange the money for resources, and then work hard to improve his cultivation. Seignior Valad, let's quickly search the 2nd floor. After hearing Valad's words, Devere's heart was filled with heat. He could not stay still. He immediately urged Valad in a low voice and wanted to go towards the stairs. Well, I'll go up immediately, but you have to help me take cover. Everyone is still fighting now. I will take the opportunity to search upstairs first. If I really find the Manual of the Undead, it will only belong to the 2 of us. Good. Upon hearing Valad's words, Dwyer immediately nodded in approval. Naturally, the less people share something like this, the better. After the 2 made their decision, Valad glanced around and found that no one was paying attention to him. So he took the opportunity to slowly move back, and then disappeared into the corridor behind. Those fighting in front did not notice that Valad had left. They were all focused on dealing with the dark creatures. Only Gervais's eyes flashed, although he could not hear the conversation between Devere and Valad. But when he saw the sneaky looks of Devere and Valad, he immediately knew that the 2 men might be looking for some treasure. So after seeing Valad walking into the corridor, Gervais slowly opened the window in front of him completely, and then slipped in quietly. When he arrived at the book hall, Gervais quickly came to the stair passage under the cover of the bookshelf, and no one in the hall noticed his arrival. Arriving at the entrance of the corridor and confirming that there was no one in the corridor, Gervais dodged and touched directly upward. In order to see what Valad wanted to do, Gervais decided to temporarily leave Dwyer alive and let him live for a few more minutes. This library hall is actually like a library in a previous life. Not only is it luxurious and spacious inside, it is not dark either, because there are many deep-sea pearls inlaid above the room, making it as bright as day. After Gervais quietly arrived on the 2nd floor, he did not see Valad's figure. Instead, he saw a double door open in the corridor ahead, and he immediately knew that Valid had entered the room. Gervais quickly came to the door of the room and looked inside. Sure enough, he saw Valid rummaging around inside. This room is a large and luxurious study room. There are many bookshelves in the study room, and there is also this large exquisite desk. And Valid is rummaging in front of the large desk. Not long after Gervais went upstairs, several waves of people came outside the door of the library hall again. It's no wonder that so many people gathered here. The main reason is that the building of this library hall is one of the few luxurious and spacious ones in the Mage's Tower Palace. And through the huge windows, you can see that the place is as bright as day. The team that found the nearby area naturally came closer when they saw it from a distance. Just like a group of sharks smelled the smell of blood. Devil, this place has been occupied by our holy city of Kes and Kid. You can go somewhere else. I had just finished taking care of the hell demon dog and a few zombie monsters, but I saw a large group of people coming in. The faces of the people in the holy city of Kes and the holy city of Kid were very ugly. Ha ha. Burnley. Alden. This palace belongs to Sorcerer Nahum. It doesn't belong to anyone, so of course we can enter. Moreover, even if I am willing to leave with my own people in this situation, look at whether these people behind me will leave. Darville looked at Burnley and Alden in front of him with a smile. Outside the palace, they still suppressed the collaborators of other weak families, but when they entered the palace, they inevitably became competitors. So Darville did not retire at all. In addition, what he said is true. Even if he is willing to quit, the other teams behind him will definitely not be happy. The total number of their subsequent waves was at least more than 70. Several of these teams had actually discovered this place before, but at that time, they did not dare to break in alone because they were too few in number. After all, the Holy City of Kes and Key to Shing City is also home to two behemoths within the Holy Alliance. But when the number of people gathered to a certain extent and they saw Darville and others arriving here, they naturally gained the confidence to follow them together. At this time, seeing that this place turned out to be a library hall, no one was willing to leave empty-handed. In this magician's tower, apart from magic equipment and potion plants, the most precious and valuable thing left is books. By the way, I forgot to introduce to you. This is Miss Lolita from the Holy Trading Company. Darville saw that the teams around him felt ready to make a move, and he introduced Burnley and Odell with a smile. What? Miss Lolita? Even Burnley and Alden were surprised. They really didn't know that the eldest lady of the Holy Alliance had also come to the Magician Tower. And because Darville concealed the news last night, they didn't receive any news. The two of them looked at the extremely enchanting but silent Lolita for a moment, their faces uncertain, and finally thought for a moment before finally letting go. Now that Miss Lolita is here, this face must be given to us by the Holy City of Kes and the Holy City of Kid. Miss Lolita, Darville, why don't we discuss how to distribute the books in this library? Chapter 567, The Incident Happened. Oh, I wonder how you plan to distribute it. Darville glanced at Lolita slightly, and found that Lolita had no reaction to Burnley and Alden's suggestions. Instead, she looked at the crowd from time to time, obviously looking for someone. So he smiled at Burnley and Alden. Lee asked, This library hall was the first one we discovered, and we also spent great efforts to kill the H.L. dog and several ghouls. So we need to separate the books on this floor into 3 floors. Burnley's eyes were sharp, and he scanned the crowd intently, speaking as he scanned. Anything else? Darville made no comment, waiting for Burnley's next words. To be honest, although there are many books on this floor, they are definitely not as valuable as those in the study on the 2nd floor. After all, the precious books are the most important to Wizard Nahum, so they must be placed in the study. Then all the books in the study room on the 2nd floor belong to us. You can allocate the rest by yourself. No. Impossible. Before Darville could say anything, the people around him refused and objected, and the crowd began to commotion. Adela, Lucky and his group were also among them, and Lucky also objected excitedly. Ha ha! Found it! Wizard Nahum's Manual of the Undead is really here. I'm going to make a fortune. While there was a commotion and quarrel downstairs about how to distribute the benefits of the library, Valid, who secretly sneaked into the study room on the 2nd floor and kept rummaging around, suddenly laughed out loud when he found something. Then he took out a heavy book from a hidden compartment on the desk. The cover of this book is made of special animal skin, and the corners are edged with silver white metal. Just by looking at the appearance, you can tell that it is definitely an extraordinary book. And in the center of the book are several large gilt characters, Handbook of the Dead. It was when Valid saw these gilded characters that he couldn't restrain his excitement and burst into laughter. You have to go back quickly. Otherwise others will become suspicious if you meet us. After laughing happily a few times, Valid immediately stopped smiling and prepared to leave the study. Now that the manual of the undead has been obtained, all he needs to do is to hide it, and then quietly bring it back to the academy and ask De Vere's father, the vice president of the Magician Association, to help find a buyer. Thinking of this, Valid quickly walked around the desk, and then walked towards the study door, wanting to get back downstairs as quickly as possible. Just as Valid stepped out of the study door, a sense of crisis suddenly came to his heart. Fire shield technique! Valid also has many years of combat experience. The moment this crisis appeared, he raised his staff and activated the fire shield technique stored in it without thinking. Boom! Sure enough, at the moment Valid's fire shield technique was completed, a huge fireball the size of a wash basin hit the fire shield in front of him, and a burst of flames broke out. As expected, he is indeed an intermediate magician. Seeing that his fireball was blocked instantly, although Gervais had expected it, he was still surprised by Valid's reaction. Who are you? After Valid blocked Gervais's fireball, he quickly retreated backwards, trying to distance himself from Gervais. He asked in surprise while retreating. Kill your people! How could Gervais let Valid distance himself? He immediately chased after him empty-handed, and once again released 2 fireballs in succession towards Valid. How is it possible? Why can you release magic so quickly without a staff? Valid did not panic when he saw 2 fireballs shooting towards him again. His fire shield could at least block 4 or 5 such fireballs. He was just surprised by Gervais's spell casting speed. Without a magic staff, he had never heard of Gervais's spell casting speed, and he had not seen Gervais chant a spell. Ha ha! Dead people don't have to know so much. Gervais continued to sneer, the murderous intent in his eyes not concealed at all. You are too arrogant. No matter how fast you release magic, you are still just a trainee magician. At this time, Valid finally retreated to the window of the study room. At this moment, he stood firm and looked at Gervais teasingly. The reason why he didn't fight back immediately was because his many years of combat experience told him that it was safest to find a way out for himself before fighting with others. At this time, his escape route was behind him. Wrath of the Vulcan! Go to H.L. Trainee Mage! Valid waved the magic staff in his hand and launched a counterattack against Gervais, who was rushing towards him at great speed. Then, a huge flame suddenly appeared in front of Valid. The flame was like a high-pressure flamethrower, and a stream of hot flame shot towards Gervais quickly and urgently. Let's see who dies! Gervais had long been prepared for Valid's attack. When this hot stream of flames came, a white aura shone slightly on his body, and his fighting spirit was driven to the extreme. Afterwards, Gervais made a sudden sidestep, and then dodged the terrifying flame flow at an incredible speed. And after dodging the flames, Gervais' right hand touched the back of his head, and he instantly pulled out the blood-red sword. Critical strike and slash with one sword. Puff! There was a sound of hitting flesh and blood, and Gervais's crimson moon slashed hard on Valid's shoulder, directly from the shoulder to the chest. How can this be? Valid's eyes widened, and he only had time to utter a few words in shock. And then he tilted his head and fell to the ground, never making a sound again and dying in silence. Actually, I'm still a Silver Knight. Go in peace, Gervais said to Valid, who was still staring, and then leaned over to search Valid. The reason why he did not cut Valid in half was because he was worried about damaging the things Valid had hidden on his body. After groping for a while, Gervais got several bottles of potions and a thick book from Valid. Handbook of the Undead? Looking at the book with a black cover and silver edges, Gervais didn't know its value yet. But seeing Valid smile as if he had won a jackpot, Gervais knew that this was definitely a good thing. So he immediately put it into the space ring together with Valid's magic staff and several bottles of potions. Valard has been dealt with. Let's look for my treasure first. After my treasure is also found, we can kill that bastard De Vere. Muttering in his mind, Gervais opened his system panel and looked at the radar. The radar showed that he was only 5 or 6 meters away from the red dot. On the bookshelf? Is it another book? Gervais was a little surprised that all the valuable things in the magician's palace were books. Which one is it? Although Gervais had always imagined that he could get equipment like the Crimson Moon. But unfortunately, since the red dot marked the treasure, he could only recognize it as a book. When Gervais came to the bookshelf, he was a little confused. At this moment, there were 4 or 5 bookshelves around him with a total of hundreds of books. How could he determine which book represented the red dot? Tap. Tap. Help! Help me! Holy shit! What the hell? Just as Gervais was struggling to find the treasure, he suddenly heard footsteps coming from behind, followed by a high-pitched cry for help. When Gervais turned his head quickly, he saw a scene that surprised him. Valid, who had just been killed by him and had no sound, actually stood up intact and was running towards the outside of the study. And he even ran around shouting for help. Damn it! We can't let him run away! Gervais had just used both Fireball and Fighting Spirit, which was clearly seen by Valid. If he ran away, Gervais would be in big trouble when the news leaked out. Among other things, his identity as Harry and Gervais's identity are likely to be associated with each other, such as that enchanting woman Lolita. She obviously had doubts about herself last time, but in the end, it was only because her fighting spirit was hidden by Stealth Secret Book 2 that she was temporarily cleared of suspicion. But when the news comes out, people will definitely think of themselves immediately. Immediately, Gervais dared not to think too much. Quickly swept away several bookshelves beside him, put all the books into the space ring, and then immediately pursued Valid. As for which book is a treasure, I will slowly figure out how to identify it when I go back. When Gervais put away the books and chased after Valid, Valid had already ran out of the study, and his screams for help continued. Valid was really scared today. He had just tasted the fear of death. If he hadn't been cautious over the years and spent most of his possessions to buy a death puppet, he would have really died just now. The scapegoat is not a human thing, but comes from the orc sacrifice. This is a fist-sized dummy. There is nothing unusual about wearing it with you. Only when you are on the verge of death will this scapegoat be activated. It can use a magical power to make the puppet suffer damage and die on the owner's behalf. This thing was very rare and expensive even in the orc royal court, and Valid saw it by chance during an adventure, and finally spent a lot of money to get it. Unexpectedly, he actually saved his life. However, the young man who was both a magician and a titled knight just now was too weird. So even if he came back to life silently, Valid did not dare to make a sneak attack. Instead, he took the opportunity to escape when the young man was far away. No matter how good the treasure is, no matter how much money you have, you can only keep it alive if you are alive. Valid sees this very clearly. Seeing that he was gradually reaching the end of the corridor, and that he could get support just by turning down the stairs, Valid relaxed slightly. He didn't choose to escape by jumping out of the window just after he came back alive, only because the second floor was too high from the ground, 7 or 8 meters high. Now Gervais did not block the study door, so he simply chose to escape through the door. Now it seems that this choice was not wrong. It was at this time that Gervais also chased out of the study at high speed, with a white aura flashing on his body. Help! Someone in Deville! Burnley wants to kill me! He took away the magic manual of the wizard Nahum. Valid instantly noticed the movement behind him. His relaxed mood became tense again, and his calls for help became more urgent. He was also worried that the people downstairs would be killed without saving him, and even shouted about the manual of the undead. I believe that with a treasure book like the manual of the undead, everyone downstairs will definitely react immediately and take action against the strange young man behind. After all, even if it wasn't to save himself, Magister Nam's manual of the undead alone was enough to make people crazy. What sound? While a group of people downstairs were arguing over how to distribute the books in the library, they suddenly heard a faint cry for help. Whether it was Darville, Lolita, or Adela and Lucky in the crowd, they all heard the cry for help. This palace is specially used for Nahum to read books, and the sound insulation effect is naturally very good, so no one noticed when Gervais and Nahum were fighting in it just now. Even if there was a slight noise, it was covered up by the noisy quarrel below. But it was different now. Valid had already run into the stairs, and his high-pitched cry for help was naturally noticed by everyone. Everyone who noticed something strange immediately closed their mouths, and the entire first floor of the library suddenly became quiet. Everyone stretched their ears to hear what was going on. Help! Help me quickly! Devere! Burnley! Someone is chasing me! And the wizard Nahum's manual of the undead is on him! Wow! In an instant, everyone in the lobby on the first floor looked towards the corridor entrance in shock. What? Mage Nahum's handbook of the undead? It's actually a manual of the undead! It's a priceless treasure! Immediately, everyone rushed towards the entrance of the corridor at high speed, no matter whether what Valid shouted was true or false. They were not prepared to let it go. Save me quickly! The manual of the undead is on the young man who is chasing me. I saw it with my own eyes. At this moment, Valid finally ran to the stairs on the first floor. He only needed a few more seconds to get down safely. Seeing the dark group of people in front of him rushing towards him, Valid was not afraid, but felt more at ease. "Val lad, are you telling the truth?" Burnley shouted for confirmation as he rushed towards Valader. "Master Burnley, it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. And this man is very weird." Puff. How could it be so fast?" Valid really thought he had escaped, and was even prepared to reveal that Gervais possessed both fighting spirit and magic. But when he was only 7 or 8 meters away from Burnley and the others, his back was suddenly penetrated by a long sword. The blood-red sword blade directly penetrated his back and came out from the left chest and heart area. Boom! Blood spilled from the corner of Valid's mouth, with a look of joy on his face as he was about to escape. But at this moment, he was already dead and could not die anymore. The stand-in puppet could only be used once, so there was no chance of him surviving this time. Puff! Gervais took 2 steps forward and pulled out the Crimson Moon from Valid's body. If he hadn't just acted out of desperation and used the Crimson Moon to launch a flying sword, then his secret might have been exposed. However, looking at the darkness in front of nearly 100 people, even though Valid had been killed, Gervais's face did not look good, because he could already feel the killing intent from the crowd. "Who are you? Is it him? That shirtless, shameless man? It's this shameless bastard." Chapter 568, No Grievance. No Enmity. Dwyer. The moment Lolita saw Gervais, an endless fierce light immediately appeared in her beautiful eyes. This shameless bastard has been making her think about it day and night for the past few days, wishing that he could be cut into pieces. Unexpectedly, he suddenly appeared in front of her. Lolita would not let him go no matter what today. Adela was also clenching her silver teeth at this time, and her eyes were filled with murderous intent. She clearly remembered Gervais's face. It was this shameless man who peeped at her bath that day. Adela would not forget him, even if he now has fighting spirit, even if he is now wearing clothes. "I ask who you are? Hand over the manual of the undead, or else step aside. Shameless bastard, I'll kill you." When Burnley saw that Gervais only had a sullen face and did not answer his words, he was instantly furious. Just when he was about to say something threatening to Gervais, an arm suddenly stretched out from behind and pushed him away. Then he saw a pretty figure rushing out with murderous intent. Burnley wanted to have a fit, but when he saw the figure rushing out clearly, he finally held back the cursed words that came to his lips, because the figure who rushed out was Lolita, the eldest lady of the Holy Trading Company. "What's going on? The eldest lady of the Holy Trading Company actually did it herself? I don't know. Judging from Miss Lolita's appearance, she must be very angry. Does anyone know this young man? He actually dares to offend the eldest lady of the Holy Trading Company in this way. Doesn't he want to live? I don't know. This guy has the strength of a high-level being. I've never seen him before. The blood-red sword in his hand is very strange. Is it an epic weapon?" Lolita's actions naturally caught everyone's attention, and everyone looked at this sudden scene in amazement. A moment ago, Lolita, the eldest lady of a sacred business firm, had been extremely cold and silent, refusing to speak a word and being thousands of miles away. But the next moment, he drew his sword angrily and swung it to kill people. The contrast was too great. Only Darville, Lucky and others knew that Lolita had been looking for a black-haired young man in the past few days. The young man in front of her was probably the thief. "Shameless bastard! I said I must kill you! Just die!" Lolitek didn't have time to pay attention to everyone's surprised expressions, and angrily rushed to Gervais with his long sword, and then quickly slashed towards Gervais. "You shrewish young lady! I told you I'm not a shameless person! I didn't mean it!" Gervais's face suddenly turned even uglier. They were really enemies, because he was dragged down by Valid. He met Lolita again in his true appearance. What's even more terrible is that Gervais clearly saw Adela squeezing through the crowd not far away, and the staff in her hand began to move. "Adela, what on earth did this young man steal from Miss Lolita? Miss Lolita actually took it upon herself to chop her to death?" Adela. Lucky watched the scene ahead with relish, and when he saw that he was excited, he happily said to Adela beside him. Unexpectedly, when he turned around and looked in the middle of speaking, Adela walked to the front of the crowd without saying a word, and had already begun to wave the staff. I felt a little confused the moment I pulled it up. "Purify the holy light!" As Adela waved the staff in her hand, a beam of light shot toward Gervais at high speed. "Wow! Who is this silver young man? What kind of evil things did he do to be attacked by two beauties at the same time?" when a beam of holy light suddenly shot towards Gervais, who was fighting with Lolita. The onlookers made a noise again. Countless questions arose in their hearts, and they looked at Gervais with very complicated eyes. Not to mention Adela. Although she is extremely beautiful, people don't know her identity. But Lolita, the eldest lady of the Holy Merchant Company, actually took matters into her own hands to deal with this young man. Everyone was thinking about what they should do to make Lolita, who has a strong background, so angry. For money? Just kidding. The Holy Trading Company can be said to be the richest existence in the Holy Continent. Their eldest lady would get angry and do it herself for money. How much wealth would it take to make this possible? If it weren't for money, then the only thing left would be. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they looked at Gervais with envy and jealousy. Could it be that these two such beautiful ladies were so frivolous by him? Isn't this too courageous? If Gervais knew what everyone was thinking, he would definitely praise him. As expected, no one here is a simple person, as you can guess. Of course, he had no time to think about this now. He was trying his best to block Lolita's chops. This woman's attacks today were much more ruthless than that day. At this moment, Gervais suddenly felt that danger was approaching. So he suddenly held Adela's sword, then turned sideways and slashed towards Lolita's waist, temporarily forcing Lolita back. Before he heard this, Gervais, who had forced Lolita back, made another quick side dodge, and then narrowly avoided a ray of holy light, which was the magic released by Adela. No! We must find a way to leave! Gervais had a thought in his mind, and didn't want to stay long. Want to run away? You're dreaming! Gervais has become synonymous with cunning in the eyes of Lolita. Seeing Gervais looking around with his peripheral vision, the top of the tower must have wanted to run away again, and he immediately let out a sneer. Hearing Lolita's words, Gervais, who had just looked around, was unable to refute, because his escape route seemed to be completely blocked now. Lolita's subordinates had surrounded them without knowing it, and the windows and the corridor leading to the second floor were also blocked by several golden knights. Spicy girl! Don't push me! Gervais was immediately furious, now that the passage was blocked. Except for Adela and Lolita, dozens of others who were eyeing the manual of the dead could be counted as his enemies. If he continued like this, he would be trapped and die here. I'm going to kill you, shameless bastard, today! How could Lolita be threatened by Gervais? She was determined to kill this bastard today. Who could tell that the shameless bastard not only stole the Dragon 2 sword that he had been looking for many years, but also dared to belittle himself and even look at his appearance? Gervais said harshly. But in his heart, he was thinking of ways to escape. Otherwise, he would really have to use his trump card in the end. He didn't expect that just because of Valid, he would be bumped into by Lolita and Adela. His original plan was to secretly kill Duel after taking the treasure, so that he could disguise himself as Harry and find Loki and others to mingle with the crowd. Then he might be able to chat with the irritable girl in front of him. Suddenly, Gervais saw Dever standing in front of the crowd, looking at him with hatred. Gervais understood that this guy must have a grudge against him because he snatched the manual of the dead. Then I'll solve it first and then talk to you. Gervais looked at the crowd behind Dever again and had an idea in his mind. Instead of being besieged by Lolita and Adela in the field, it would be better to disturb the crowd and see if there is a chance to fish in troubled waters. If there is really no chance, we will talk about it when the time comes. Go to H.L. Thinking of this, Gervais's whole body momentum suddenly increased and then he let out a roar, suddenly changed his body shape, and rushed straight towards Dwyer. How could Dever have expected that this, no vengeance, young man would take action against him? He was caught off guard, and had only time to raise the long sword in his hand to block. His strength was suddenly drained. The mithril sword in his hand was cut off by the crimson moon, and Gervais's sword was already inserted into his heart. Why? Dever felt aggrieved. He couldn't understand why the young man in front of him would kill him if he didn't kill others when so many people were present. Chapter 569 Purple Bone Dragon. Ah! He killed Devere! He has the manual of the undead on him! Everyone kill him! Originally, everyone wanted to watch the show for a while. After all, the eldest lady of the Holy Trading Company was slashing people aggressively, so it was not easy for everyone to go up and cause trouble for the time being. But now that this high-level silver young man has voluntarily left the battle circle and hurt innocents, everyone can no longer tolerate it. No one can resist the temptation of Nahum's Handbook of the Undead. Following several encouraging sounds, the crowd swarmed towards Gervais. Breaking wind slash! Gervais had already expected such a situation, and he immediately shouted loudly and launched his secret skill. In an instant, A hurricane hung around his body, mixing in many books on this floor. Kill! Facing these people who wanted to kill him to snatch the treasure, Gervais was not polite and began to fight hard. Because of the hurricane around Gervais's body and his sharp long sword, everyone was suppressed by Gervais and retreated steadily in a short period of time. Idiot! Surround him! Don't let him escape! Gervais fought again and leaned towards the window to take advantage of the chaos. But Burnley and others had long been wary of Gervais, so there was no way he could get what he wanted. Several people immediately yelled, gave death orders to their own people, and then joined the battle group in person. Grass! Seeing those young masters from big families also joining the battle, Gervais's pressure suddenly increased. Not only were these people extraordinary in strength, but they also had many tyrannical secret skills. Then let me wash your blood! Gervais was finally forced to panic, and immediately shouted loudly, preparing to eat black kiwi fruit to increase his strength. Roar! Boom! But at this moment, a huge change suddenly occurred outside the library hall. The huge tower with a height of 100 meters began to shake, and stones continued to fall off from it, and their palace began to shake like a big earthquake in the next moment. What happened? The surprised people all stopped and looked at the magician tower in horror. They just heard a huge beast roar. That roar went deep into everyone's hearts, making them fearful. There is a huge cave dozens of meters underground in the magician's tower, and inside the cave, more than a dozen figures looked at the terrifying behemoth in front of them with great excitement. Roar! Kill! We woke you up. Go out and kill all the creatures. Welcome the arrival of our new god. Facing the behemoth that was so close at hand, these dozen humans not only had no fear, they all had crazy smiles on their faces and shouted at the top of their lungs. This group of people were members of the new temple, and in front of them at this time was a terrifying bone dragon with a body length of 25 meters, a wingspan of 20 meters, and a purple-white color all over its body. The bones all over the body of this bone dragon are crystal clear. From the gaps between the purple crystal bones, you can still see two purple energy groups flashing in its chest, abdomen and head. At this time, the purple bone dragon was slowly waking up. Its empty eyes shining with purple light were looking straight at the dozen or so screaming reptiles in front of it. The purple dragon breath in its mouth was following like a thick fog. Its breaths came in and out, and the sound was terrifying. Kill as much as you like. It was our new temple that awakened you. We need you to contribute to the coming of the new god. More than a dozen new temple personnel saw the bone dragon looking at them faintly, and their shouts became louder. Who asked you to destroy the magic tower without my master's permission? Just as more than a dozen people were cheering wildly, a deep voice suddenly sounded in the cave. It was the huge purple bone dragon in front who spoke. In order to awaken the bone dragon, these people used a special method to transfer the energy of the magic tower into the cave, causing considerable damage to the tower. What? Master? He had memories before he fell asleep? More than a dozen people in the new temple were stunned on the spot, looking at the bone dragon in front of them in disbelief. The news about Mage Nam's tower was released by them in order to attract more talented young people from the Alliance. They also colluded with the thousands of orcs outside the valley to kill all the human geniuses who entered the tower. In addition, they have another more important purpose. That is, for this rumored bone dragon, they have already done tricks on the bone dragon in advance, and then awakened it, so that this ancient dragon can serve as a new weapon for the new generation. Driven by the temple. Just 1 second. They thought their plan had succeeded. But at this moment, they understood that there seemed to be something wrong with the skull dragon. This giant dragon had developed its own intelligence and was not under their control. Roar! At the next moment, without giving them any chance to react, the huge purple bone dragon suddenly let out a loud roar, and the purple dragon breath in its mouth spurted out like an energy cannon, sweeping across the entire cave in an instant. Suddenly, bursts of purple light emitted from the large cave, and the members of the new temple didn't even have time to scream, before they were directly blasted into gas by the purple bone dragon's breath. If you destroy the master's magic tower, you must die! Roar! The purple bone dragon uttered human words again, when he saw that all the reptiles in the cave had turned into fly ash. He raised his head and roared again. Then its purple crystal keel wings slowly unfolded, and then with a vigorous wave, its entire huge body rose into the air and quickly swept towards the top of the cave. If you look at it from a distance, you can see that although the wings of this bone dragon have no flesh and blood, they are covered with a purple light film, allowing it to soar between the sky and the earth like a normal dragon. Roar! As the second violent roar came, Everyone finally saw through the transparent glass windows what the terrifying roar was. Bone Dragon! That's the purple bone dragon! The rumors are true. Wizard Nahum is really cultivating bone dragons. And he has succeeded. When everyone saw the purple bone dragon roaring and circling in midair under the moonlight, everyone had a look of horror on their faces. The intimidation of this purple bone dragon was really terrifying. Not inferior to the real giant dragon. And many people present have already guessed the origin of this purple bone dragon. It was Nahum, the most genius and greatest undead mage in 1,000 years, who created it. According to rumors, even a powerful man like Magister Nahum would not be able to summon a real dragon from the dark world, because the dragon was the overlord of the sky and was extremely proud when he was alive. And he was also the same after death. So it was impossible for the dragon to bow to the necromancer and become a slave of mankind. Mage Nahum's wish is to have a bone dragon as his mount. So he collected some giant dragon corpses and began to study how to cultivate a bone dragon by himself. Hundreds of years have passed, and this move of Magister Nahum has long been forgotten in the long history. No one believes that a necromancer can cultivate a bone dragon on his own. However, looking at the hands that were dying in midair outside the window, everyone understood that Magister Nahum succeeded and still cultivated a powerful purple bone dragon, which was no weaker than those in the dark world. Not good! It's flying towards us! Just when everyone was watching the bone dragon soaring in the sky, they saw the purple bone dragon suddenly changed its body shape and swooped towards them quickly. Chapter 570, High Profile. No! Run quickly! The purple bone dragon is coming towards us! Instantly, everyone present panicked. Facing a behemoth like the bone dragon, even if they were 10 times or 100 times stronger, there was no way they could fight it. Let alone now. Everyone could no longer care about anything else and rushed towards the door of the library hall. However, no matter how fast they ran, they could not beat the diving speed of the purple bone dragon. The 2 or 3 adventurers who were closest to the gate ran to the street when they heard a loud bang and were trampled into meat pies by the bone dragon's huge feet. Seeing that tragic scene, the people crowded at the gate were so frightened that they did not dare to speak out, for fear of attracting the attention of the purple bone dragon in front. At this time, Gervais was sweating slightly on his forehead. The oppressive feeling of this purple bone dragon was too strong. If not, Gervais would have taken this opportunity to jump out of the window and leave. Although Lolita and Adela were still standing there staring at him, Gervais still had such confidence when it came to escaping. Time passed by, but the people crowded at the gate still did not dare to move, and their faces were all pale. After more than 10 seconds of stalemate, the bone dragon outside finally made a move. I saw the huge body of the purple bone dragon being slowly lowered, and its head, which was as big as a carriage, slowly lowered to the gate. It looked at everyone with its completely empty eyes that could only see the purple light inside. And as it breathed, the purple dragon's breath continued to spray on everyone. Seeing this scene, several timid adventurers in the crowded crowd immediately rolled their eyes and fainted. Humanity! Just when everyone was worried that the purple bone dragon would suddenly give them a breath of dragon breath and turn everyone into fly ash, a deep and majestic voice suddenly came from their ears. Yes, yes. When everyone heard this call, they all looked at me and I looked at you. No one dared to answer. Finally, seeing that no one said anything for a long time, Darville finally bit the bullet and replied. Have you seen my master? Is it the wizard Nahum? Darville swallowed and asked with difficulty. Yes. Where is my master? I don't smell his breath here. The purple dragon continued to ask. Mage Nahum died in battle. He was killed by the undead more than 200 years ago. The undead are the enemies of all our races. Darville really didn't want to answer this question. He wasn't sure whether the purple bone dragon would go crazy after getting the news. However, facing the huge bone dragon head, it was impossible for him not to answer. He could only bite the bullet and tell the situation about Mage Nahum, and make it clear that the undead were the enemies of himself and others. My master is dead! Roar! Sure enough, after hearing the news, the purple light in the empty eyes of the purple bone dragon suddenly became overwhelming. Unable to restrain his anger, he roared at the door, blowing everyone's hair straight and pulling their faces back. But no one dared to move to avoid it. Fortunately, it was just a breath. If there was a breath, a dragon's breath, they would all be finished. 200 years ago, the undead! After the roar of the purple bone dragon, the hateful low groan sounded, obviously remembering the enemy of the undead in his mind. Humans! Why did you trespass into my master's palace? After a while, the purple bone dragon finally suppressed his anger and continued to ask Darville and others. We want to come here to find Magician Nahum's magic books and prepare to learn and become strong in the future, so that we can avenge Magician Nahum. He is the hero of our human race. Darville naturally did not dare to say that we were here to search for treasures, so he immediately made up a reason with his quick thinking. Human, I hope you won't lie to me, otherwise Tucker's wrath will come upon you. Now I make the decision for my master, allowing each of you to take 5 books, and then leave this valley immediately and not come back again. If anyone dares to stay, then stay forever. Did you hear that clearly? Although the purple bone dragon has wisdom, it is a dark creature that was resurrected from the dead, and its wisdom is thanks to the heart of the undead. It can no longer be compared with what it was in life, so it did not doubt Darville's answer. Otherwise, if the dragon's lifespan is based on thousands of years, how could Darville's completely unreliable reason be able to deceive the purple bone dragon? Yes, yes. Darville was not the only one to answer this time. Everyone at the gate felt relieved when they heard these words and nodded their heads like rattles. Afterwards, these people moved quickly and returned to the library hall without even looking at the names of the books. They picked up 5 books and returned towards the door. When they arrived at the gate, they slowed down their steps and slowly moved from the corner in front of the purple bone dragon in fear. As they moved slowly, they finally walked to the passage ahead under the watchful eyes of the purple bone dragon, who was really safe and sound. At this time, these people exhaled loudly and then ran towards the palace exit with all their strength. No one dared to be careful and stay. With the purple bone dragon around, no one dares to continue exploring in this palace. After all, survival is the most important thing. If the purple bone dragon wants to kill them, it is really as easy as crushing ants. When Gervais saw everyone leaving one by one, he was about to walk towards the gate, but saw Adela and Lolita also making moves at the same time, and he immediately said to them displeasedly, "You two ladies, the purple bone dragon is still waiting at the door. Do you still want to fight me here? However, if you really want to continue fighting here, I don't mind. After all, with you two beautiful ladies buried with me, I think I won't be lonely after my death. Shameless asshole." When Adela and Lolita heard what Gervais said later, their faces suddenly became even more sullen. But in the end, he resisted the urge to take action and just stared at Gervais's every move. Hey, hey! Seeing the reaction of the two people, Gervais understood instantly, so he walked towards Lolita confidently and boldly. "What do you want to do?" Lolita asked Gervais with a cold face and a wary expression. "Please give way. I want to get the book." Gervais curled his lips, walked past Lolita in a swaggering manner, picked up 5 books from the bookshelf casually, and walked towards the door of the library hall. When Lolita saw Gervais like this, her face suddenly turned green and white, obviously very angry. In the end, Lolita and Adela looked at each other and quickly picked up 5 books and followed Gervais. When passing in front of the purple bone dragon, Gervais took the opportunity to carefully look at the purple behemoth in front of him, and he suddenly felt endless awe of this behemoth. No wonder, no matter whether it is the previous life or this other world, the highest honor is for a knight to slay a dragon or become a dragon knight, because it is really HL level difficulty to kill or tame this thing. With the strength of the purple bone dragon in front of him, Gervais felt that even if he drank the black kiwi fruit, it would only be enough to fill his teeth. The energy it exuded was really terrifying. It was as if he was facing a scorching sun, huge and hot. After a while, Gervais finally reached the avenue ahead and began to walk faster towards the outside of the palace. He actually really wanted to take this opportunity to find a place to disguise himself as Harry, so that he could avoid the next battle. It was a pity that Adela and Lolita, the two beautiful rich women, stared too closely at him and always stayed 4 or 5 meters away from him. And in addition to Lolita, Adela, and even Burnley and others were also chatting not far ahead, obviously still thinking about the manual of the dead on Gervais. In this way, the group of people walked all the way through the passage of the palace, and finally walked out of the palace after more than 10 minutes of major changes. At this time, those who came out had obviously brought the purple bone dragon's words, and all the remaining guards began to quickly pack their bags and prepare to leave. "Two beautiful ladies! How about we reconcile? In fact, everything between you and me is a misunderstanding." Gervais walked quickly towards the exit of the valley, and said to Adela and Lolita, who were following him closely. At this time, they still did not take action, because the purple bone dragon was already flying in midair and hovering above, obviously monitoring everyone's every move. Shameless! Shameless bastard! However, It is obvious that Gervais's offenses against the two of them are unforgivable in the eyes of Adela and Lolita. And they are not so easily let go. The two of them didn't say much. They just exchanged a title. And then cast disdainful eyes at Gervais. Then don't blame me for being rude later. His kindness was rejected by the two of them without hesitation. And Gervais said nothing more. Anyway, there was destined to be a battle today. Gervais has already decided that he must teach the two rich women a profound lesson later, so that they will not stick to him like brown candy in the future. With the threat of the bone dragon, everyone moved very quickly. No one wanted to stay here forever. So it only took another 15 minutes for the adventurer team of nearly 1,000 people to exit the valley of the magician's tower. Roar! At this moment, the purple bone dragon in the sky let out a high-pitched roar, then swooped down quickly and flew down towards the entrance of the valley. When the purple bone dragon flew above the entrance to the valley, a stream of purple dragon breath continued to spray out from its mouth, directly spraying on the cliff above the entrance passage to the valley. Boom! As the dragon's breath sprayed out, the steep cliff hundreds of meters high above the valley passage instantly exploded, and countless rocks fell towards the passage. The whole process lasted for about half a minute. And then the passage to the valley was completely blocked by falling gravel. And there was no longer a way to go into the valley. If anyone wants to sneak into the valley in the future, they could only climb the mountain wall hundreds of meters high and as steep as a knife. Roar! After doing all this, the purple bone dragon flapped its wings, suddenly rose up, and its huge body soared directly upwards, and finally disappeared from people's sight. The next moment, the purple bone dragon disappeared from the sky. More than 1,000 people outside the valley finally breathed a long sigh of relief. And then Gervais was surrounded again. Alas! I wanted to leave quietly, but you insist on forcing me like this. Gervais looked at the greedy eyes around him and sighed in his heart. Today is destined to be a day of killing. Boy, if you are wise, please hand over Nam's manual of the undead right now. We can spare your life. Otherwise, we will kill you first and then take it from you. Burnley was the first to stand up and speak to Gervais. His companion Alden was also standing aside, looking at Gervais with equally gleaming eyes, obviously coveting the manual of the undead. Gervais ignored Burnley's common threat. Instead, he turned his attention to other people and said to others who were surrounding him, What about you? Are you also planning to steal my manual of the undead? If not, I advise you to stay away. Or better yet, leave now. Gervais gave a kind reminder. Boy, you are too arrogant. I advise you to hand over the manual of the undead in your hand. Otherwise you will only die. There were hundreds of people surrounding them. Naturally, they could not be threatened by Gervais, a small silver knight. Instead, they immediately made harsh words and began to threaten Gervais. After hearing this answer, Gervais said nothing more and continued to move his eyes to look at Adela, Lolita and others. Although Lolita and Adela were also staring closely at Gervais at this moment, they were not entirely here for the magic manual. Therefore, seeing Burnley and others surrounding Gervais, there was a possibility of a scuffle. Instead, they a little further away, since someone else was trying to deal with Gervais. They naturally stopped first. Otherwise, they would probably suffer a loss when the situation became chaotic later. Since you are all bent on seeking death, then I will grant your wish. Seeing that the two women and the others were hiding away, Gervais gave Adela and Lolita a wicked smile, and then opened his system panel. The next moment, a black kiwi fruit with 50 times strength appeared in Gervais's mouth. Gervais has been reluctant to use this black kiwi fruit, counting that he has encountered 3 or 4 crises during this period. He still insisted on keeping it. But today, he had to use it. This time, he was being worried about by a group of people, and he couldn't escape no matter what method he used. If that was the case, he was going to make a high-profile appearance. Speaking of which, Gervais actually missed the feeling of being in Eurasia very much, because there, he was respected as a super master and the king of the entire continent. Bah! Bah! As Gervais began chewing the kiwi, the entire black kiwi fell into his belly. At this moment, the familiar feeling of strengthening swept through Gervais's body again. As his energy and body continued to strengthen, his strength suddenly surged to the high level of white flag. This feels so wonderful! Gervais clenched his fists and felt the strong power coming from all parts of his body. This is why people will continue to work hard to practice. Because extraordinary power is actually like gold coins. People will never be satisfied with this. They will only hope to get more and become stronger. Chapter 571 Killing God. Since you want to die, then go die. Kill him. While Gervais was feeling the pleasure of powerful power, Burnley had already begun to issue orders. The group of them hadn't noticed that Gervais had changed unknowingly, because Gervais's momentum at this time did not show even a hint. As long as everyone did not specifically turn on the perception check, they would not be able to detect Gervais's changes. Ha ha! Then let's have a good fight! Kill! Breaking wind slash! Gervais looked at the crowd swarming towards him, and Gervais sneered. These people were seeking their own death, so they couldn't blame him. As Gervais shouted loudly, a hurricane blew up again within 5 meters of his body, carrying sand, gravel and wind blades. However, Burnley and others who came under siege did not notice anything strange, because Gervais had also used this secret technique in the library hall before, and at most it only caused some interference to the line of sight. But at this time, Darville, Lolita and others slightly noticed something was wrong, because from a distance they could clearly see that Gervais's hurricane was getting more powerful, and they all felt that it carried the dangerous aura of the hurricane. So Lolita subconsciously turned on her perception and looked towards Gervais. The next moment, when Lolita used her senses to check Gervais, she looked stunned and couldn't believe what she saw. How is this possible? How does he have the strength of the White Flag Knight? What? Darville, Lachi and others were standing not too far away when they heard Lolita's exclamation. Some did not react. Adela frowned slightly and immediately turned on her perception to look at Gervais. The next moment, she saw that Gervais's strength had become unfathomable. However, Adela is more accepting of Gervais's change than Lolita, because when Adela first saw the shameless man, he didn't have any traces of fighting spirit training on his body. 2 days ago, she suddenly became a high-level Silver Knight. Although it was incredible to become a White Flag Knight now, it would not have a big impact on her. While Adela and Lolita were in shock, Burnley and other families and adventurers who wanted to snatch the Manual of the Dead had already rushed towards Gervais. These people scrambled aggressively, fearing that if they were too late, the Manual of the Dead would fall into the hands of others. Kill! Facing the dust-laden hurricane ahead, they didn't hesitate at all. More than a dozen Golden Knights took the lead and charged in. Puff! 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 Among these leading Golden Knights, there are many Golden Peak Knights. They all want to snatch the Manual of the Undead as soon as possible. But the moment they entered the hurricane, they realized something was wrong. This hurricane was actually mixed with endless wind blades. These wind blades were extremely sharp and struck them instantly. Although everyone was protected by thick armor, their armor was not full body armor. Their exposed arms and limbs were always struck by wind blades. And those who were unlucky might even have their necks wiped directly. Ah! There is a wind blade in this hurricane! As the popping sounds continued to come, the screams in the hurricane also followed. Quick! Get out! Get out! Ah! People, realizing something was wrong, started shouting warnings. I realize now that I had to run away. It's too late. Kill! Everyone saw Gervais's power and wanted to escape. But how could Gervais give them such a chance? He even used his trump card. As Gervais's sneer came, he waved the crimson moon and began to harvest these family guards and children who wanted to kill people and seize treasures. Puff! Puff! In just a few breaths, 2 more Golden Knights fell to the ground. Within this hour, Gervais could be said to be the strongest person in the Magician's Tower. And because the Crimson Moon is in hand, even the Golden Peak Knight is not enough for him to strike the second sword. These Golden Peak Knights are like leeks when facing Gervais. At this time, Burnley and others behind the crowd also noticed something was wrong, and immediately turned on their senses and looked towards Gervais, which made them tremble with fear. How is this possible? The White Flag Knight. He turned out to be the White Flag Knight. But he just turned out to be a high-level Silver Knight. Isn't there a restriction on the entrance to the Magician's Tower? Then how did he get in? Such thoughts flashed through everyone's minds, and they really couldn't understand this scene. Quick! Everyone retreat! He is the White Flag Knight! However, they were shocked, and they immediately reacted, knowing that Gervais was no longer something they could fight against, and immediately rushed to escape. As fast and urgent as he was when he rushed towards Gervais, he was turning around and running away at the same speed now. You are dead! How could Gervais let the leaders of Burnley's big families run away? He immediately accelerated his pace, slashing all the way, and pursued Burnley. Block him! Go up and block him for me! Seeing Gervais aiming at him and charging towards him, Burnley was so frightened that he immediately roared loudly at the guards beside him. At this moment, he didn't care about his face anymore. Saving his life was the first priority. Although the guards knew that they would definitely die if they blocked Gervais, the god of death, they could only obey the orders and charge towards Gervais. If they really died in battle, their wives and children would still receive preferential treatment from the holy city. But if they disobeyed orders, the consequences would not be what they wanted to bear. Anyone who stands in my way will die. It's a pity that in the face of Gervais's absolute crushing, even the Golden Peak Knight is like a mantis. Gervais can directly kill one of them with just one swing of his sword. Go to H.L. Gervais went on a rampage, directly killing all of Burnley's guards, and had already caught up with Burnley. I am the heir to the holy city of Kes. Don't kill me. If you kill me, my father will definitely do it. Puff. I know you will seek revenge from me. Right. Seeing that Burnley was still threatening him with his family when he was about to die, Gervais sneered and waved the crimson moon in his hand faster, killing Burnley directly. If you want to seek revenge from me, you need to find me first. Seeing Burnley's head fall to the side with a dead look on his face, Gervais sneered and turned his attention to the young masters from other families. Just now, these people wanted to kill him and seize the manual of the undead. But now they were running very fast. How could Gervais be so willing to let them go? Soon, Gervais once again came to a young master from the holy city. This man was Alden, who had previously stood with Burnley. He was the heir to Kid Holy City. Alden saw Gervais rushing in front of him, and with Burnley's lesson learned, he immediately shouted to Gervais, I can give you money. I can give you treasures. I am Kid Holy City. Puff. I do not need. Alden's plea for mercy did not take effect, and he was still greeted by the crimson moon. Chapter 572, Cherish the Fragrance and Cherish the Jade. Gervais knew his own family affairs, and his tyrannical strength could only last for an hour. And since there are no other strong men in this valley, he can easily kill the children of these big families. But if he leaves the magician's tower, he will have no choice but to run away. Just like the two strong men under Lolita and Adela, they are definitely many times stronger than themselves now. So Gervais never thought about capturing Alden in exchange for ransom. Now he just wants revenge. After killing Alden, Gervais did not stop and immediately pursued the other adventurers and the young master who were running desperately. The crimson moon in Gervais's hand can be said to have truly become the scythe of death, killing the family members and adventurers wherever they go. Isn't he afraid of being hunted by the entire holy continent? This was what Lockie and Petey were thinking at this time. Don't look at the young man who is now eager to kill. This is because the magic tower has restrictions, so those powerful people from large and small families cannot enter. But once they left the magician's tower, a white flag knight was really nothing. Any holy city could deal with him. In their eyes, Gervais has become a madman. A reckless madman. Miss, let's go quickly. That young man is going after those people. I'm afraid he will come back later. Yes. Adela, let's leave quickly. That young man is too cruel. Petey and Lockie watched Gervais chasing him further and further in the distance, feeling that the opportunity had finally come. So he immediately began to persuade Adela and Lolita to retreat. Gervais is now simply a demon from H.L. As long as he wants to kill him, there is no way he can be stopped in this magician's tower. They were all thankful that they and others had not taken action before and stood far away, so the god of death temporarily forgot about them. Otherwise, their fate will probably not be much better than Burnley's. After all, Adela and Lolita besieged the god of death for a long time in the palace. Let's go! After hearing what Petey and Lockie said, Lolita and Adela looked at each other, and finally clenched their silver teeth and agreed. Although they also want to seek revenge from Gervais, it is no longer possible in this magic tower. Although they have many trump cards and don't have to worry about their own safety, others do not. In fact, Gervais has not forgotten Adela, Lolita and others. But to him, these young men and adventurers who want to kill him and seize the treasure are the most irritating. So he does not care. He hesitated to chase and kill these young masters. As for Lolita and Adela, what can I say? Although they all screamed that they wanted to kill themselves, and they also attacked themselves in the palace. After all, it happened for a reason. For example, Adela, after she was teleported to the holy continent by the church, she accidentally saw all the people's bodies, and he was unfortunately discovered by others. It is normal for people to want to deal with him as a pervert when they see him. As for Lolita, Gervais felt that this was because the two of them had bad luck and got together. After all, he spent 10 energy points to discover the crimson moon, but he didn't expect to collide with Lolita. However, It was precisely because he and Lolita were obsessed with the same treasure that he borrowed Lolita's hand to break the protective magic circle. If Gervais was allowed to do it by himself, he would definitely be in trouble. He knew nothing about magic. As for what happened later, Gervais admitted that he was a little frivolous towards Lolita. Although he was forced to do so, this was also the reason why Lolita chased him. So Gervais planned to leave the two rich women at the end, and planned to teach them a lesson later, so that they would not dare to trouble him again in the future, so that he would be exposed. Gervais would not admit that the two rich women were beautiful, so he took pity on them, and did not raise the crimson moon to chop them. Although Gervais did not come after them, Lolita and her group were also in big trouble. No! It's an orc! Just as they were evacuating quickly towards the distance, Darville, who was walking at the front, suddenly shouted in shock, because a large group of orcs appeared on the distant horizon, and it was so dark that it looked like there were thousands of them. Damn it! Those bastards in Burnley hurt us! Originally, all the families came together, and even if they couldn't kill all the orcs, they could still break through. But now not only have more than 200 people been killed by that murderer, but everyone has fled. It is impossible for us to break out. Lucky and his group looked at the orc team ahead, and their mood suddenly hit rock bottom. At the same time, they were all secretly cursing those bastards in Burnley who wanted to kill people and seize treasures. They were incapable of killing people, and now that they were dragged down, they would be annihilated? Miss, if we are surrounded by orcs later, you don't have to worry about us. Your safety is the most important thing. Seeing the densely packed orcs in front of him, Petter knew that their group was definitely in danger, and he immediately loyally warned Lolita. However, Lolita didn't make any reply when she heard Ped's words. She just stared at the orcs slowly surrounding her in the distance. When Loki heard this, he licked his lips bitterly. Although Hika Holy City was considered a big force, it was completely inferior compared to the Holy Trading Company and Sky City. It's possible that even Darville has some means to save his life, but he has nothing. After all, he is only the second son, and any good things are given to his eldest brother first. Ready to fight! It was bitter, but in this situation with no retreat, Lucky still cheered up. Being able to become a titled knight requires long-term training, so even a playboy like him does not lack the blood and courage to fight. Lolita and her group were surrounded by orcs, and the same was true for Gervais. When densely packed orcs appeared in the distance, the adventurers and young masters, who were originally being chased by Gervais, were stunned. There were a pack of wolves in front of them, and tigers and leopards behind them. Everyone looked ashen, and didn't know what to do. No one among them thought about turning back and escaping, because although there was only one person chasing Gervais behind him, in their opinion, Gervais was 100 times more ferocious than the orcs. Orcs! Gervais also saw the orcs on the horizon, and light suddenly appeared on both sides. In his eyes, killing orcs was much more important and more cost-effective than killing these young men. If these young masters hadn't wanted to surround him just now, he would have been reluctant to use the kiwi fruit to enhance his strength, because he was planning to use it on these orcs. Thousands of energy points gathered together. Gervais felt that such an opportunity was really rare, and it was worthy of his own life-saving trump card. But now it seems that he is lucky. Not only has he killed many people who wanted to kill him for the treasure, but these orcs also happened to come to his door. Chapter 573. Thanks to the beast god, Gervais silently calculated the expiration date of the black kiwi fruit, and found that there was less than 50 minutes left. So he immediately did not dare to neglect it anymore. This missing minute would mean he would earn several less energy points. Kill! As a loud shout came out, Gervais' figure instantly surged forward and rushed forward at extremely high speed. When the adventurers and young masters not far in front of him heard his cry of killing, they suddenly trembled and trembled. They thought Gervais was coming for them. Ah! When Gervais rushed within one step of an adventurer, the adventurer looked at Gervais with a murderous look on his face, immediately closed his eyes, and let out a shrill wail, as a sign of condolence for his life that was about to end. Send off. But when the adventurer was waiting for his head to fall to the ground, he waited for a long time, but did not get the imagined feeling of being struck by a long sword. So he trembled and slowly opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, Gervais was nowhere to be seen, and he saw that Gervais, the god of death, had already rushed towards the orcs, who were encircling him in the distance. Wow! The adventurer, who had survived the disaster, burst into tears when he saw such a scene. This was his reaction after his fear reached the extreme. When a person is mentally stressed to the extreme, he will find ways to vent his inner emotions after he calms down. And this is exactly what happened to this adventurer who cried like a child. But to be able to scare a titled knight to this extent, one can imagine how ferocious Gervais is in their hearts. But Gervais didn't know that he could scare a titled knight to tears. All he could see in his eyes now were the orcs, and the energy points all over the ground. Is that human a fool? He rushed over alone? Ha ha! Don't fight with me. This human is mine. I haven't tasted what a human tastes like for a long time. Seeing the lone man in front of them charging towards thousands of people on their side, the orcs burst into laughter and began to fight for the distribution rights of this human being. Ha ha! Kisi, you have a beautiful idea. I want this human being. Then it depends on who has the ability. Several of the orcs leading the team were chatting happily. After saying that, he immediately raised the weapon in his hand and shouted an order to the rear. Kill! Kill all the humans here! Kill! After receiving the order, the orcs at the rear, who had long been impatient, immediately raised their crude weapons and rushed forward at high speed. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. Kill! Facing the orcs coming like a wave, Gervais's adrenaline began to surge. He roared loudly and inserted into the orcs' team like a sharp arrow. Puff! 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 The crimson moon in Gervais's hand was like the scythe of death. Without any hindrance, he harvested the several orcs who had just been trying to eat him. After dealing with these enemies, Gervais kept moving forward without any pause. His fighting spirit was pushed to the extreme, ruthlessly harvesting the lives of all the orcs around him. Ding! Add 1 energy point. Ding! Add 2 energy points. Ding! Breaking wind slash. Listening to the dinging prompts that kept ringing in his mind, Gervais felt that he was getting stronger and braver as he fought with the help of a god. Finally, he felt that it was not fast enough to kill the orcs with one sword after another. So he stopped saving fighting energy and activated the breath of the wind again. Cut. Puff. 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 Ah! He's the Knight of the White Flag! This human is the White Flag Knight! Everyone! Run! Run quickly! Don't squeeze in! This human is the Knight of the White Flag! As Gervais went on a killing spree among the orcs at the front finally realized something was wrong. When they turned on their perception, they were so frightened that they almost lost their souls. The human in front of him turned out to be the White Flag Knight, and all the orcs approaching Gervais immediately scrambled to retreat. But at this moment, it was impossible for them to retreat. Many orcs on the outside didn't know how terrifying Gervais was, and they still squeezed in, wondering if they could get some benefits later. For example, pick up an arm or thigh of Gervais and try it out. Driven by such temptation, they didn't care what happened in front of them. They just squeezed in as hard as they could. This harmed the orcs who were close to Gervais. These orcs had already stayed away from Gervais's 5-meter range and escaped from the hurricane. But at the next moment, he was squeezed into Gervais's hurricane by his companions, and became a dead soul under the wind blade. Ha ha! Come on! My PowerPoint! Gervais was working much harder than chasing those young masters at the moment. Seeing these orcs being pushed towards him by his companions, Gervais felt sour in his heart. 20, 30, 45. Gervais silently recited the number of orcs he killed every minute, and the voice of reciting the numbers became louder and louder, and his joy became stronger and stronger. These are all powerful. Moreover, what he recited was only the orcs he killed personally, and did not include the orcs killed by the wind blade. 110, 120, 160. The chanting continued. Unknowingly, Gervais had killed more than 160 orcs with his own hands, which made him feel richer than ever before. However, his great harvest also took a turn at this moment, and the orcs on the periphery finally noticed something was wrong and stopped pushing their companions. You stupid pigs! Stop pushing and run! This human is a Knight of the White Flag! Finally, the hoarse curses from the front reached the ears of the orcs behind. The orcs at the rear were just glad at this moment, like Ming, and understood why their companions at the front hadn't dealt with the human after so long. Run! At this moment, the thought came to all the orcs' minds. The human in front turned out to be a White Flag Knight, so they were not enough to kill him. When encountering a situation where death is inevitable, even a pig-brained person knows how important it is to save his life and immediately runs towards the rear. With the first there will be the second, the 100th. As the first orc began to flee, all the orcs immediately scrambled to flee in all directions. Damn it! You cowards! Here are the orc warriors you promised to be brave and not afraid of death. Seeing the orcs in front of him disperse in a rush, Gervais jumped to his feet and cursed. Chasing them one by one like this is much more troublesome than automatically sending them to the door and then killing them. However, despite the scolding, Gervais finally took action for the sake of energy points. He targeted the orcs with the largest number and chased them. These orcs can also experience the feeling of being hunted down just now. Ha ha! Your Majesty the Beast God. Thank you for letting these orcs suffer on our behalf. The adventurers and young master buddies, who had just been chased by Gervais and had no way out, finally regained their composure, looking at the orcs running wildly in all directions. Everyone was very happy to face the beast for the first time in their lives. God expressed gratitude. If these orcs hadn't appeared, they would still be the ones running wildly. Let's go quickly. That demon is killing orcs now, and he must not have time to pay attention to us. At this time, a young master immediately stood up and took the lead in running away into the distance, reminding everyone while running. Now the orcs have no time to take care of themselves, and their way forward is clear, which is a good opportunity for everyone to escape. Yes, let's run away. After hearing the reminder from the young master, the others woke up one by one and immediately started their escape journey. These people have no righteousness in jointly fighting the orcs. They want Gervais and the orcs to fight to the death. Miss, we can't hold it anymore. Please leave first. Adela, please leave first. Don't worry about us. Yes. Adela, when you go back, remember to go to the holy city of Hika and tell my father that I did not embarrass him. At this time, Adela and others were already surrounded by orcs, and the total number of people in the three teams, including Darville and others, was only a little over 100, facing thousands of orcs. Being able to survive until now is the result of everyone risking their lives. However, as people continued to be hacked to death or directly captured and torn apart by the orcs, their situation had become precarious. At this time, Petter knew that the situation was over and began to urge Lolita to escape on her own. After hearing this, Seignior and Lachi also urged Adela. Wait a minute! Wait a minute! Faced with everyone's urging, Lolita and Adela Seignior were nervous and answered everyone in unison. Although they knew that even if they continued to stay, they would be doing useless work. But letting them escape like this really couldn't overcome the hurdle in their hearts. So they thought about continuing to persevere. They would feel better if they could kill one more orc for Lachi and others, and if they could extend even 1 second longer for everyone. But, no buts! This is my decision! Yes! Miss, Petey wanted to say something else, but was immediately blocked by Lolita. Seeing this, everyone was moved and did not offer any words to persuade them. They believed that both women had a sense of proportion and knew when they had to escape. Next, everyone began to fight the orcs silently, with the hope of death in their hearts. As time passed, the situation became more and more critical. Look! What's over there? Just when everyone was preparing for the final fight with the orcs in despair, the sharp-eyed Lucky suddenly saw a strange scene in the distance. They saw hundreds of orcs running towards them on the southern horizon, and judging from the behavior of the orcs, all of them looked panicked and did not choose the right path, which was no less impressive than those young masters and adventurers who had escaped earlier. Following the exclamation, everyone looked over there. Those orcs really want to flee, Darville said somewhat strangely. In fact, he didn't need to say anything. Everyone saw the clues in the orcs' panicked look. But what everyone is wondering now is what exactly can make the orcs abandon their armor and flee in a hurry. The next moment, people quickly got the answer. At this time, another figure appeared on the horizon behind the orcs. It was a man wearing silver armor and holding a long sword. The moment he appeared from the horizon, whether it was Lolita, Adela or others, they all looked shocked. It's him! Didn't he go after those adventurers? Seeing the appearance of the killing god, everyone felt as if they were in a dream. This was completely beyond their expectations. Are we saved? That god of death is killing orcs. Several guards, who were already covered in blood, ignored whoever appeared. They only saw the hope of living, and immediately shouted loudly. The excitement in their voices could not be greater. Everyone, hold on! The god of death is chasing the orcs now. We will be out of danger soon. Lolita looked at the bastard who could harvest an orc every time he swung his sword with complicated eyes, and cheered loudly to everyone. Although she said this, Lolita's mood was actually very complicated now, because she never thought that the bastard she had been gritting her teeth to kill would become everyone's hope for survival. Kill! Hearing Lolita's encouragement and looking at the mighty killing god in the distance, the guards finally burst out with an unprecedented desire to survive. Are you surrounded here? Fortunately, I came quickly. Gervais also saw Lucky and his party at this moment, seeing them surrounded by orcs on 3 levels inside and 3 outside. I was shocked. although he has always used his identity as Harry to get along with them. Lucky and others still treat him very well. So even if he is not short of money now, Gervais does not want anything to happen to Lucky and others. Thinking of this, Gervais immediately accelerated his speed and headed straight towards the encirclement over there. What are those losers doing? Why are they running away? Behind the orc encirclement, the winged orc Khan looked at the orcs that were defeated from the south. And he suddenly became furious. He couldn't figure out why so many orcs were being hunted by a human. While cursing Khan, he waved the wings behind him and flew towards the sky with a whoosh. It's you? You cunning human! When Khan quickly flew above Gervais, he immediately saw Gervais's face clearly and shouted angrily. This human had tricked him and escaped. But Khan always remembered it. Birdman, stop chirping. Come down if you feel like it. Cutting human being. Go to H.L. Khan had fought against Gervais, so he didn't really take Gervais seriously. However, in order to guard against the forbidden curse scroll on Gervais, he did not dive down immediately. Instead, he gathered all his strength and threw the iron fork in his hand towards Gervais. Boom! The iron chaw's speed was so fast that it shot in front of Gervais in just a moment. However, how could Khan be able to deal with Gervais at this time? Gervais was just strolling around and dodging Kichaw's attack easily. After the iron fork landed, a deep pit immediately exploded on the ground. Chapter 574 Two Women Entangle. Since you like playing with the iron fork so much, I'll give it back to you. After the iron fork landed, Gervais immediately came to the iron fork and held the handle of the iron fork with one hand. This iron fork has a dark appearance, but from the scratches on the handle, you can see that it shines silvery white. Gervais guessed that it was forged from mithril and other unknown iron materials. Because this iron fork is not only strong but also the portion is not light either. Gervais held the iron fork and weighed it in his hand, and found that it felt pretty good. Then his fighting spirit reached its peak. He raised the iron fork, aimed it at Khan in midair, and threw it out with all his strength. Human beings who overestimate their capabilities. Every move of Gervais fell into Khan's eyes. When Gervais wanted to shoot him with an iron fork, Khan immediately looked disdainful and uttered mocking words in his mouth. Not to mention whether Gervais's strength can throw this heavy iron fork hundreds of meters into the air. Even if it is thrown high into the sky, it is really equivalent to returning the iron fork to him. Puff! But at the next moment, before Khan's taunting voice could subside, the iron fork thrown by Gervais turned into a black bolt and came instantly. Even if Khan wanted to wave his wings to dodge, he could no longer do so. The dark iron fork, with a hint of silver, was inserted directly into Khan's chest. How is this possible? Khan couldn't understand how Gervais could shoot such a heavy iron fork faster than an arrow. You must know that this iron fork was found by him from the land of God's fall, and it weighed at least hundreds of kilograms. When he throws it, he always throws it from top to bottom, using the weight of the iron fork to increase its power. Boom! As a heavy muffled sound came, Khan, the winged orc who had chased Gervais into the jungle and hid in a tree hole before escaping, received the lunch box and flew through the air at high speed with a black iron fork inserted in his body, falling to the ground. Seeing Khan falling not far away, Gervais walked over and looked at the already miserable orcs, who were already crowded. Gervais directly pulled out the iron fork on his body. Good thing. It was easy to throw away. You will be mine from now on. After speaking, Gervais held a sword in one hand and an iron fork in the other and rushed towards Adela and others. Whoosh! When Gervais was still hundreds of meters away from the orcs, he threw the newly harvested weapons at the orc crowd without hesitation. Puff puff! With a popping sound, the iron fork thrown by Gervais penetrated the bodies of the three orcs in succession, and then was firmly inserted into the ground. The god of death is coming! We are saved! He really came here to kill the orcs! Everyone, hold on! Seeing Gervais getting closer and closer to them, and even taking action against the orcs surrounding them, Lucky and his group were immediately filled with hope, and the guards kept yelling excitedly at their teammates beside them. Breaking wind slash! Kill! After a while, Gervais finally reached the outer edge of the orc encirclement, immediately activated the breathless slash, and began to harvest the lives of the orcs. Puff! 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 Ah! 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 As Gervais appeared, not only did the orcs' wails emit from the outside of the orcs, but blood flew everywhere he passed. All the orcs were not enemies of Gervais. Run! Run! This human is the Knight of the White Flag! It didn't take long before the orcs who besieged Adela, Lolita, and the others finally started screaming and running away in fear. Hack! I want to run. There's no way. Gervais, who was struggling to harvest energy points, saw the orcs beginning to rout, and immediately roared. He swung the blood-red sword in his hand more fiercely, and accelerated his pace to chase the orcs across the plain again. He was so angry. He killed a lot less orcs this time than before. He didn't expect these orcs to be defeated like this. The Crimson Moon appears. The Orc Cataclysm. The orcs made a bird-beast dodge, and the group of people in the encirclement was finally safe. Lucky looked at the orcs running around like rabbits, and the murderous god behind them, who was full of murderous intent and holding a blood-red sword. The words Harry said suddenly rang out, and he couldn't help but murmured, "What?" Darville stood not far from Lucky, looking at the figure in the distance that looked like the coming of the devil and all. When he heard Lucky's murmur, he subconsciously asked, "The Crimson Moon appears. The Orc Catastrophe. It's true. He is the one who saved Wizard Harry." Lucky didn't explain much about the reason for this sentence. He just said it again excitedly to himself. And this time his tone was much higher. "It's really him. The person that Wizard Harry said." Adela and Seignior were also stunned, and immediately remembered what Master Harry said. When they first heard this sentence, they thought it was nonsense. But now it seems that this is true. That person really did it. Although he is just chasing thousands of orcs at the moment. What about the future? Will he be able to hunt down more orcs when he grows up? Thinking of this, Adela remembered that this shameless man had peeked at her, and couldn't help but fall into a tangle. Although she is a rich young lady, she knows that orcs are the biggest threat to the human race. Because the two races of orcs and humans have huge population bases. They need to compete with each other for land and resources to survive. This made her wonder whether she should let her family hunt down this murderer after she left. After all, it was her innocence. While Adela was entangled, Lolita was also looking at the scene in the distance intently. She didn't care about what Lucky said, because she is more entangled than Adela. Gervais saved all her subordinates this time. Although Lolita has a cold personality and doesn't like to get along with others, one thing is very unique. That is, she doesn't like to owe others favors. This can be seen from the gifts given to Adela and Gervais in the hotel. So she was also struggling with whether to send someone to hunt down Gervais after she got out of the magician's tower. And the consequences of her choice to kill or not kill Gervais are much more serious than Adela's. If she doesn't kill Gervais, then she must marry Gervais. Otherwise, according to the prophecy of the tribe's sacrifice, it will bring disaster to the tribe. But if she killed him, wouldn't she be repaying a favor with a grudge? Gervais didn't know that after he took advantage of the situation and saved everyone. The two rich women's thoughts were swirling and they became entangled. He has been racing against time to harvest energy points. Finally, after more than 20 minutes, Gervais stopped. He didn't have much time left at this moment. The effectiveness of the black kiwi fruit would expire in 5 minutes. And he had to stop and prepare to leave. But before leaving, Gervais had one more thing to do. Thinking of this, Gervais turned his attention to Lucky and the others who were still staying in the distance, and quickly rushed over with his fighting spirit. Chapter 575. The novel is not a lie. There are two reasons why Lucky and others did not take the opportunity to escape. One was that they could not start on their way immediately because there were injured people in need of help. The second is that everyone understands that even if they escape immediately, if the god of death really wants to hunt them down, they still cannot escape. It would be better to simply stay where they are and wait for the killing god to finish. After all, the killing god is also a lifesaver for them. He's coming! Lachi and others had been paying attention to Gervais's every move on the plane. So when Gervais stopped chasing the orcs and turned around and rushed towards them, everyone noticed his move. And the crowd, there was an exclamation immediately. Watching the orcs being chased by the god of death, they felt very comfortable indeed, as if they were watching an exciting war. But when this murderous god rushed towards them, everyone immediately became frightened and uneasy. Adela and Lolita had also chased this murderer before. So what was his purpose for coming here now? Are you planning to come here and kill them? There is nothing impossible about this. After all, there are quite a few nobles and adventurers who have just been killed by this god of death. The god of death is completely reckless in killing. No matter what your identity is, he can be killed with one sword. Adela and Lolita were both biting their red lips at this moment, waiting for the arrival of the murderous god in front of them. What do you want to do? Finally, when Gervais was still dozens of meters away from everyone, Lolita spoke. However, Gervais did not answer Lolita's somewhat nervous inquiry. He just grinned slightly, showing his big white teeth. As a response to Lolita, Gervais felt that his expression was a bad smile. Just being funny. But when the guard saw Gervais's grinning expression, They instantly trembled with fear and turned pale. Gervais's armor was now covered with the enemy's blood. And coupled with this expression just now, it was like a bloodthirsty smile, preparing for the next killing. When Lolita and Adela saw Gervais's expression, they looked at each other and immediately started running away into the distance. As they ran, the two shouted, "These teammates of ours didn't attack you just now. I hope you can let them go." They were afraid that Gervais would rush into the crowd and kill them, so they wanted to leave the team and lure Gervais away. Holy crap. What does this mean? Am I the kind of devil who kills randomly? When Gervais heard the shouts of the two women, he was immediately hit hard. Although he had been killing just now, the people he killed were all people who wanted to kill him for the treasure, as well as cruel orcs. Unexpectedly, in the eyes of these people, he turned out to be a demon-like existence. Suddenly, the angry Gervais madly increased his fighting spirit and chased Lolita and Adela as fast as he could. Soon, Gervais gradually caught up with Adela, who was running slower. Because Adela is a magician, she doesn't run very fast. Seeing Gervais chasing after her, Adela immediately took out a teleportation scroll from the storage space without daring to delay. Gervais never doubted the wealth of the two rich women. So when he saw the teleportation scroll, the stone he had prepared in his hand instantly popped out and shot at the back of Adela's hand. Ah! The stone accurately hit Adela's white palm in the blink of an eye, and the teleportation scroll in her hand fell to the ground in pain. Hey! Want to escape? No way. I said I would teach you a lesson. And I just want to teach you a lesson. Gervais knew that Adela had protective equipment on her body. If his attack on Adela just now was life-threatening, the protective equipment would automatically turn on. But just bouncing an ordinary stone is not enough to trigger the protective equipment to take effect. The next moment, Adela fell into Gervais's arms. Let me go! You! Snapped. Ah, you! Adela was about to struggle and shout after being hugged by Gervais. Unexpectedly, at the next moment, she suddenly felt a pain in her buttocks and was slapped hard by Gervais. In the distance, Lockie and others were about to bravely rescue Adela. But when they saw the murderous god's actions, they were stunned on the spot, with strange expressions on their faces, wondering whether they should step forward to rescue her. Snapped. Snapped. While Adela was stunned, Gervais slapped Adela's, but hard twice before retracting his hand. This time I will teach you a lesson. The matter between the two of us has been cleared up. After all, I didn't mean it at the beginning. Don't trouble me again in the future. After saying that, Gervais held Adela's white palm and put something in her palm. Then he quickly let go of Adela, who was in a daze, and rushed towards Lolita, who was already running dozens of meters away. Chase. No wonder those novels all feature the protagonist spanking the heroine. It turns out it feels really good. Not only does the audience feel comfortable watching it, but the protagonist is also happy. As he quickly chased Lolita, Gervais couldn't help but feel convinced. After a moment, Gervais caught up with Lolita again. When Lolita saw Gervais approaching, she actually took out a teleportation scroll from the storage space. When Gervais saw this, he couldn't help but be startled. Sure enough, they were both wealthy women, and they even had the same means of escaping. Maybe the teleportation scroll was the standard escape tool for these wealthy ladies and young masters. But the only difference is that Lolita has fighting spirit, and it is definitely impossible for Gervais to rely on stones to drop the teleportation scroll in her hand. So Gervais shouted loudly towards Lolita, who was only a few steps away. You are not allowed to escape. If you dare to escape, I will kill your subordinates. Lolita was shocked when she heard this, and the movements in her hands paused for a moment. But Lolita reacted the next moment. She felt that if she was bullied by Gervais like Adela in public, then she would have no face to see others in the future. So he resumed the movements of his hands, and at the same time looked at Gervais angrily. If you kill them, I will definitely seek revenge on you. As soon as the words fell, Lolita was ready to open the magic scroll. But at this moment, her head suddenly stung, and her movements paused for a moment. In this moment, Gervais had already arrived in front of her and snatched the teleportation scroll from her hand. You are quite a strong-willed young lady, but although my illusion can't be effective on you, it can still make your mental power suffer attacks and stun you for a moment. After controlling Lolita, Gervais chuckled. Shameless bastard. Let me go! After being caught by Gervais, Lolita trembled all over. She didn't want to be treated like Adela, so she began to struggle violently. Snapped. Bang bang bang. Unfortunately, Lolita is much more irritating to Gervais than Adela. the gentle and elegant young lady. So not only were the hands placed on his butt, but the intensity and frequency were increased. After taking 7 or 8 shots in a row, Gervais was satisfied and felt that it was almost done. Remember, don't trouble me in the future. This time is just a warning. If you mess with me again next time, it won't be such a simple lesson. After saying that, Gervais let go of Lolita. And regardless of her reaction, he directly put away the teleportation scroll in his hand, and then swept away into the distance. Ha ha! Amid the arrogant laughter, Gervais's figure walked further and further away, disappearing at the end of the horizon in more than a minute. Chapter 576 Lucky Harry. Gervais' figure disappeared at the end of the horizon. But at this time, the place where Adela, Lolita and others were was still silent. Adela and Lolita didn't say anything, so naturally others didn't dare to say anything. Lolita looked at the place where Gervais disappeared, feeling the burning pain in her butt, and her eyes were slightly red. Shameless bastard! I will definitely kill you when you get out, no matter where you go. At this time, Lolita was already furious. She had been bullied like this a long time ago. In the family, she could speak better than her 4 brothers combined. Now that Gervais was being taught in public like this, she was naturally itching with hatred. As for Adela, Adela at this time does not have as many emotions as Lolita. She just looked at the transparent potion in her hand in disbelief. She had even temporarily forgotten the lesson that the shameless man had just taught her. Although the psychic potion is extremely rare, the records about it in the book are very detailed. The psychic potion is as transparent and colorless as water. So Adela immediately recognized it the moment she saw it. This was something she had been looking forward to for several years, but could not get. Unexpectedly, it suddenly appeared in her hands. Adela didn't think that shameless person would tease her with Qing Shui, because his character didn't look like such a person. Then why did he give me this psychic potion? And why did he know that I needed the psychic potion? Adela couldn't help but have all kinds of questions in her mind. That man had seemed extremely mysterious from the day he appeared, and even the heavily guarded Hika Holy City could not keep him. Now he gave her a bottle of psychic potion for no reason, which Adela thought was very strange. Did he know my identity? Maybe after he was in the Holy City of Hika, he found out my identity, and then knew that I was looking for a psychic potion, so he wanted to use this potion to apologize to me. After replenishing her mind, Adela bit her red lips slightly, and her eyebrows that were originally slightly wrinkled relaxed slightly. She couldn't help but think of Gervais's face. It is undeniable that he is indeed an extremely handsome face, which would make people fall in love with him just by looking at him, if he had not peeked at his bathing. Adela, are you okay? While Adela was still recalling Gervais's face in her mind, and guessing his motive for sending the psychic potion to her, Lolita's words came to her ears. Ah, I'm fine. Lolita, are you okay? Because of the series of events just now, the strangeness between the two of them has been somewhat eliminated, so they no longer use the suffix of miss. I'm fine. Call everyone and let's leave. Although the orcs have been scattered, I'm worried that they will gather again later. Lolita was asked in return by Adela. The expression on her face was obviously unnatural for a moment, but it was quickly covered up, and then she changed the subject. Okay. Then I'll tell them to pack up quickly and leave immediately. Adela was naturally extremely excited due to the appearance of the psychic potion, which even diluted the negative impact caused by Gervais's teaching her just now. Okay. Lolita looked at Adela suspiciously, but finally said nothing. He saw that Adela was not feeling ashamed or angry at the moment, but was more happy than other emotions, which she couldn't understand. As one of the parties involved, she could not wait to find a crack in the ground to crawl in. Her calmness at this time was just a fake. Judging from Adela's performance, Adela is really in a good mood and is not pretending. Next, the group set off again soon, including 8 or 9 seriously injured guards. The advancing team was still in silence. No one dared to speak or chat, because Lolita always kept a straight face and didn't say a word to them. Although Lolita was not much better than she is now, everyone still didn't dare to express her anger. Not to mention the guards of the sacred trading company such as Ped, who kept their heads down along the way, and their faces had never been rosy, and they had always been pale. Adela, Lolita and their group had already set off towards the exit of the Sunset Forest, while Gervais also found a small forest and quickly changed his clothes and appearance. At this time, Gervais had transformed into Harry again, wearing a tattered wizard's uniform, and his face was even more ugly. Of course, the ugly face is not a disguise by Gervais, but just a side effect of the black kiwi fruit. I don't know if Gervais's body has adapted to some of the side effects of the black kiwi fruit. So Gervais did not lie down directly this time, but was able to walk freely with difficulty. Gervais was rushing towards Adela and others' team at the moment. He originally wanted to leave through another passage. After all, he really didn't want to meet that enchanting woman Lolita, because Lolita is not Adela. If Gervais reveals any clues, his identity may be exposed. However, in view of his current physical condition and the future of walking on the Holy Continent, Gervais thought about it and prepared to leave with Lockie and others. After all, as long as you keep up with the team, your safety will naturally be protected by Lucky and others. And you won't have to worry about being bumped into by Lucky and others in the future. And you won't be able to tell the lie that you are not dead. In addition, Lucky's reward has not been given to him yet. Although 5,000 gold coins is not a particularly large amount, it is still a lot. Gervais feels that he cannot just waste it, because Lockie and others were carrying 8 or 9 seriously injured people, and had no horses to travel with them. Their marching speed was naturally not very fast. About half an hour later, Gervais finally saw Lucky and his group in front. "Wait for me! Pick up the young master!" Gervais immediately started shouting at the people in front. Hearing such a shout, everyone was stunned and looked behind them. Ha ha ha! Lucky, Adela and others did not dare to detail their eyes when they saw Harry being overwhelmed by skeleton soldiers that day. They all thought that Harry had died under the sword of the skeleton soldiers, but they didn't expect that Harry was not dead. "It's me, Master Lucky!" Gervais forced himself to walk a few steps quickly, his face a little pale. "Harry! You're really not dead! That's great!" Lucky ran towards Gervais quickly, then held Gervais up, and then looked him up and down carefully. Seeing that Gervais was extremely weak and had been supporting Gervais to the team, Lucky began to ask Gervais, "How did you escape? And why did you come to us now?" Adela and others also looked at Gervais curiously. "After the way forward was blocked by skeleton soldiers that day, I thought I was going to die. But suddenly I discovered that there was a small passage on the side. So I rushed towards the small passage with all my strength. But I didn't expect that I would actually rush out. Speaking of which, I would also like to thank Miss Adela. If Miss Adela hadn't blessed me with a light guardian that day, maybe I wouldn't be so lucky." With that said, Gervais also gave Adela a look of thanks. "No need to thank me, Master Harry. This is what I should do." Seeing Gervais' weak appearance, Adela smiled and replied, "Then you are so lucky." Lucky didn't doubt it either. After all, in that situation, if it wasn't for his overwhelming luck, even the Golden Knight would have been besieged to death. "Yes. After I escaped into the small passage, because I was alone, I found a corner and stayed there. Later, I saw a purple bone dragon hovering above my head, so I boldly returned to the entrance. He ran out of the palace, but at that time, I found that there was no one in the valley, so I quickly ran out of the valley. Just as I was approaching the exit of the valley, the boulders on the passage began to fall, and I was almost buried in it. I wasn't hit by the rocks. When I got out, I could only see corpses on the ground, so I rushed towards the exit. I didn't expect to meet you. How great it is! Oh my God! Harry, you are so lucky!" Lucky explained exaggeratedly again. In fact, not only Lucky, but everyone else also looked surprised. No one was really lucky. They had witnessed the purple bone dragon destroying the valley passage that day, so thinking that Harry could come out alive in that situation was really extremely lucky. "Ha ha! Picking up the young master. My luck has indeed always been very good." Gervais smiled immodestly, just to let everyone attribute his survival to luck, something that was illusory but seemed real. Lockie and others naturally did not doubt others. The weakness in Gervais was real and everyone could tell it. And Lockie thought of the god of death again at this time. Wasn't Gervais destined to die after the last break? But he was lucky enough to meet the god of death and successfully survived. "Harry, did you see the god of death when you came here?" Lucky asked curiously. "What killing god?" Gervais asked curiously, looking confused. "The crimson moon appears. The orcs are undergoing a catastrophe. That young man is the god of death." "God of death? This name is quite domineering." Hearing what Lucky said, Gervais gave a thumbs up in his heart, and then shook his head. "I didn't see it. When I came here, I only saw a large number of adventurer corpses outside the valley. Later, I saw orc corpses, but I didn't see any living people along the way. Did that young man show up again?" "Yes, it appeared again. The corpses of adventurers and orcs outside the valley were killed by that young man. At this point, Lucky remembered that Adela was in front of him. So he immediately stopped talking. He was just a little excited because he knew that Harry was alive. And he forgot about the previous encounter between Adela and Lolita. Ah! He actually killed them all. That's too scary. Then let's hurry up and get on with it. Gervais looked scared. Yes. That god of death is so terrifying. He kills people without blinking an eye. He is like a demon from H.L. Lucky's forehead was sweating a little, and he realized that he had just said the wrong thing, and quickly began to belittle the god of death. Okay, let's get on our way. Only if we leave this magician's tower as soon as possible can we be safe. After belittling him, Lucky knew he couldn't say any more, so he immediately got everyone ready to start on their way again. Regarding Lucky's twist, Gervais could only roll his eyes. 1 second he was a murderer, and the next second there was a demon. This Lucky was so unreliable. Afterwards, Gervais, supported by 2 guards, followed him on the road together. But Lolita, the woman, had been walking at the front of the team without saying a word. After Gervais came back, she never turned her head. But this is what he wants. At least, he doesn't have to worry about the risk of being exposed. The Crimson Moon appears. Or Cataclysm. In fact, there was a big loophole in what Gervais originally told Lage. The Crimson Moon is the Dragon 2 sword that Gervais obtained in the cave. However, the problem is that the order in which Gervais cut off his queen and obtained the Dragon 2 sword are sequential. And there was more than 4 days between them. If Lolita communicates more with others, they will be able to find out the clues. The Dragon 2 sword has not appeared at all when Gervais cut off her queen. From this, it can be inferred that there is something wrong with Gervais. However, because the 2 parties were not familiar with each other before, and after leaving the valley, they were taught by Gervais in public. This made Lolita feel uncomfortable and did not want to have too much contact with other people, which resulted in this. The flaw was not discovered. 3 days later, outside the entrance to Sunset Forest, Waddington and Alonso have not left since Adela. Lolita and others entered the magician's tower, always waiting by the entrance. Sir! New news! At this moment, a griffin suddenly flew into the sky. The knight in shining armor above waited for the griffin to land and flew down to the ground. He quickly came to Waddington, holding an envelope in his hand. After hearing what the knight in shining armor said, Waddington immediately took the envelope from his hand, and then eagerly opened it and looked at it. While Waddington was checking, Alonso stood up unconsciously and leaned over slightly, looking a little anxious. In addition to Alonso, the 2 old men of the Tulip family also looked here. But they obviously did not have a good relationship with Waddington and could not get as close as Alonso. Waddington, how are you? After seeing Waddington finish checking, Alonso immediately asked. An unexpected situation occurred, Waddington said solemnly, and then handed the letter in his hand to Alonso. Alonso heard that something unexpected had happened, so he quickly took the letter and began to read it. After opening the contents, Alonso's face became increasingly ugly, not much better than Waddington's. What? Thousands of orcs actually appeared. And in addition, there was a human White Flag Knight. This White Flag Knight also killed many family members, including the heirs of the Holy City of Kess and the Holy City of Kid. Miss Lolita and Miss Adela have had any disputes with this Knight of the White Flag? Chapter 577. The news comes out. In fact, regarding the strange behavior of the magician's tower, they have noticed some problems since the past few days, because they suddenly received a report some time ago that the entrance to the Necromancer Tower also appeared in other places on the mainland. This news came 1 day after Adela, Lolita, and others entered. By that time, Lolita, Adela, and others had already entered the tower, and there was nothing they could do. Later, just to be on the safe side, they also sent several Golden Knights in to try to find out the news or pass on the news. But in the end, they all came to nothing. They didn't know that those who were sent to deliver the news had been surrounded and killed by the orcs. So there was no news. In the past few days, Waddington and Alonso have been communicating with each other the news they have received about the magician's tower. And this news undoubtedly made the 2 of them fearful. The news said that just yesterday, a large number of adventurers finally came out of the entrance of the Necromancer Tower on the Blazing Plains. And people got news from these adventurers that shocked everyone. That is, this time in the magician's tower, the human race was besieged by thousands of orcs, and the adventurers and family members suffered heavy casualties. In addition, there is an even more exciting news. That is, for some reason, a young man holding a blood-red sword strangely appeared in the magician's tower. which could only be entered by the Golden Knight. It is said that this young man is extremely cruel. Like a demon returning from H.L., he kills people at the slightest disagreement in order to snatch the manual of the dead. He first killed the apprentice and son of the vice president of the Magic Association, and took away the Mage Name's manual of the undead. Later, when everyone came to him for comment and asked him to hand over the manual of the undead, the young man suddenly became furious and began to hunt down all the adventurers and family members inside. He originally killed 200 to 300 people out of thousands of humans, but in the end, only more than 600 people escaped successfully. As for the death and disappearance of others, it can be said to be extremely tragic. At the same time, in order to prove that this young man was indeed extremely evil, the adventurers even told about the grievances and grudges between the eldest lady of the Holy Trading Company and another beautiful lady and the young man. The cruel young man had somehow offended the two ladies before, and the two ladies attacked the cruel young man together as soon as he appeared. Simply at that time, a purple bone dragon appeared and frightened the young man, allowing the two beautiful ladies to escape temporarily. After leaving the valley, no one saw the two young ladies again. Everyone speculated that the two beautiful ladies might end up in bad luck. And this letter delivered at high speed from the Sky City has proven that in addition to Lolita, the beautiful lady mentioned by the adventurers is definitely Adela. Because the spies of Sky City have carefully questioned the adventurers and got confirmation from their descriptions of appearance. That ferocious young man has the strength of a high-level knight of the White Flag. No one in there can be his opponent. But it stands to reason that ladies and the others are equipped with protective equipment and teleportation scrolls. If there is a crisis, they must have teleported out of the Magician Tower. But why is there no news until now? Waddington frowned, feeling a little anxious. If you don't use the teleportation scroll, you should be fine. In addition, the escort team of our Holy Trading Company should arrive in the afternoon. Let them go in and pick up the two ladies. Although Alonso was equally anxious, he thought of Lolita's own abilities. And with so many protective treasures on her body, a White Flag Knight should not be able to pose a life threat to him. So he felt a little more at ease. Hope so. After listening to Alonso's words, Waddington still felt worried, but he finally felt a little more at ease. Adela also brought a lot of life-saving equipment, so she thought she would still have a chance to escape from the Magician's Tower alone in case of danger. By the way, in addition to the young White Flag Knight, I heard that there are also orcs who want to surround and kill humans. Suddenly, Waddington thought of what was first mentioned on the envelope, about thousands of orcs wanting to surround and kill all humans. Although the news was eventually covered up by the cruel young man, Waddington would not forget it. So Waddington immediately looked towards Ardman in the distance, with a cold flash of light. At this time, Ardman was gathering with Laird from the Golden Shield Holy City in another place. They didn't know that there had been a huge change in the Magician's Tower, and they were still eating breakfast leisurely. Boom! Ardman and Laird sat by the campfire, eating freshly grilled barbecue. Unexpectedly, a long sword suddenly flew from the distance and directly blasted away the fire in front of them. The two of them quickly stood up and evaded, and then looked at the instigator. Human, what do you want to do? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Ardman was immediately furious. Although he had been forced to bow to Waddington a few days ago, Ardman couldn't help being provoked for no reason. Waddington, are you going too far? Laird thought Waddington was deliberately provoking trouble, and he was also affected, so he had a look of displeasure on his face. You still dare to ask me what I am doing? You filthy orcs! If anything happens to my Miss Adela, then your royal court is waiting to start a war. Waddington was not afraid of Ardman and Laird's questioning at all, but his tone was much worse than theirs. Waddington, is there any misunderstanding? Ardman has been with me these days, and I can guarantee that he has not done anything harmful to Miss Adela. Laird immediately understood the meaning of Waddington's words, and knew that something big must have happened in the Magician's Tower, which made Waddington so furious. Ask the orcs next to you whether they secretly sent thousands of orcs into the Magician's Tower, preparing to kill all the people inside. What? Thousands of orcs? Laird was also shocked. He didn't expect such a change to happen. His Golden Shield family also has many family members. Although they are not heirs or other important heirs, there are several outstanding descendants in the family. Waddington, where did you get this news? We have been guarding this entrance and never left. Thousands of orcs appeared inside. Could it be that entrances to other places have also been discovered? Yes. At least 3 entrances should have been discovered. In addition to the Sunset Forest, there is also an entrance to the Blazing Plains. As for the entrance to the orcs, you have to ask the admin orc next to you. Waddington replied coldly. I don't know about this matter. But what if you humans are killed in the magician's tower? There is no strong person to take action. Being killed only shows that they are too weak. Aardman really didn't know about this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to Sunset Forest eagerly. However, the battle between humans and orcs has never stopped. And he is very happy to see those outstanding human youths killed. Orc, you are seeking death. I will kill you. Upon hearing Aardman's words, Waddington burst into anger and prepared to deal with the orc first. Uncle Waddington. But at this moment, a very familiar voice came from behind Waddington. Who else could it be if it wasn't Adela? Chapter 578 The Undead Dark Sacrifice Method. Miss, you're finally out? I almost don't know how to go back and explain to the Duke. Waddington, who was filled with endless killing intent just a moment ago, immediately changed his expression, turned around with surprise on his face, and saw Adela and his party slowly walking out of the entrance. I'm sorry, Uncle Waddington, for making you worry about me. Although Waddington was just a subordinate to Adela, Waddington was like her elder, so she immediately expressed her apology to Waddington. Miss, you don't have to be like this. I'll be relieved as long as you come back safely. Waddington quickly stepped forward and saluted Adela respectfully. Adela can give him a different kind of respect, but he also needs to know his identity. Miss. Alonso did not show the same excitement as Waddington, but the expression on his face returned to calm, and there was no trace of the previous worry at all. Well, let's get ready to go back. Lolita just nodded lightly in response, then sat on the bluestone aside and began to rest. This is Lolita's character. Except for her father. She is cold and taciturn when dealing with others, and her tone is emotionless. The same goes for Chevalier Alonso, who was sent to protect Lolita for this reason. Yes, miss. Alonsol responded quickly, and then looked towards Ped and the others. Ped and the others immediately understood what they needed to do next, so they all started to pack up equipment and supplies in the camp and prepared to leave. Seeing that Adela, Lolita and the others had returned from the magician's tower safe and sound, Laird of the Golden Shield family and the two old men of the Tulip family began to become anxious. They waited at the entrance for a long time, but still did not wait for anyone from their family to show up. Finally, Laird couldn't bear it any longer, and slowly came to Adela and the others, and asked Adela politely, Miss Adela, I would like to ask, have you seen the young people from our Golden Shield family? Sir Laird, I'm sorry, we haven't seen anyone from the Golden Shield family since we entered the magician's tower. Adela didn't hide anything. She answered Laird's question happily and told the truth. After saying that, Adela saw the two old men from the Tulip family poking their heads in this direction not far away. So she said again, Except for the people from the Golden Shield family, we haven't seen anyone from the Tulip family either. This, after hearing Adela's answer, the expressions of both Laird and the two old men in the distance changed. Adela's words have made it very clear, and they can also predict that these young people and their family may be in bad luck. On the first day, we entered the magician's tower. We encountered a small group of 500 orcs. When we met them, they were feeding on humans, and there should be humans nearby who entered through our entrance. At this time, Lucky looked at the two old men of the Tulip family and remembered that the Tulip family had blocked him and others from escaping. So he took Adela's words and told what he saw and heard in the ruins. Puff. Originally, the two old men of Tulip had already received a big blow. When they heard Lucky's words, they became even more furious. One of them spat out a mouthful of blood and squatted on the ground. There is the eldest lady of their family there. If such news is spread back, even if they are not at fault, their end will not be much better. Well, seeing the two old men's reaction, Lucky immediately turned around with a guilty conscience and did not dare to say anything more. More than half a month later, in a manner in the reception area of the city lord's palace in the holy city of Hika, Gervais is sitting in the study room, and there is a heavy book with a black cover and silver edges placed in front of him. There are big golden characters on this book, Handbook of the Dead. This is one of the most valuable trophies that Gervais has obtained from the magician's tower. This time Gervais came back from the magician's tower with a lot of success and a lot of money. For example, there are hundreds of magic plants and spiritual fruits. For example, the Crimson Moon who made great achievements for Gervais. For example, the energy point has exceeded 3 digits. With so many gains, Gervais has been sleeping more soundly these days than before. This time, Gervais harvested energy points by killing orcs in the magician's tower, and the total reached an unprecedented 675 points. This is a very scary number. If Gervais only exchanges it for kiwi fruits, it means that he can give more than 60 powerful kiwi fruits. It can be said that with so many energy points, Gervais' waist straightened instantly, and he felt at ease. Although he has not yet conducted a lottery or exchanged kiwi fruits, Gervais has already planned to use the cheating wheel after taking a bath in the evening, and then get a few more trump cards for self-defense. As for now, Gervais is preparing to check out the Nahum Sorcerer's Manual of the Undead, because he is really coveting the undead magic now. Just yesterday, he witnessed Adela using undead magic, using primary summoning in public, and summoning 3 skeletons. Although those 3 skeletons are only the lowest level gray skeletons, if they are equipped with armor weapons, these skeleton soldiers will be no worse than ordinary elite warriors. On the contrary, it may be that their combat effectiveness will be stronger than ordinary elite soldiers, because these skeleton soldiers can continue to fight as long as their soul fire is not extinguished or their bones are not completely shattered. But ordinary human soldiers cannot do this. Therefore, undead magic has become Gervais's current obsession. He feels that the undead mage is much more powerful than the fireball technique. Think about it. If anyone dares to be arrogant in front of him in the future, then he directly summons a bone dragon to slap the face, and the other person doesn't kneel down immediately. The scene will be extremely exciting. Of course, this is just a thought. What Gervais needs now is to set a small goal for himself, not a last wish. Gervais's small goal is to learn necromancy, and then summon hundreds or thousands of skeletons, all of which must be red skeleton soldiers. In order to achieve this small goal, he can't wait to start learning. He originally wanted to ask Adela for advice on how to learn necromancy. Unfortunately, Adela left the holy city of Hika under the protection of Waddington and others after demonstrating her necromancy yesterday. Returned to Alliance High School. Brother Glory, please bless me and let me become a titled knight who can summon skeletons. Taking a deep breath, Gervais sat upright, and then slowly opened the manual of the undead on the desk in front of him. Opening the book, the first page Gervais noticed was the neat handwriting of the wizard Nahum. May the darkness be with me, and may the darkness bring me light. It seems that Mage Nahum is very qualified to be a bard, but it seemed that those who practiced necromancy back then were really pitiful. Even geniuses like Magister Nahum were not doing well, let alone those low-level necromancers who were even more miserable. From the preface of Magister Nahum on this page, Gervais knew how painful it was for the necromancer to be cast aside by the entire human race. If it weren't for the invasion of the undead, the necromancers would probably still be the same as before in the Holy Continent, like rats crossing the street. Fortunately, the name of the necromancer has now been corrected, and it has become one of the most popular magics in the Holy Continent. I believe that our ancestors, such as Mage Nahum, can also die in peace. After sighing slightly, Gervais did not pause and immediately turned to the next page, because the page just now had only a preface and no substantive content. When Gervais turned the next page, his spirit was immediately shaken. The cultivation method of the necromancer finally appeared. Low-level undead dark sacrifice method. Gervais recited the title silently, and then looked carefully at the details below. It seems that there is a reason why the necromancer was originally called the evil mage. Such a method will definitely be misunderstood by outsiders if the true intention of this method is not known. After Gervais carefully read the low-level undead dark sacrifice method at the beginning of this chapter, he immediately knew how the necromancer communicated with the dark world, and how he summoned dark creatures to be his slaves. The necromancer can be said to be the most unique existence among all types of magic, because other types of magic only require enough mental power and magic power to release spells through chanting. But this is not the case with the necromancer. Not only does the necromancer have higher requirements for magic and mental power, it also requires the magician to have a high degree of compatibility with the dark attributes. Because only by having a high degree of compatibility with the dark attribute, this magician can establish a solid spiritual bridge with the dark world. Once you have the compatibility to build a communication bridge with the dark world, it's time to build this bridge. People don't know much about the dark world, and they don't know what kind of world it is. However, if you want to contact their dark world, you need to use the sacrifice method and offer various sacrifices to the creatures in the dark world. When the sacrifice begins, certain creatures in the dark world will sense the existence of the sacrifice and travel through the void to accept the sacrifice. At this time, the necromancer can imprint his spiritual power on these coming dark creatures. When the spiritual branding is completed, it means that the magician has found the coordinates of the dark world and has officially established a bridge to communicate with the dark world. And as you continue to practice and become stronger, the bridge connecting the dark world will continue to be reinforced and widened. allowing it to withstand greater carrying capacity. For example, the bridge that a junior necromancer builds with the dark world is like a small wooden bridge, which can summon 1 or 2 skeleton soldiers with the power he can carry. But after reaching the intermediate level of magician, this small wooden bridge can be turned into a stone bridge. It may be able to carry dozens of skeleton soldiers or other more powerful dark creatures. If you reach the mage, the stone bridge will become a real solid bridge, which can already allow some larger and stronger dark creatures to pass. In short, if you want to summon more powerful dark creatures, you must form a closer connection with the dark world. Of course, the carrying capacity of a necromancer to establish a communication bridge with the dark world depends on the individual's talent. Just like other types of magic, geniuses with high talent can release large fireballs, while those with poor talent may only be able to release a small flame under the same circumstances. In addition, the materials used in the undead sacrifice method also play a decisive role in the dark creatures that can be summoned. For example, if you sacrifice the flesh and blood of ordinary beasts, then the creature summoned will definitely be relatively weak dark creatures. If you use Warcraft creatures as sacrifices, there is a high chance that the dark creatures that can be summoned are stronger beings. After the dark creature is summoned for the first time and is successfully imprinted with the spirit, it will always become your servant. If you don't need it anymore, you can put it back into the dark world. If you need them to fight for you in the future, you don't have to make sacrifices to summon these dark creatures who have signed a contract with you. Just consume rice grains and recite the spell silently to summon it. That's exactly what Adela did yesterday. She had completed her first sacrifice before demonstrating it to everyone, signed a contract with these 3 gray skeletons, and engraved a spiritual mark on them. Then in front of Gervais and others, Adela only needed to recite the spell silently to summon the 3 skeletons again. The pattern of this sacrificial circle is very simple, but I don't have the materials needed for the sacrificial offering readily available here, so I have to go out and buy them. After reading the low-level Soul Darkness sacrificial method, Gervais turned back several pages and found that there were many more advanced Soul Dark sacrificial methods recorded in the back. However, the further these undead sacrifice methods go, the higher the sacrifice requirements become. Although the dark creatures it can summon will become more powerful, it is obvious that Gervais is not even a trainee necromancer now, so naturally he will not aim too high. Gervais quickly turned the book back to the simplest low-level undead dark sacrifice method. This is a 6-pointed star-shaped sacrificial circle pattern. Gervais is very confident in the pattern of the magic circle. Naturally, this is not a problem for him after years of exam-oriented education. On the contrary, he still needs to go out to prepare the materials needed for the sacrifice. First of all, to draw the sacrifice circle, you need to use the blood of Warcraft. And then, there are the materials for sacrifice. This low-level undead sacrifice method requires a total of 3 materials: obsidian, Warcraft meat, and the claws of cave demon bats. These things are very common. Obsidian is a kind of ore with dark properties, which is not rare. The cave magic bat is a low-level magic bat, which is very common and not expensive. As for Warcraft meat, it is even more common. It can be sold in any city in the Holy Continent, and the quality of Warcraft meat required here can be determined by yourself. If you use ordinary quality monster meat to sacrifice, as long as it is successful, you can also summon dark creatures. But if you use higher quality monster meat, you may be able to summon slightly more powerful dark creatures. Allergies generally speaking, there is still a matter of probability and luck. After all, this is just the lowest level of dark sacrifice method for the undead. Even if it can summon a green skeleton, it will probably have to burn high incense. Chapter 579 starts the sacrificial ceremony. No, I will go out and buy the materials now and start trying it right away. Gervais really couldn't wait to give it a try, so he silently memorized the materials required for this elementary sacrifice method, then simply closed the manual of the undead and put it into the space ring, preparing to go out to buy the materials. As for whether Gervais has the black magic power required to perform undead magic, for Gervais, this was no big deal. In fact, the type of magic power that ordinary people can practice is already determined at the moment of birth and will not be affected by the day after tomorrow. Because all people can do the day after tomorrow is to learn meditation and start meditating to perceive the existence of magic. It is only at this time that people can know which type of magic they are suitable for practicing. For example, a person who is suitable for practicing fire magic will be able to perceive the fire magic when he practices meditation. These fire magic will naturally come close to him. But other types of magic were indifferent to him. And even if he tried to capture and communicate with them, it would be of no avail. This means that this person only has an affinity for fire magic. If he wants to become a magician, he can only practice fire magic. For example, Adela has an affinity for both light and undead magic. When she meditates, the magic of these two systems will automatically move towards her, allowing her to practice both magics at the same time. And the stronger the affinity, the higher the talent. As for Gervais, he is even more amazing. Once he started meditating, the magic powers of red, yellow, blue, green, black, and white colors swarm towards him. Instead, Gervais himself needs to choose which type of magic to practice during meditation. Therefore, Gervais can be said to be a full-time magician. As long as he is willing, he can practice any type of magic. Of course, Gervais was not born with such an incredible talent. This is actually due to kiwi. When Gervais drew the orange kiwi fruit that increased affinity, he thought that the kiwi fruit only increased personal charm and was only effective for humans. Later, after pondering for a long time, he discovered that affinity was also effective for magic power. Of course, after all, Gervais just ate an orange kiwi fruit, so his affinity for various types of magic is not balanced. Gervais had originally compared learning the fireball technique with the healing technique. His fireball technique can be practiced twice as fast as the healing technique, which means that the fire magic power has a higher affinity with him than the wood magic power, making it easier for him to control and learn. After eagerly walking out of the study, Gervais first went to the bedroom and put on his magic robe, and then walked out of the manor. "Master Harry, where are you going?" When Gervais arrived at the gate of the welcome area, a guard captain immediately stepped forward respectfully and saluted and asked, "I'm going to the city to buy some things. Master Harry, do you need me to send someone to buy it for you? Or send 2 people to follow you?" Although Gervais is still an unlicensed wild mage, he has now become Lucky's guest, and he is very likely to become a regular in the future. So the attitude of these guards towards Gervais is very respectful. In fact, if Gervais really needs something, he does not need to buy it personally. He only needs to talk and the servants in the manor will arrange everything. However, the things Gervais bought were all used to practice undead magic, so it was better to keep it secret during the recent period. After all, he couldn't explain where he got the sacrificial method, which could easily arouse other people's imagination. "No, I don't buy much." "Okay, then walk slowly. Wizard Harry." Seeing Gervais's refusal, the captain said nothing more, said goodbye to Gervais, and stepped aside respectfully. Next, Gervais passed through the 2 gates of the city lord's mansion unimpeded, and soon arrived outside the city lord's mansion. The holy city of Hika is a large city with a population of 1 million. Although it is located on the edge of the Holy Alliance, it is still very prosperous in general. After entering the city, Gervais went directly to Kasha Street in the holy city of Hika. This Kasha Street is considered the aristocratic area of the holy city of Hika. Organizations such as the Magicians Guild are located here, so things generally related to magic and fighting spirit are also sold here. After all, these 2 are high-end gadgets. Ordinary ones, common people have little chance to afford it. When Gervais came to Kasha Street, he first walked into a high-end store selling all kinds of rare treasures. "Master Mage, do you need anything?" When the attendant in the store saw Gervais coming and wearing a magician's robe, he immediately stepped forward to greet him enthusiastically. In this holy continent, anyone who dares to wear a magician's robe on the streets is a real magician. This is the understanding of everyone in the holy continent. After all, it would be tragic if ordinary people wore magician robes and were regarded as wild mages. "Are you here to acquire the Pearl of the Deep Sea?" Gervais didn't do any ink and went straight to the point. He came here to exchange the Deep Sea Pearl for money. He didn't have any cash on him, and practicing undead magic would require a lot of money. "Pearl of the Deep Sea? Master Magician, of course you will accept it. Very well. Let's see how much my Deep Sea Pearl is worth." Gervais nodded, pretended to dig through the wide sleeves of his robe, then took out a Deep Sea Pearl and handed it to the attendant. "Master Magician, please sit here and wait. I'm going to call my boss out now. This deal is too big for a villain to make the decision." Seeing Gervais taking out the lychee-sized pearl of the sea, the waiter never dared to pick it up. Instead, he bowed respectfully to Gervais and then quickly ran towards the store. After just waiting for a moment, the owner of this shop walked out. "Mr. Magician, let me tell you the truth. The deep sea pearl in your hand is of medium to high quality. According to the market price, it is worth at least 700 gold coins. However, if we want to acquire it, we can only give you 400 gold coins. Do you consider continuing to sell it?" After the shop owner came out, He looked at the magician's robe on Gervais's body, then took the deep-sea pearl and inspected it, and then quoted the purchase price neatly. And because of Gervais's identity as a magician, he even told the price difference without hiding it from Gervais at all. Because in this world, magicians are noble beings. So neither civilians nor these businessmen dared to provoke magicians. Can! Although there was a price difference of 300 gold coins, Gervais had nothing to do. If this thing took some time to find the right buyer, it would naturally be sold for 700 gold coins. But I am in a hurry to spend money now, so naturally I can't wait that long. Moreover, there are more than 20 same deep-sea pearls in the space ring. We are just selling this one for emergencies, so we don't care so much. After determining the price, Gervais quickly completed the delivery with the shop owner. Master Magician, walk slowly. Welcome to visit us next time. Amid the attentive greeting from the shopkeeper, Gervais collected 400 gold coins and left the shop with satisfaction. After leaving the store, Gervais rushed to the store selling magic materials without stopping. Master Mage, is there anything I can do for you? The attendant in this shop that sells magic materials is obviously different from the attendant in the previous shop. He is probably used to seeing magicians, so this attendant is less intimidated. Although he was still respectful to Gervais, his smile and demeanor were more calm and calm. How to sell these obsidian? Gervais quickly discovered the existence of obsidian in the store. The obsidian was stacked on a shelf and had been divided into thumb-sized black stones. Master Magician, this obsidian is produced in the Sunset Forest, although the quality is only average. Each one requires a gold coin. The attendant replied with a smile on his face. Oh, Gervais nodded, and then asked, by the way, do you have the claws of the cave demon bat for sale? Yes. Master Mage, are you preparing the undead sacrifice method? In addition to the claws of cave demon bats, we also sell the blood and meat of monsters, which are all biased toward dark attributes. For example, the blood and meat of bloodthirsty rats are said to increase the probability of a successful sacrifice. Is there such a thing? Gervais really didn't know that there was such a saying. After all, he had just learned the undead sacrifice method a few minutes ago, and the sacrifice method did not introduce this knowledge in detail. And this attendant did not deceive Gervais. Warcraft meat with dark attributes can indeed slightly increase the success rate of the sacrifice method. However, this is effective for the lowest level undead sacrifice method, because it can reduce their vigilance towards sacrificial food and make them more willing to accept sacrifices. Next, Gervais directly purchased the materials required for the sacrifice method in this store, and purchased 10 portions at a time, which cost Gervais more than 40 gold coins. It seems that learning undead magic is quite expensive. I heard that the success rate of the sacrifice method is not high. If it fails once, it will be a loss of several gold coins. Walking out of the door of the magic material store, Gervais didn't have to sigh in his heart. If it weren't for his bumper harvest, he really wouldn't have much money to practice undead magic. Summoning skeleton soldiers is very cool, but every time the sacrifice is successful, you need to spend money to fill it. Fortunately, dark creatures like skeleton soldiers are not very easy to die, if they are only damaged. As long as they are not completely broken up, then put them back into the dark world, and these skeleton soldiers will recover on their own after a while. After leaving the magic material store, Gervais bought some random daily necessities as a cover-up on the road, and then returned directly to his manor. After returning to the manor, Gervais locked himself in the training room on the second floor and told his servants not to disturb him. Only then did Gervais begin his first dark sacrifice of the undead. First, draw this 6-star magic circle with the blood of Warcraft. Gervais took the animal brush and began to act according to the detailed description in the undead manual. Only 7 or 8 minutes had passed before Gervais drew the magic circle needed for the sacrifice, with the help of a long straight wooden bar. Even though Gervais spent so quickly, it was because of his experience in learning mathematics in his previous life. Not only does he have experience in painting these geometric figures, he also has a high level of awareness of these figures. But there is no such thing as mathematics in this other world. These patterns have natural cognitive disadvantages for natives who have never been exposed to mathematics. Moreover, they have to start painting, which is definitely impossible without long-term practice. However, this sacrifice has extremely high requirements for the pattern of the sacrifice circle, because the pattern of the sacrifice circle seems to coincide with a certain law between heaven and earth. If the painting is not standardized, the sacrifice will not be successful at all. After the pattern of the magic circle was drawn, Gervais took out the sacrifices he had prepared. After placing the magic bat's claws, about a pound of magic beast meat, and obsidian in the correct positions. Gervais sat cross-legged on the periphery of the sacrificial circle. Come on, my little skeleton. After sitting down, Gervais took a deep breath, and then began to inject magic into the sacrificial circle. Buzz! Something magical happened. When magic power was injected into the sacrificial circle, the dark red blood that was originally outlined on the ground suddenly emitted a black-gray light. As the light of the six-star array continued to flash, it seemed that it had finally touched a certain place in time and space. And suddenly Gervais felt a different feeling. At this time, the undead magic around his body became more intense. Crunch! Crunch! About 4 or 5 seconds later, Gervais was surprised to find that a dark world loomed in front of him, as if projected on a projector. In the dark world, a 6-star magic circle with a little light appeared, and the monster meat had appeared in the center of the sacrifice magic circle, and a skeleton was slowly approaching it. Coming! Gervais was suddenly shocked, knowing that his first sacrifice was successful. Although the skeleton soldier should look like the lowest level of gray and black, Gervais doesn't mind it either. When the skeleton soldier got closer, walked to the 6-star magic circle, picked up the monster meat, and started to eat it. Gervais finally took action. Gervais quickly mobilized his mental power, and then rushed into the skull's head instantly. After the head of the skeleton soldier, who was eating monster meat, was invaded by Gervais, he suddenly froze and stopped biting. However, this pause only lasted for a second or two, and the next moment, the skeleton soldier's movements returned to normal. Stop eating! Go and wait! Feeling an additional connection between his thoughts, Gervais knew that he had successfully imprinted a spiritual imprint on the skeleton soldier's mind. So Gervais immediately gave the order to the skeleton soldier, because he had seen 2 skeleton soldiers coming not far away, apparently attracted by the meat he sacrificed. After receiving Gervais's order, the skeleton soldier who signed a contract with Gervais immediately put down the monster meat in his hand and walked aside without moving. Chapter 586-66S. Ha ha! Come on! Bring a few more! Gervais was immediately happy when he saw that there was still a lot of monster meat left. Other trainee magicians do not have as strong mental power as him, and cannot quickly contact the contracted skeleton soldiers. The consequence of not being able to contract the skeleton soldiers quickly is that the more time is wasted, the more sacrifices will be eaten by the skeleton soldiers. You must know that the reason why skeleton soldiers are attracted to the sacrificial circle is because of the monster meat on the sacrifice. Therefore, if the contract is made faster, the monster meat will be consumed less, and there will be opportunities to contract more skeleton soldiers. And if the skeleton soldiers finish eating the sacrifices, and you haven't completed the contract with any of the skeleton soldiers, the skeleton soldiers will leave directly without food. That means that this sacrifice failed, and the next one can only be performed. When the skeleton soldiers who completed the contract moved aside, the 2 skeletons in the distance quickly came to the magic circle. One of them, who was further ahead, picked up the monster meat and started to eat it. When it had just taken 2 bites of the monster's meat, it suddenly froze. Gervais's mental power had successfully invaded the soul fire in its mind. The second one! He! A moment later, the skeleton soldier was also successfully contracted by Gervais. After the second skeleton got out of the way, the third skeleton soldier couldn't wait to pick up the quick monster meat and started chewing it. Next, the third one, the fourth one, the fifth one. When Gervais successfully contracted the 5th one in a row, only a small piece of Warcraft meat was left. Ha ha! Hurry up and get another skeleton. Let me contract another skeleton soldier and make it a smooth one. Then my first undead sacrifice will be a successful conclusion. Gervais smiled from ear to ear, looking forward to the arrival of the skeleton slowly approaching in the distance. The daughter of Adela is a genius, but even after she successfully promoted to a junior magician, she only summoned 3 skeletons in her first contract. And if Gervais can successfully contract another skeleton, then the number of skeletons he has contracted will be twice that of Adela, making him a genius among geniuses. Next, Gervais waited patiently. Obviously, there is no shortage of the lowest level existence of skeleton soldiers in this dark world. After only a few dozen seconds, 4 or 5 skeleton soldiers rushed over from the distance. As these 4 or 5 skeleton soldiers got closer and closer, just when Gervais meant that his 6th skeleton soldier was about to arrive, a sudden change occurred. Huh? Gervais was shocked. I saw a green skeleton soldier suddenly appearing behind these 4 or 5 skeleton soldiers, coming quickly. The movement speed of this green skeleton is obviously much faster than that of the gray skeleton, and the green skeleton is also slightly aggressive. On the way, a gray skeleton blocked his path. The green skeleton actually raised his hand and pushed the gray skeleton away. This kind of behavior was something Gervais had never seen before. Those gray skeletons would just move forward haphazardly. Even if they encountered their companions blocking the way, they would either follow behind or choose to avoid them. This is really the first time that he actively pushed out of the way. Am I going to have a green skeleton? Seeing the green skeleton approaching quickly and being pushed away by a gray skeleton just as it was about to approach the sacrificial circle, Gervais suddenly became excited. Then Gervais did not dare to neglect and directly concentrated his mind, preparing to concentrate on dealing with this green skeleton. At this time, there was not much monster meat left as a sacrifice. If it is a gray skeleton, Gervais has 10 levels of certainty and can easily handle it. But when it came to the green skeleton, he was still a little unsure whether he could complete the spiritual imprint and sign a contract with it when it finished eating the monster meat. Soon, the green skeleton soldier picked up the little monster meat left on the ground and started to eat it without hesitation. And it was at this time that Gervais also mobilized his mental power to start appearing in the green skull's mind. But when Gervais's mental power wanted to invade the head of the green skeleton soldier, he immediately felt a sense of obstruction, as if the green skeleton's mind was protected by a film, preventing Gervais from entering the place where he had previously dealt with those gray skeletons. Complete spiritual imprinting as easily as possible. Not even close. Gervais's first invasion was unsuccessful. Seeing that the green skeleton had taken the last bite of the monster meat, Gervais frowned slightly. He knew that he could not wait any longer. Maybe give this green skeleton soldier another 2 or 3 seconds. Then he will completely swallow the monster meat, and then leave the sacrificial circle without looking back. It will not be so easy to encounter it in the future. I don't believe it. Since you appear in my magic circle, you can't escape. Break it for me. Looking at the green soul fire in the green skeleton soldier's empty eyes, Gervais gritted his teeth and directly mobilized all his mental power to attack the green skeleton's head again. If it doesn't succeed this time, Gervais will really have nothing to say. It was at this time that the green skeleton finally swallowed the last bit of monster meat and turned around to prepare to step out of Gervais's sacrificial circle. Just when the green skeleton soldier had 1 foot raised in the air and was about to step out of the sacrificial circle, suddenly, its figure froze and froze on the spot. Ha ha! Success! As the stasis of the green skeleton appeared, Gervais in the training room immediately roared and jumped up excitedly. Because his contract was successful, he used the undead sacrifice method for the first time. Not only did he successfully contract 6 skeleton soldiers, but one of them was a green skeleton. If outsiders knew about this, they would definitely be shocked. This is really the most evil necromancer. Ah. Boom. However, just after Gervais laughed excitedly for 2 or 3 seconds, he suddenly felt dizzy. And then he lost his center of gravity and fell to the ground. He had overdrawn his mental power, causing it to be exhausted. So he became lethargic. This is also the reason why other necromancers cannot contract a large number of skeleton soldiers at one time. After all, the skeleton world is located in the dark world. Although the sacrifice circle allows the necromancers to use their spiritual power to touch that land. However, such use of mental power across spaces consumes a lot of mental power. And when performing mental imprinting, a large amount of mental power is required. There are very few low-level mages like Gervais, who can contract 6 skeleton soldiers, and even green skeletons at one time. And it can even be said to be rare. Therefore, Gervais did not complain when he fainted on the ground. But it was still the lightest consequence. Chapter 581 Crystal Fruit. After falling to the ground, Gervais didn't even want to move a finger. The pain in his head became stronger and stronger, as if it was about to tear. After all, he felt that he couldn't hold on any longer. His grandma! I didn't expect mental exhaustion to have such an effect. No, I don't know how many more days I will suffer if this continues. I'm afraid I won't be able to bear it for a long time. While holding back the feeling of his head exploding, Gervais was thinking about ways to relieve the pain he was feeling. Suddenly, Gervais remembered the green kiwi fruit. Green kiwi fruit is a fruit that increases mental power. If I exchange it for green kiwi fruit now, I wonder if it can relieve the headache that is exploding in my head. I don't care if it works or not. Now that I have so many energy points, I don't feel so distressed. Moreover, increasing my mental power can also prevent such things from happening again in the future. Thinking of this, Gervais endured the pain and opened his system panel, and then chose a green kiwi fruit in the mall without hesitation. I hope you won't disappoint me, Gervais murmured. Without further delay, directly put the kiwi fruit he had just redeemed into his mouth. and then chewed it. As the sweet juice slowly flowed into his stomach, Gervais began to wait. Time passed by, and Gervais seemed to have experienced a long time. Just over a minute later, he suddenly felt that the pain in his head had weakened slightly. Huh? It really works! Gervais suddenly cried out in surprise. Although the pain was still unbearable, he seemed to see hope when the pain could be reduced a little. His grandma's! One more! No! 2 more! Gervais immediately opened the system panel again. The only thing he was thinking about now was how to relieve the pain in his head and not worry about the energy points. Anyway, increasing his mental power would be of great benefit to him. So the system once again deducted 20 energy points from Gervais. And the green kiwi fruit icon lit up again, and the word X2 was displayed. When the green kiwi fruit arrived, Gervais didn't want to delay it for even a second. So he immediately took out the green kiwi fruit, put it in his mouth, and started chewing it. When the second and third green kiwi fruit were swallowed by Gervais, he continued to lie on his back and wait. More than a minute later, Gervais slowly stood up from the ground. Although his head still hurt slightly at this time, it was like a different place than before. This little pain was already negligible to him. So Gervais immediately stood up and walked to the sofa nearby to sit down and rest. At this time, Gervais once again returned to his arrogant appearance. Unlike the eggplant beaten by frost before. Ha ha! As expected, having money is the last word. If I didn't have the energy points to exchange for these 3 green kiwi fruits, I would probably be in severe pain today. After laughing heartily for a few times, Gervais turned his attention to the place where he had previously played with the sacrificial circle. At this time, there was nothing there. Whether it was the 6-pointed star pattern outlined with the blood of Warcraft on the ground or the sacrificial items in the sacrificial circle, they were no longer there at this time. That's good. You don't have to worry about messing up the house when you use the sacrificial circle in the future. No garbage was left behind after the sacrifice, which also saved Gervais from having to clean it up himself. After checking the sacrificial circle, Gervais immediately withdrew his gaze, and then opened his system panel. Today's events reminded Gervais that his strength was still not enough, especially physically. If he could have redeemed the green kiwi fruit earlier and consumed it to enhance his mental strength, he would never have encountered the same thing just now. So Gervais was not going to wait for the night. And now, he started spending energy points to enhance his physical fitness in all aspects. After exchanging 3 green kiwi fruits, I still have 645 energy points. How about I buy 3 golden kiwi fruits and orange kiwi fruits that can enhance my strength this time and drink them all? That's it. The energy points you earn are meant to be spent. Besides, it doesn't cost much to exchange them for a few kiwi fruits. It is said that the saddest thing in life is that the money is still there, but the people are gone. So strengthening one's own strength is the most important thing. After thinking about all this, Gervais immediately decided to spend energy points. Soon Gervais directly began to redeem kiwi fruits that could strengthen his own strength. 3 golden kiwi fruits, 3 orange kiwis. After exchanging these 2 kinds of kiwi fruits, Gervais looked at the big cheating carousel below. Using the big cheating turntable was what Gervais had originally planned. So he planned to wait until he finished washing up at night before using it. But now Gervais was not ready to wait any longer, and simply did it in one go. Although these black kiwi fruits in the big carousel are only effective for 1 hour, they are all powerful. As long as you draw a kiwi fruit that enhances strength or infinite fighting spirit, it can become Gervais's life-saving trump card. Start it. The big cheating carousel. Gervais didn't do any ink, so he immediately clicked the button to start the cheating carousel with his mind. As the energy points were deducted, the pointer of the large turntable began to rotate rapidly. While the hands were turning, Gervais stared at the big turntable intently. Finally, more than 10 seconds later, the hands of the stupid turntable stopped. Hey, it turns out to be a new variety of kiwi fruit. But is this kiwi fruit really edible? When Gervais looked at the strange fruit pointed by the pointer, he was surprised to find that he had drawn a permanent kiwi fruit. It's just that the appearance and color of this kiwi fruit are a bit strange, which makes Gervais doubt whether it can be eaten, because this kiwi fruit is actually transparent, as if it is a crystal fruit. Out of curiosity, Gervais immediately found the transparent kiwi fruit above and began to check its detailed information. Transparent kiwi fruit, also known as crystal fruit. It is a unique existence that can only be encountered once in your life. After taking it, you will gain the ability to never forget anything. This system is so powerful. When Gervais looked at the short 1 or 2 sentence introduction, his face suddenly showed great surprise. I have a photographic memory. This is such a cool special function. Back then, when Gervais was still a student, he had such a dream, hoping that he could have the ability of photographic memory so that he could cope with the endless reciting and learning. But he didn't expect that today his wish would come true. Although as the king now, he is no longer forced to recite and learn anything. But if he wants to enhance his own strength, he must have a large amount of knowledge to support it. Especially now that he is preparing to learn undead magic. This crystal fruit is very useful to him. It's like a help in times of need. Chapter 582 4 Consecutive Draws. System. I am very satisfied with your performance this time. You must keep up the good work next time. Reluctantly looking away from the crystal fruit, Gervais was ready to start the lottery again. He had already planned to win at least 5 prizes today, and he would not give up until he could at least get a few life-saving fruits for himself. Start it! The lucky wheel! Because of the appearance of the crystal fruit, Gervais was in an exceptionally good mood and directly changed the name of the big turntable. As the needle of the lucky wheel began to turn again, Gervais began to look forward to it again. Soon, the pointer of the lucky wheel slowly slowed down. But this time it landed on the black kiwi fruit icon without any surprise. Gervais was not in a hurry to check first, but started the lucky wheel again. Next, Gervais started the lucky wheel 3 times in a row, and then stopped the lottery. This 5-in-a-row draw can be said to be the most arrogant time Gervais has ever had in this lottery wheel. In the past, because he was poor, he had to draw every draw just once. There are 4 black kiwi fruits in total, so let me see what kind of life-saving trump card I can get. With a previous good sign of transparent kiwi fruits, Gervais is very much looking forward to whether he can continue his efforts, such as obtaining 4 kiwi fruits that increase his strength by 50 times. Thinking this way, Gervais couldn't wait to move his eyes to the 4 black kiwi fruits that had been placed in the item frame. The first one, black kiwi fruit, energy spirit fruit. This is a magical fruit. It can give you unlimited fighting spirit, magic power, within an hour. This is the detailed explanation of the first black kiwi fruit. Gervais looked at it without any idea, so he continued to look forward to the next one. Second one, black kiwi fruit, energy spirit fruit. This is 1 inch. Holy crap! They're all energy fruits. After reading the introduction of the second kiwi fruit, Gervais finally couldn't help complaining. This was completely different from what Gervais expected. He didn't know how many times he had drawn this energy fruit with unlimited fighting spirit, magic power. Speaking of which, this was the black kiwi fruit that he least wanted to draw, because this thing is very effective against weak and large numbers of enemies. But it will not be of any help against enemies who are stronger than you. What Gervais wants is a life-saving trump card. A kiwi fruit that can instantly increase his strength. Otherwise, all your fighting spirit will be useless. Just like a mosquito biting an elephant. Even if you can continue to bite for a day and a night, you probably won't even be able to pierce the elephant's skin. I hope the next one will be more powerful. Gervais looked at the next one anxiously. The third one, black kiwi fruit. This is a powerful damage immunity kiwi fruit. After eating it, you will be immune to any damage suffered within an hour. Note, the saving throw damage will decrease with the passage of time. From the moment the saving throw damage takes effect, the effectiveness of the saving throw will be weakened by 1% every minute until the effectiveness of the black kiwi fruit ends. Ha ha! Finally, a good thing came to me. This is a real life-saving trump card. When Gervais looked at the third one, he finally burst out laughing. He actually got a kiwi fruit that was immune to damage. The last time he was framed by the church using a teleportation scroll. If he had not taken this damage immunity kiwi fruit, he would have been shattered by the void turbulence long ago. So this damage immunity kiwi fruit is really equivalent to a life. The value will only be higher, as the strength of the kiwi is enhanced. Taking advantage of this excitement, Gervais immediately set his sights on the next kiwi fruit. Black kiwi fruit, this is a spiritual fruit. After eating it, you will have inexhaustible spiritual power within an hour. It turns out to be a kiwi fruit with new effects. But this effect is a bit redundant. How great would it be if you just gave me a kiwi fruit that increases my strength 50 times? If you give me unlimited mental power for an hour. Do you think you want me to keep making big fireballs for an hour? After Gervais saw the function of this last kiwi fruit, he couldn't help but think of what happened when the ruins of the tower were cut off. At that time, it had infinite magic power. But unfortunately, after releasing nearly 100 fireballs, his mental power could not keep up. If there had been such a kiwi fruit with unlimited spiritual power at that time, he might have really wiped out the orc team of more than 500 people. But in general, This kiwi fruit with unlimited spiritual power cannot instantly increase Gervais's strength. The nature is similar to that of the energy spirit fruit of infinite fighting spirit, which is barely passable. But it cannot be used as a life-saving trump card. Huh? Forget it. I'll just smoke these ones today. I'll try my luck tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. Maybe all my luck just now has been used up by the transparent kiwi fruit. Then, it's time to eat the fruit. After checking the effects of all the black kiwi fruits, Gervais was ready to start feasting. Well, let's taste the transparent kiwi fruit first. The first thing Gervais chose was naturally the new thing crystal fruit. Well, it has no taste. It's really the same as what it looks like. Gervais was originally looking forward to whether the crystal fruit would taste better. But after taking it out, he smelled the surface of the crystal fruit and found that there was no smell at all. But Gervais didn't dwell on it. Whether it tastes good or not is just a bonus. What he needs most is effectiveness. So Gervais put the lychee-sized crystal fruit into his mouth without hesitation. It doesn't smell like anything, but it actually tastes quite sweet. When the crystal fruit fell into his mouth, and as Gervais chewed it slightly, he unexpectedly felt the sweet and delicious taste, which was no worse than other kiwi fruits, and even a little sweeter. As the delicious sweetness filled his mouth, the crystal fruit finally turned into a warm current and flowed into Gervais's belly. After eating the crystal fruit, Gervais continued to take out the golden kiwi fruit without pausing and started taking it. Although this kiwi fruit is a fruit, when you chew it in your mouth, you will find that it will directly turn into a warm current, just like a delicious drink, and it will not bloat your stomach at all. So Gervais simply ate it all at once, and there was no need to worry about overeating or wasting its effectiveness. 10 minutes later, Gervais was sitting on the sofa enjoying himself, still savoring the delicious taste of those kiwi fruits. In just 10 minutes, he ate a total of 7 kiwi fruits, including transparent kiwi fruits and golden and orange kiwi fruits. Gervais believed that since he had spent a lot of money to consume so many kiwi fruits this time, his strength would definitely skyrocket in the future. Well, after eating the fruit, let's take a look at some of my skeleton soldiers first. I almost fainted from mental exhaustion before, but I haven't had time to take a good look at some of my skeleton brothers. Chapter 583 Skeleton Brother. At this time, Gervais had already tested his mental power and found that his mental power had been out of depletion and had recovered a lot. And he was still recovering. So he immediately wanted to summon his skeleton soldiers to take a look. Although he had come into close contact with skeleton soldiers in the past, they were all enemies. He would kill them all with one sword whenever he encountered them. So he had no time to check them. As for Adela's 3 skeleton soldiers yesterday, they only appeared for a moment, and then were taken back to the dark world by Adela. Thinking of this, Gervais immediately took action and quickly took out the manual of the undead from the space ring. The undead dark sacrifice simply allows the necromancer to contract with dark creatures. Therefore, if you want to summon the dark creatures you have contracted with, you will naturally need to learn a special summoning technique. Fortunately, it is also recorded in the manual of the undead, right at the end of the low-level sacrifice method. Gervais speculated that the reason why Mage Nahum still recorded so many low-level spells in his undead manual was to prepare for passing them on to his disciples in the future. Otherwise, there is no need for such a talented magician to record such low-level spells in his manual of the undead. However, this was an advantage for Gervais, allowing him to learn necromancy smoothly. When Gervais turned to the end of the low-level undead dark sacrifice, he immediately saw the low-level summoning spells and various precautions and essentials. Photographic memory is indeed an incredible thing. But when Gervais casually scanned the 700 or 800 words of this low-level summoning technique, he was immediately surprised to find that the function of the transparent kiwi fruit was effective. In fact, Gervais had read this low-level summoning spell carefully when he was learning the sacrifice method some time ago. However, after reading it at that time, Gervais had forgotten most of it. Although all my previous thoughts were on the sacrificial method, that is also normal for ordinary people. It is impossible to write down all the contents after reading it once or twice. But now Gervais just took a quick glance at the specific content of this summoning technique, and he found that he could really remember what he had seen. And it's still a state that has a very profound image. Whenever you think about it, it's as clear as if you had just seen it a second ago. Good guy! I can be a top student from now on! Gervais immediately closed the manual of the dead happily. With his photographic memory, he would no longer need to memorize anything in the future. After memorizing all the essentials and precautions for low-level summoning, Gervais immediately recited the summoning spell silently in his mouth. Show up! My little skeleton brother! As Gervais quickly finished reciting the spell silently, his mental power decreased again, but Gervais still shouted excitedly, and then began to look forward to it. It was at this time that a vision came in front of Gervais. I saw several dark black holes suddenly appearing on the ground that was originally flat and solid and paved with stone slabs in the training room. And at the moment when the black hole, which was only over half a meter wide, appeared, several white skeleton palms were also stretched out from the black hole. These skeletons were crawling upwards from the black hole. As the skeleton's palm exerted force, the skeleton soldier's entire arm was exposed from the ground. Then his head, chest, and thighs. In just 2 seconds, 6 skeleton soldiers crawled out of the 6 black holes respectively. And then, they all gathered around Gervais motionlessly, just looking at Gervais with their empty eyes shining with soul fire. Among the 6 skeleton soldiers, the most eye-catching one is naturally the green skeleton soldier that caused Gervais to suffer from mental exhaustion. Just from the appearance, it can be seen that this green skeleton is much taller than the other gray skeleton soldiers. The bones are even thicker, and there is a faint green light. Well, not bad. It's not in vain that I worked so hard to contract you. Judging from this aura, you are at least at the level of an intermediate bronze. Gervais walked around the green skeleton, tapping his fingers on the green skeleton soldier's head and body. Feeling the aura it exuded, Gervais kept nodding his head, feeling very satisfied. I'll give you some equipment later, and you'll be a proper elite fighter. At this time, the 6 skeleton soldiers were all naked, without any objects on their bodies. Gervais thought of the skeleton soldiers he met in the magician's tower, and immediately planned to equip these skeleton soldiers with equipment later. If those 5 gray skeleton soldiers were equipped with complete armor, Gervais estimated that they would be comparable to his own personal guards. Not to mention the green skeleton, which is almost equivalent to the strength of a bronze mid-level. After it is equipped with armor, its strength will probably be 3 points stronger. Keep up the good work. As a king, I have to fight by myself. This is so shameful. I want to change this situation and enjoy the treatment that a king deserves. Regardless of the fact that the strength of these skeleton soldiers is nothing in the Holy Continent. As long as a peak bronze knight comes, they can be swept away. But Gervais didn't intend to be satisfied with just summoning these 6 skeleton soldiers. His ideal is to one day have thousands of skeleton soldiers or dark creatures. And the more advanced the better. As long as the registration of skeleton soldiers increases and reaches a certain number, even the golden knights will stay away when they see them. Even stronger ones may have to kneel when they come. And this is something Gervais experienced personally in the magician's tower. He believes that one day his skeleton brother will be able to grow to a scale that can't be seen at a glance. At that time, if anything happens, Gervais will only need to move his mouth to let the skeleton brother solve it. Okay, you guys go back first. I'll call you out when the equipment is bought. Gervais's photographic memory is not only effective for words, but for everything that has been seen and carefully observed. Therefore, Gervais has already memorized the body shapes of several skeleton soldiers in his mind. Their body size does not even need to be measured by hand. When the time comes, Gervais will be able to buy them suitable equipment based on his memory. With a thought from Gervais, several black holes that had disappeared on the ground reappeared, and several skeletons climbed in without saying a word. After the skeleton soldier's figure completely disappeared into the black hole, the black hole began to slowly shrink until it disappeared. In just a moment, the ground in the training room returned to its original state. Intact. Boom. 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 When the skeleton soldier was teleported back to the dark world by Gervais, he began to practice fighting spirit and magic in the training room. After practicing for 4 or 5 hours, there was finally a knock on the door of his training room. Well, we're still a little short of breaking through the Silver Peak. Being interrupted by a knock on the door, Gervais was not annoyed, but silently stopped practicing, getting up while sensing his own situation. Because he took a large amount of magic plants and spiritual fruits in the magician's tower, Gervais's strength developed rapidly. And there is a red kiwi fruit that speeds up training by 15 times. So Gervais will probably become a peak silver knight in just 1 or 2 days. As long as he becomes the silver peak knight, Gervais is not far away from becoming the golden knight. Chapter 584, Heading to the City of Hope. After exiting perception, Gervais went directly to the door of the training room. In order to prevent anyone from breaking in, the door of the training room had been locked by Gervais, so he needed to open the door in person. When Gervais opened the door, he saw Lucky standing outside the door with a smile. But Gervais thought about it, and it was Lucky who knocked on the door. He had already told his servants not to disturb him before, so the servants naturally did not dare to knock on the door. Master Lucky! Harry! You worked hard. I heard from the servants that you have been here for 5 or 6 hours. Ha ha. After this trip to the Magician Tower, I found that I am still very weak, so I need to work hard to improve myself. Gervais stepped aside, and then he and Lucky came to the sofa in the training room and sat down before continuing. Master Lucky, why are you here? Gervais knew that Lucky was very busy these days. Many of the guards he brought this time died, and these guards were all under the direct control of him, the second young master, so things like pensions naturally fell on him. Moreover, Adela's colleague, who left a lot of gold coins before leaving, also told Lucky to bring greetings for her. Therefore, in order to show that he paid attention to Adela's instructions, Lucky did not leave the pension matter to his housekeeper, but Lucky himself did it himself. I've finished the pension matters, so I came to take a look. There's also the matter of the Alliance High School auditors. With that said, Lucky took out a card from his arms and handed it to Gervais. Then he continued, this is the audit student qualification card of Alliance College. Once you get it, you must use it when the time comes for admission. Don't lose it. This magic card is anonymous. Whoever picks it up belongs to whoever picks it up. Gervais was not polite, and took it directly, and then began to look at it carefully. This auditor's qualification card was made of metal, with inscriptions and the words Alliance High School engraved on it. While Gervais was looking at the qualification card, Lucky continued, Harry, I will leave to return to the academy in about a week. Do you want to go with me then? Okay. Of course, let's go together. Upon hearing Lucky's inquiry, Gervais immediately nodded in agreement without hesitation. Yesterday, Gervais had checked from the study room of this manor, and knew that the Union University of Higher Education was located in a place called the City of Hope. The City of Hope is not under the jurisdiction of any force in the Holy Alliance, but is a city that belongs to the Alliance College of Higher Education. Even though this city is only owned by a college, millions of people live in it. There are many reasons why the City of Hope is so prosperous, but there are only 2 most important ones. One is because the College of Higher Education has a great reputation, and has the league's top young talents and children of big families studying here. Therefore, it has attracted a large number of people to settle down to serve these students in the college and earn gold coins. Over time, after more than 200 years of development, more and more people came. So the City of Hope has become the prosperous scene it is today. The second reason is that the location where the City of Hope is located is the most fertile land in the Alliance. And the City of Hope is surrounded by the presence of the top families in the Alliance. For example, families such as Sky City and Golden Shield Holy City are not far from the City of Hope. In order to facilitate communication among members of the Holy Alliance, the headquarters of the Holy Alliance is also located in the City of Hope, making the City of Hope truly the center of the Alliance. The reason why Gervais is preparing to go to the City of Hope is not because he wants to see it, but because the location of the City of Hope is close to the west coast of the Holy Continent, which is consistent with the direction Gervais heads to the coast. This is a long journey, and if Lucky, the second-generation ancestor, leads the team, Gervais doesn't have to worry about anything. As for arriving at the City of Hope, just take your time and act accordingly. Ha ha! Very good, Harry. Then you should prepare in the next few days. The journey to the academy is not short. It will take at least a month and a half. Lucky was very happy to hear that Gervais was willing to go with him. Gervais's excellence was obvious to all. Although his strength is still weak at the moment, Harry will surely grow up after he goes to the academy for formal studies. So Lucky has long been interested in wooing him. By the way, I have another news for you. On the 10th day after we left the Sunset Forest, I heard that the entrance to the Mage Tower of Nahum Mage was completely closed. Oh, who closed it? Gervais was very curious. According to common sense, only Sorcerer Nahum himself should know how to close the magic circle in the Magician Tower. I heard it's the Purple Bone Dragon. After we left the entrance, many adventurers continued to enter the Magician's Tower. In the end, it seemed that the Purple Bone Dragon was angered. It not only killed some adventurers, but also destroyed and sealed all entrances. I see. Gervais instantly understood that the Skull Dragon was obviously very loyal to Nahum, and also had wisdom. So in order to prevent the Magician's Tower from being further destroyed, he sealed the entrance to the Magician's Tower to prevent anyone from entering. Next, Gervais and Lucky continued to talk for a while, and Gervais was called to the restaurant for dinner by Lucky. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, a week later, A team of dozens of people is slowly coming out of the holy city of Hika. This team is none other than Lucky, Gervais and others. After knowing that he was about to leave a week later, Gervais only went out once during this period, and that was to buy equipment for his skeleton soldiers. Gervais equipped them with all mithril armors. As for the rest of the time, Gervais was either in his study or in his training room. At this time, Gervais was sitting in a carriage practicing his own meditation method. His fighting spirit had broken through 3 days ago, and he officially became a peak silver knight. As for magic, because Gervais has only been practicing meditation for a short period of time, although his magic talent is already comparable to that of a genius. In general, it will take several months of concentrated practice before he can achieve a breakthrough. But Gervais is not in a hurry. Anyway, he has strong mental power. Even a trainee mage can release powerful fireballs and summon skeleton soldiers. The only drawback is that the magic power stored in the body is not as much as that of a junior mage. Gervais plans to work hard on practicing meditation along the way. By the time he reaches the City of Hope, he should be able to be promoted to a junior magician. On the 5th day of the team's departure, Gervais and others finally walked out of the sphere of influence of the holy city of Hika and arrived at the area called the Holy City of Kaba. The status of the Kaba Holy City in the Holy Alliance is similar to that of Lucky's family, both at the mid-range level. Half a day after entering the Holy City of Kaba, Gervais and his convoy were stopped. Master Lucky, the patrol team of Kaba Holy City said they wanted to check. Soon a guard ran to the carriage and reported in a low voice to Lucky. Huh? What happened? The convoy carries the badge of our holy city of Hika and needs to be inspected. Lucky was puzzled. There are billions of people in the holy continent, and the emblems of big families and the flags of powerful people are necessary passes to ensure unimpeded passage within the alliance. Otherwise, if ordinary civilians want to walk within the Holy Alliance, they will need to go through a lot of complicated certification procedures. The Holy City of Kaba and the Holy City of Hika are two adjacent forces, so they must be familiar with the badge of the Holy City of Hika. In the past, when Lachi passed by, he had never encountered any roadblocks and inspections. This was the first time. So he was a little strange. Master Lucky, they said they were looking for a ferocious young man who killed many children of the Alliance's big and small families in the Magician's Tower. Oh! When Lucky heard this, he immediately became interested and immediately walked out of the carriage. When Gervais heard the conversation between Lucky and the guard, he also opened the window of the carriage and looked forward. I saw a group of hundreds of knights setting up checkpoints in front of them. Among these hundreds of people, there were actually 2 white flag knights. Chapter 585. The murderous young man is wanted. Gervais thought for a moment, then simply got off the carriage and followed Lucky. He also wanted to hear what was going on in the holy city of Kaba, and even mobilized troops to hunt him down. At this time, Lucky in front had already reached the front of the checkpoint. Master Lucky, it turns out you are in the motorcade. I am very sorry for the inconvenience this has caused you. The leader of this level obviously knew Lucky. After seeing Lucky, he bowed very respectfully and expressed his apology. It turned out to be Deputy Commander Cam. Why did you come to set up the jam in person? I heard that you were hunting that ferocious young man. I remember that no one in the holy city of Kaba entered the Magician's Tower this time. Right. This Cam is the Deputy Commander of a legion in Kaba Holy City. He possesses the high-level strength of White Flag. It is conceivable that he has a high status in Kaba Holy City. He did not expect that he would come to set up a card check in person. Master Lucky, it is true that no one in our Kaba Holy City entered the Magician's Tower this time. But among the young people who were killed, many families had trade relations with our Kaba Holy City. They made a request this time. Do you want us to help see if we can catch that young man? After all, there is an entrance to the Magician Tower in Sunset Forest. The deputy commander named Ram did not hide anything and said it directly. I see. In the Magician's Tower, when the ferocious god of murder began to hunt down the family children, Lucky had anticipated such a scene. So after hearing Ram's words, he just nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Master Lucky, since this is your own convoy, there is no need to inspect it. You can just pass through. Okay. Thank you, Vice Commander Ram. You're welcome. Master Lucky, you can also pay a little attention along the way. The Holy Trading Company has also issued a reward this time. Any force that can catch that ferocious young man will be able to follow them to trade with any race gathering place 10 times. Opportunity. There are many strong men above the White Flag Knights on the road now looking for traces of that young man. Okay. Such a reward is really tempting. I will definitely pay attention. after taking a look at the portrait posted on the side of the road. It turned out to be the portrait of the god of death. Lucky replied with a smile, said goodbye to the deputy commander, and then prepared to turn around and return to the carriage. I'm not a fool. It's best to run as far away as you can when you see that murderous god. Only fools go after the brutal god of murder. Lucky cursed inwardly. The god of death left such a deep impression on him, especially when he chased thousands of orcs alone. The scene was extremely bloody. Moreover, Lucky thought that the god of death was very weird. At first, he only showed buying strength in the library hall, but in the blink of an eye, his strength skyrocketed, rising by 7 or 8 levels, and he directly became a high-level white flag knight. He really didn't dare to provoke such a weird young man. In addition, before leaving, Adela also reminded everyone that the young man was very weird. Since everyone came out safely and did not suffer any loss, then don't take the initiative to provoke him. Although Lachi didn't understand why Adela said this, he felt it was very reasonable. Even if he was escorted by a white flag knight this time, he would still provoke that fierce god. In fact, Lucky and others didn't know. They just saw the killing god suddenly rise from the silver knight to the white flag knight. When Adela met Gervais for the first time, Gervais showed no fighting spirit. So whether it was to repay Gervais for giving her the psychic potion, or to take into account the safety of teammates like Seignior and Lucky, Adela still mentioned it one more time. Although the young man's final strength was fixed at the white flag knight. Who knows if that is his limit? What if he becomes stronger in the future? While his thoughts were racing, Lucky just turned around and saw Gervais looking at the portrait on the roadside behind him. So he immediately said, "Harry, it's okay. Let's get in the car. They are looking for that brutal young man." "Oh, is it any use for them to search like this? What if that ferocious young man leaves from somewhere else?" Gervais asked knowingly. Gervais had used his good hearing to clearly hear the conversation between Lucky and the deputy commander. However, he was indeed surprised that there were already so many forces in the alliance chasing him. And they were even equipped with a portrait of his true appearance. "I don't know if it's useful, but it's not that simple for that ferocious young man to evade capture. There's not just one force hunting him. I think the entire Holy Continent is trying to catch this god of death. I heard that the Holy Trading Company also issued a wanted order for this ferocious young man. Do you know what the reward from the Holy Trading Company is?" Lucky didn't know that Gervais had already listened to their conversation, and was still keeping it secret in a rather mysterious manner. "It's a chance to have 10 opportunities to trade with any race." After seeing Gervais's very cooperative expression of curiosity, Lucky finally gave the answer. "Harry, don't underestimate this opportunity that you can only follow. You must know that many races on the Holy Continent are hostile to us humans, such as the sea race and the elf race. If our human caravan goes there on its own, it is very likely to be turned away, or simply killed, and both people and money will be lost. But if you follow the caravan of the Holy Trading Company, you don't have to worry about safety issues. You can definitely trade with any race, and you will be treated well. Do you know about the Aura Liquid? It's a potion that can help the titled knight break through. It's actually produced by the elves, and it's a very common thing among the elves. It's just water from the creek. However, most of our human business groups are unable to trade with the elves. So this spiritual energy liquid is monopolized by the Holy Trading Companies. It is just ordinary stream water, but a small bottle sells for hundreds of gold coins in the alliance." While Lucky and Gervais returned to the carriage, he explained to Gervais how generous the reward given by the Holy Trading Company this time was. "What? The original liquid of spiritual energy is actually stream water?" There is no need for Lucky to explain the rewards given by the Holy Commercial Bank. Gervais understood the value after knowing the layout of the Holy Continent. But this was the first time he heard that the original liquid of spiritual energy was actually stream water. You must know that the original liquid of spiritual energy was originally used by the church to control the Eurasian continent and was used to exchange interests with the nobles. Yes, I heard that the stream happened to pass by the elf race's spring of life. So when it flows through the spring of life, it will dilute a little of the spring of life water. So it has such an effect. But for the elves, it's just the stream water they drink every day, and it will eventually flow into the sea. This, after listening to Lucky's words, Gervais gained a lot of knowledge. At the beginning, Alice told herself to hide it like a treasure. If she couldn't break through the Golden Knight on her own, then take the spiritual energy liquid to break through. It turned out that this was just the stream of the elf clan. Afterwards, Gervais and Lucky returned to their carriages again, and the team continued to move forward. In the next month and a half, Gervais and his party encountered inspections by various Holy City checkpoints and patrol teams many times. The purpose of these people was the same as that of Kaaba Holy City, which was to hunt down Nagvais. Seeing this, Gervais couldn't help but sigh that it was a good thing that he was following Lucky on the road. Otherwise, even if he transformed into Harry, he wouldn't know how much time he would have to waste along the way. Chapter 586 Is the college so dark? Harry, come out. We're here. Early that morning, Gervais was called out of the carriage by Lucky early in the morning, because after 2 months of traveling, they finally arrived at the site of the Holy Alliance College of Higher Education, the City of Hope. When Gervais stepped out of the carriage, the first thing he saw was a majestic city. The walls of this big city are at least 100 meters high, and there are many runes on the walls that are shining with light. It is obvious that the city wall defense of the City of Hope does not only rely on height to resist the enemy. At this time, there were many knights riding warcraft unknowingly on the road in front and behind Gervais. Gervais even saw a storm wolf being used as a mount. I still felt nostalgic after seeing the storm wolf Kvisha, remembering that my first achievement after becoming Master Seignior was to eradicate the scourge of storm wolf for the serfs. I have been exhausted these past 2 months. City of Hope. Here we come. When Gervais stepped out of the carriage, Lucky was shouting excitedly and even dancing. It was obvious that traveling day and night for the past 2 months had bored a dude like him to death. Lucky's behavior attracted many people on the roadside to point fingers, and Gervais could only stay away from him to avoid being called a fool together with him. Come on, Harry. Let's go to the city first. After entering the city, I will take you to have a good meal. Lucky didn't realize at all that he was being treated as a lunatic by passers-by. He happily asked the guards for 2 war horses and led Gervais at the front of the team. After entering the city, Gervais truly appreciated the prosperity of this other world. The streets were countless times more lively than the holy city of Hika. If the surrounding buildings hadn't reminded Gervais would have thought he had returned to his previous life. After all, such a prosperous scene has never been seen in Eurasia. After passing through the outer city and entering the inner city, there were obviously fewer pedestrian instructors on the streets. However, the streets here are more open, and the buildings on both sides are no longer densely packed. They have become single-family exquisite small buildings with only 2 or 3 floors. These small buildings are surrounded by flower beds and trees, making them appear green, peaceful and harmonious. We're here. This is Alliance High School. Keep walking along the main street, and when you reach the end, there is a large and magnificent gate. Lucky stopped his horse here, and then turned directly to the ground. Although Lucky said he wanted to take Gervais for a big meal, they did not go to a restaurant or hotel immediately after entering the city. Instead, they went to the College of Higher Education. After all, Lucky still had a lot of luggage to settle. Harry, you are not allowed to ride war horses or magical beasts in the academy. Otherwise your credits will be deducted. So you must remember this. Okay, Master Lucky. Gervais looked at the college students coming in and out of the gate and nodded in response. Although he was thinking that he was not planning to enroll in school, Lucky was in high spirits at the moment, and it was hard for him to directly say that he was planning to sell the place and go to the West Coast. He planned to leave a letter directly to Lucky as a farewell when he left another day. After entering this higher education institution, Lucky kept introducing the structure of the institution to Gervais. Although this place was called a college, through Lucky's introduction, Gervais learned that the area of the college was comparable to the area of a county-level area in his previous life. There are tens of thousands of teachers and students in the academy, belonging to 2 departments, Magic Academy and Knight Academy. However, although the academy is divided into magicians and titled knights, in order to allow students from the 2 different professions to better integrate and get along with each other, in addition to professional knowledge, other common sense subjects are taught together. For example, common sense knowledge such as the customs and customs of the Holy Continent, the characteristics and history of other races, etc. After all, whether they are magicians or titled knights, when they are fused together and cooperate with each other, they can exert their greatest combat effectiveness. It is precisely because of this that Lucky can become classmates with magicians like Adela. After more than 10 minutes of walking, Gervais and his party soon arrived at the college dormitory area where Lucky was located. There are 5-story Western-style buildings here. Through Lucky's introduction, Gervais learned that each small building can accommodate 20 people. That is, 4 people on the first floor. When Gervais came to the dormitory where Lucky lived, he discovered that although it was not a single-family dormitory, it was really enviable. Each of Lucky and the others actually lived in a two-bedroom dormitory. This kind of accommodation environment reminded Gervais of his previous school career, where several people were crowded into a dormitory, which was not as big as Lucky's room. How about Harry? It's not bad. When you enter school and pay 100 gold coins every month, you can live in an apartment like this. Lucky saw Gervais's expression and immediately smiled. As the strongest college in the Holy Continent, the environment is really good. Although the lower colleges also have accommodation for students, the rooms are not as big as the toilets here. They can only be used for sleeping. Not to mention how uncomfortable it is. What? I want 100 gold coins. Gervais was quite envious of Lucky at first, but after hearing the price, he took a breath. Such a house costs 100 gold coins every month, which is 1,000 gold coins in 10 months. Isn't this a clear robbery? Even in the holy city of Hika, 1,000 gold coins can buy a small exquisite building, but you can only live here for one school year. Gervais was very glad that he did not want to stay here to study gilding. Otherwise, the academy would be so dark and he would not have enough gold coins to spend. And only second-class masters like Lachi could afford to learn it. Ha ha. The price is indeed a bit expensive. But Harry, with your talent, as long as you work harder and become a junior magician earlier, you will only need 10 gold coins to live in this dormitory. Lucky's reaction when he saw Gervais was not surprising. After all, this was expensive for him, let alone Harry, who was born as a civilian. So he quickly added a sentence. And seeing Gervais' expression softening, Lucky continued, actually, in addition to dormitories that live together in one building, the college also provides independent houses. But the stronger you are, the less gold coins you need to spend. For example, if I am a peak silver knight and want to live in a small independent building, I will have to pay 1,000 gold coins every month. But if I become a gold knight, I will only have to pay 100 gold coins for one leap. If I become a white flag knight, I only need to pay 10 gold coins. Even if I become a black flag knight, I can live in the college's dormitory for free, Lucky said, with a strong tone of envy in his tone. He was obviously envious of those students who could pay the same price as him but live in a single-family house. I see. After listening to Lucky's explanation, Gervais understood why the best academy in the league was so dark. This could be regarded as a disguised form of motivating students to practice hard. After all, although there are geniuses here, there are also many second-generation masters, so they are divided into high and low. And naturally they have a desire to compete. Let's go! Harry! Let's go see if Adela and the others are in the academy now. If they are, we'll have lunch together. After saying that, Lucky urged Gervais out of the dormitory and rushed to the location of the Magic Academy. If it was before, Lachi wanted to invite Adela out for dinner. It would be impossible. But this time it was different, because Gervais was originally responsible for cutting off the queen, and Adela and others owed an adult a favor. In this adventure, Lucky's men also suffered heavy casualties. So when Adela left, she said that when they came to the City of Hope, she would treat them to a meal as a thank you for their contribution to this adventure. Lucky had been thinking about this matter, so as soon as he returned to the academy, he hurriedly took Gervais to prepare for a big meal. In fact, the purpose was to have lunch with Adela. Chapter 587 Unexpected News. It took more than 10 minutes for Gervais, Lucky and others to arrive at the campus where the magician was located. Harry, you will be very lucky to come here in the future. Did you see that many of the people who study magic are beautiful ladies? It's not like our title knights. Meeting a beautiful woman is like finding a wild monster in the city. It's impossible. As soon as we arrived at the campus where the magician was located, there were obviously more girls walking on the road, and Lucky's eyes began to glance around, revealing the playboy's nature as he watched Lucky speaking to Gervais with envy. Ha ha. Master Lucky, why didn't you choose to learn magic in the first place? It seems that a dandy like Lucky did not come to the academy to become a great knight, and he is not an heir. So learning magic should be the first choice for a dandy like him. After all, the training of a title knight is hard and tiring. And when fighting, they have to fight for their lives in close quarters. And they seem to be less noble than a magician. Hey, I wanted to learn magic at first. But unfortunately, I found out when I was practicing meditation that I have no affinity for magic of any kind. I couldn't even become a trainee magician. So I had to practice fighting spirit in the end. Lucky's face was full of pain, and it was obvious that he couldn't let go of this incident. In this regard, Gervais could only give Lucky a look of pity, and felt lucky for the female students at the Magic Academy. We're here. Harry, wait here. I'll knock on the door. Soon, Gervais and Lucky stopped in front of a beautiful single-family building. This small detached building only had 2 floors, with lawns and flower gardens in front and behind the building. Gervais guessed that it might be the small detached building that Lucky mentioned. Not to mention living in a villa like this while going to school. It is really not something that ordinary people can enjoy. Boom, boom, boom. Lucky walked to the door and knocked very softly a few times. Who? A clear and sweet sound immediately came from inside, and Gervais heard that it was the beautiful young lady Adela. Adela, it's Harry and I. We just arrived and we want to invite you to have lunch with us. Lucky didn't dare to just give his name. He was very worried about being rejected by Adela. Adela had rejected many people in the past. Bangta. Soon the door of the small building was opened. Adela walked out, and there was Seignior beside her. Seignior, you're here too. I just don't have to call you later. Lucky quickly added to Seignior, because he was worried that Adela would still refuse. Large. Harry, do you want lunch? Just wait a moment. But what reassures Lucky is that Adela seems to have no intention of refusing this time. After just letting the 2 of them wait at the door for a moment, Adela and Seignior walked out of the small building. Let's go! Let's go have lunch. By the way, what do you want to eat? Adela was wearing a light blue dress today, with a long ribbon tied around her waist, which fully supported his slender figure, coupled with that beautiful face. It is definitely a beautiful sight. Adela, I'm afraid I won't have a seat later, so I've asked my subordinate to make a reservation. It's in Lung Jade Manor. As soon as Lucky heard Adela's words, he knew that Adela was going to fulfill her previous promise and was going to treat him and Harry to dinner. However, Lucky, this dandy young master, also has a lot of tricks up his sleeve, and he had already arranged for someone to reserve a seat, so that Adela would not have to pay for this dinner. Only in this way could they hope to dine with Adela again in the future. Okay. Adela didn't say much. After several people arrived at the gate of the college on foot, Adela and Seignior got into the carriage that Lucky had prepared, while Gervais and Lucky rode directly on their horses. Soon, the group arrived at the Lung Jade Manor located in the inner city of the City of Hope. This manor occupies a very large area. How extensive is it? It was when Gervais and others came to the gate of the manor and dismounted their horses. When Gervais thought that they could reach the building of the manor in a few steps, they discovered that there was a carriage waiting for everyone after entering the gate. Under the respectful welcome of the attendants, Gervais and others got into the carriage again. The carriage in this manor is an open carriage without a roof, and the 4 Gervais sit opposite each other, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Adela chose to sit opposite Gervais, while Lucky sat opposite Seignior. Lucky and Adela had obviously come to this cold emerald manor for dinner before, and there was nothing strange about them. Seignior, on the other hand, was quite curious and looked around. After about 3 minutes of walking at a steady speed and passing through exquisite gardens, Gervais and the others saw a beautiful and gorgeous building in front of them. In front of the building is a large square covered with stone slabs. This place is just like a 5-star hotel in the previous life. There are always fountains or other landscaping outside the entrance. But here it is even more luxurious and exquisite, with not only numerous sculptures and flower gardens, but also dozens of male and female attendants neatly dressed waiting for them. Good afternoon, distinguished young masters and ladies. Welcome to Lingfeitsue Manor. When the carriage stopped, the servants quickly came up and opened the carriage door to welcome everyone out of the carriage. They also brought basins, towels and other items for people to wipe their hands. Facing such a scene, Lucky and Adela still acted very naturally, but Seignior was a little embarrassed. During this period, Adela also looked at Gervais, and was surprised to find that Gervais accepted it calmly without any discomfort at all. Adela didn't know that Gervais was also a Seignior before. He had this kind of enjoyment every day, so naturally, he wouldn't be as uncomfortable as Seignior. In this way, several people walked into this luxurious building under the guidance of the attendants. At this time, there were many young men and women in gorgeous clothes in the building. It was obvious that the business of Lung Jade Manor was not bad. After Lucky announced his name, everyone was quickly taken to the reserved restaurant. Large. This manor is so luxurious. Lunch must not be cheap. I didn't know there was such a luxurious manor in the City of Hope. Although Seignior is considered a wealthy family compared with common people, compared with big families like Adela, it seems a bit shabby. After sitting down, she immediately asked Lucky curiously. Hearing Seignior's question, Lucky glanced at Adela first. He was worried that his answer might make Adela think she was showing off. But when he saw Adela purse her lips and chuckle. This then, he said with confidence. This Ling Jade Manor is one of the most luxurious manors in the City of Hope. It is the property of our college. Every time you come here, your consumption must not be less than 100 gold coins. Otherwise, even if you only order one dish, the 100 gold coins it must also be delivered and used directly as the cost of the meal. Ah, so expensive. Seignior exhaled softly. It was obvious that poverty limited his imagination. Of course, Gervais was also stunned on the side. This is so damn luxurious. One meal costs 100 gold coins. And according to Lucky, this is still the minimum consumption. Gervais thought it was extraordinary that he spent more than a dozen gold coins on a meal with Lucky in Linong City. But he didn't expect that it wouldn't even count as a fraction in the Holy Continent. Dear Master Lucky and several distinguished guests, this is today's menu. Take a look at what food you want. At this time, 5 waiters came in at the door of the restaurant, respectfully handed the menus to the 4 people, and then waited aside. Gervais also accepted the menu handed by the attendant. He was curious about the level of a meal that started with 100 gold coins. When Gervais saw the recipes on the menu, he immediately realized that although the Cold Jade Manor was extremely expensive, it was still reasonably expensive. 1 low-level swordfish, 20 gold coins. A pair of mid-level explosive bear paws, 70 gold coins. 50 pieces of colorful deer antlers, 100 gold coins. 1 mid-level thunder eagle, 300 gold coins. A portion of mid-level deep-sea colorful fish, 500 gold coins. High-level thunder flying tiger bone stew, 999 gold coins. Gervais flipped through page after page, and was not only shocked by the prices of these dishes, but also shocked by the raw materials used in the recipes. Except for the existence of low-level fish, the rest are actually mid-level monsters. Whether it's running on land, swimming in water, or flying in the sky, this Ling Jade Manor actually includes it all. Although there are fewer high-level monsters, there are still quite a few. But the price is prohibitive. Gervais felt that selling his qualifications as an auditor would not be enough to eat and drink here. Of course, in addition to World of Warcraft meat, there are also many vegetarian combinations of elixirs and spiritual fruits on the menu. But Gervais is not ready to look at them anymore, and just let Lachi and others order. If he were to treat himself, he would naturally order more. But the consumption here is not tens or hundreds of gold coins, but hundreds or thousands of gold coins. And his strength at this time does not allow it. Soon, Lachi and Adela each ordered several dishes, including Warcraft meat and vegetarian dishes. Gervais silently calculated the prices and found that they would cost at least 500 or 600 gold coins. Dear young masters and ladies, I wonder what drinks you need. When several people finished ordering their meals, the waiter did not leave immediately, but continued to ask respectfully. Drinks are provided for free at Cold Emerald Manor, so they are not on the menu. Have some juice? We have 2 ladies here, so no need for alcohol. Without thinking, Lucky immediately replied to the attendant in a gentlemanly manner. If Adela hadn't been present in the past, of course, all the wine would have been served and no juice would have been given. He had rehearsed this gentleman's behavior in his mind for a long time, so he didn't naturally say that he needed alcohol. Okay, Master Lucky. But Master Lucky, we have a very precious drink from Ling Jade Manor. It comes from the elves. It has a very good skin care effect on ladies. I wonder if you would like to try it. Hearing that the maid actually took the initiative to add drama, Lucky frowned. This was not like what Ling Jade Manor had done in the past. Doing so would probably offend the customers. What kind of drink is it? However, Lucky did not have an attack after all, but asked patiently. Back to Master Lucky. This drink is called golden wine. It is brewed from the elves, and was brought back from the elves by the Holy Trading Company half a month ago. The quantity is very rare, and I heard that drinking it can make a lady's skin more delicate. The maid replied respectfully. What did you just say? Golden wine? Before Lucky could reply, Gervais suddenly stood up and looked at the attendant in shock. Yes, this young master. This is golden wine. The attendant didn't know why Gervais reacted so strongly. He was startled by Gervais's move, and his face turned a little pale. Those who come here are all rich or noble, no matter what the reason is. If the guests are angry or dissatisfied, it will definitely be difficult for them and their attendants. Harry! What's wrong? Master Harry, what's wrong with you? Lucky, Adela and others had never seen Gervais lose his temper like this before, and they all expressed concern and inquiries. You must know that even in the face of hundreds of orcs, Harry could calmly stay and break up. For such a person, what else could make him so excited? Sorry, I just got a little excited. In fact, it's nothing. I was an orphan since I was a child. I remember my magic tutor said that he'd pick me up in a place full of grapes. So when I heard the word grape, I got excited subconsciously, thinking I could find some clues about my life experience. But now that I think about it, it's impossible. Since wine is produced by the elves, it definitely can't be where I was born. Gervais immediately realized that he was too excited. So he immediately activated the noble's cultivation magical skill. But he was really shocked just now. After all, he had been in the Holy Continent for so long, and he had never heard of the existence of wine here. But now the elves actually have wine. And the name is exactly the same as the golden wine he'd brewed. Gervais was worried that Eurasia had fallen into the hands of the church. After all, Alice and others should not be able to come to this sacred continent. I see. Both Lucky and Adela believed Gervais's statement. Besides, it was not an important matter. So they didn't care. On the contrary, they all sympathized with Gervais, who did not expect that he was an orphan. By the way, Harry, what are the grapes you are talking about? Why haven't I heard of them before? Right. Is wine made from this grape? I don't know what grapes are. I just heard my instructor say this. I haven't seen it with my own eyes. Gervais could only continue to circle. That's it. Harry, don't be discouraged. As long as grapes exist, you will definitely be able to find them in the future. Why don't we try the golden wine of the elves first? Then call the steward here and ask if the wine is made of grapes. Lucky was deeply afraid that Gervais would be sad because of his life experience. So he immediately comforted him. Thank you, Master Lucky. I know. The dandy Lucky was quite humane. Gervais thanked him and sat back in his seat. He also wanted to taste the golden wine of the Holy Continent first to see if there was any difference from his golden wine. Then, he would be able to judge what was going on. Chapter 588 Elf Wine. Seeing that Gervais sat back, and it was not because he made a mistake that caused dissatisfaction among the guests. The attendant breathed a sigh of relief. He respectfully bowed to several people and said goodbye, and then retreated with 4 attendants at the same time. I haven't heard anything about the elves for a long time. I didn't expect them to be able to brew wine now. After the waiter left, Lucky immediately changed the topic and started talking about the elves. The elves are mysterious existences to humans, because the elves have basically not stopped walking on the mainland since 200 years ago. The human race's understanding of the elves is that all elves, both men and women, are handsome and beautiful, and they also have long lifespans. This is simply the state that humans yearn for most. I wonder if the wine brewed by the elves tastes good. If a lady drinks it, it can also protect her skin. Does the wine have such effects? The rum and beer of the past were terrible. I don't know why you like to drink. Seignior also said curiously. I think since it's from the elves, it shouldn't be too bad. Otherwise the attendant wouldn't take the initiative to mention it. Adela also joined the discussion circle. Obviously the elves are indeed a good discussion topic, and everyone has the desire to participate. Gervais also wanted to participate, but he didn't know much about the elves. He only knew that the elves now live in the sacred forest and are very resistant to humans, because human adventurers would go to the sacred forest from time to steal the elves. Trafficking. As for the rest, the books only record that hundreds of years ago, the elves were also a powerful race in the Holy Continent and had their own holy city. However, they were later destroyed by the undead. After the elf queen died in battle, the elves declined. In order to avoid threats from humans and other races, the elves retreated to the vast sacred forest. Boom, boom, boom. Dear guests, your delicious food has been prepared. I have to say that apart from being expensive, this Ling Jade Manor is impeccable in other aspects. In just a few minutes, the dishes they ordered were prepared and delivered. Under the busyness of the waiters, the long table in front of Gervais and the others was immediately filled with all kinds of delicacies with alluring aromas. However, what Gervais is most concerned about at the moment is not the food, but the wine. Obviously, the same is true for Lackey and the others. When the dishes were all served, everyone did not start immediately, but looked at the waiters and waited. The attendants were also very nimble, and did not dare to keep the people waiting for a long time. Several attendants quickly visited the crystal glasses in front of the 4 of them, and then a beautiful female attendant carried the wine jug and poured wine for the 4 of them. This smells delicious. The attendant came to Lucky's side first, carrying the exquisite silver pot, and began to pour red wine into his crystal cup. While the waiter was pouring the wine, Lucky seemed to feel something. His nose moved involuntarily. Then he took a deep breath and immediately let out a sigh. Faced with Lucky's reaction, Adela and Seignior became even more excited, looking at the red gem like wine expectantly. On the contrary, after Gervais saw the familiar red wine, his thoughts suddenly started to fly. Because Gervais is now really sure that the wine provided by Cold Jade Manor is really made from grapes. And its name also coincides with his own golden wine. How could there be such a coincidence? It's also made from grapes. And it's also called golden wine. It was hard for Gervais to believe the coincidences one after another. Golden wine was prefixed with the word gold, in order to reflect his high standards and his expectation that the wine would earn gold coins in the future. Are the elves also so vulgar? Don't they all say that the elves believe in the goddess of nature and have extraordinary artistic abilities? Or maybe Eurasia has really been conquered by the church, and they have captured my storm territory? But why does this wine appear from the elves? The church belongs to the new temple. The elves believe in the goddess of nature. They will definitely not get involved with the new temple. Gervais frowned. Although he had thousands of guesses, they all felt unreasonable, and he had no clue at all. The only thing Gervais never thought about was that his cheap wife was actually an elf queen. His father-in-law was also an elf royal family. And now all his subjects had moved to the Holy Continent. Wow! It smells so good! Adela, tell me why the elves are so magical. Everything related to the elves is so exquisite and magnificent. Just when Gervais was in a daze, the crystal cups in front of Seignior and Adela were filled with sweet red wine by the attendant. Seignior lowered her head and sniffed at the rim of the cup, and let out a soft cry that was even more exaggerated than Raki's. Seignior, the elves live in the sacred forest, believe in the goddess of nature, and have a long life. They have enough time to study beautiful things, so anything created by the elves is exquisite. Adela also smelled the sweetness of the wine, but she was a well-educated young lady, so naturally she would not be as fussy as Seignior, but she remained elegant and dignified. The elves are great, but they are not friendly to us humans. It's all due to those black-hearted adventurers. I heard that it's because they often steal elves and sell them. That's why they are like this. Seignior first had an expression of admiration, and then became filled with indignation. Okay, Seignior, let's taste how delicious this wine is. Lucky couldn't wait any longer. He was already good at wine, but now that he encountered a wine like wine that could make people salivate just by smelling it, he naturally couldn't wait for a moment. If Adela hadn't been there, the glass of red wine would have been in his belly. Now seeing Seignior changing the topic to something not so comfortable, Lucky immediately turned Seignior's topic away. Okay. Seignior was immediately brought back by Lucky's words. And then several people raised their glasses and started tasting. Harry, try the wine too. At this moment, Lucky noticed that Gervais hadn't even raised his wine glass yet, and gave a gentle reminder. Gervais reacted immediately and raised the wine glass. The color and aroma are the same. In fact, Gervais can know its taste without drinking it. But since Lucky urged it, Gervais naturally wants to drink it too. Oh, it's so delicious. It doesn't choke at all. So can wine taste so good? It's even more delicious and unique than juice. There is such a fine wine. After everyone tasted the wine, both Seignior and Lucky were surprised. Lucky's wine glass became even more empty. After drinking countless wines, he realized that the wine he drank before was simply sour water. Although Adela did not exclaim, it could be seen from her fair and rosy face that she was obviously very happy now. Seeing that Lucky's wine glass was empty, the attendant quickly filled Lucky with another glass of wine. With Lucky's satisfied smile, the attendant cautiously said, Master Lucky, in fact, this golden wine is even more precious. But the quantity of that more precious golden wine is very rare, so it can only be provided for a fee. Chapter 589 Elf Wine B. Oh, there is also more precious gold wine? How many gold coins are there in a bottle? Listening to the attendant's words, which were like digging a hole for them to jump into, Lucky, instead of being angry, was very surprised, obviously looking forward to the more precious golden wine. Master Lucky, the current golden wine is made from ordinary grapes, but the precious golden wine is brewed from magic fruit. Not only does it taste better, sweeter and more comfortable, but it also has the effect of improving cultivation. The price is 300 gold coins per pot, and there are currently less than 20 pots left in the manor. And a secret delicacy is also given as a gift, which is also a delicacy passed down from the elves, which has never been seen before in the Holy Continent. The attendant spoke to Lucky in detail. When Lucky, Adela and Seignior heard this introduction, their eyes suddenly showed expectant looks. Okay, Send us a pot quickly. Without thinking, Lucky nodded and asked for a pot. Even the golden wine made from ordinary grapes was so delicious. He could imagine how delicious the wine made from the magic potion spirit fruit was. Okay, Master Lucky, please wait a moment. After hearing Lucky's words, the attendant immediately responded respectfully, and then quickly went to get the precious golden wine. After the waiters left, Lucky and the others started to consume the wine in the crystal glasses. From the time the food was served to now, they had not even eaten a bite of the food. But Gervais's attention now was on the attendant's last words. A secret delicacy passed down from the elves? Could it be my golden oysters? Gervais had a vague hunch, but he felt that he was overthinking it. If grilled oysters appear, it really means that the golden wine and grilled oysters come from their own storm territory. So how did they come here? Gervais didn't have to wait long. After just a moment, the attendant had left and returned, followed by several attendants carrying delicate trays. It's really grilled oysters. What's going on? Gervais's heart was shocked, as if he was in a dream. If he hadn't been sure before that the golden wine came from Baofeng Linghua. But the moment the golden oysters appeared, he was 100% sure that these things really came from the storm territory. After all, there are no coincidences in the world. Hey, is this the secret delicacy you are talking about? What is its name? It tastes very fragrant and unique. Lucky is worthy of being a playboy. He is the most picky and knowledgeable about food and drink, and he was immediately attracted by the smell of grilled oysters. Master Lucky, this secret delicacy also comes from the elves, and its name is golden oysters. And if you eat this golden oyster regularly, women can beautify their skin, and men can keep fit. I heard that the reason why the elves are so beautiful has something to do with their past consumption of this golden oyster. The attendant spoke one thing after another, and while answering respectfully, he directed the 4 attendants carrying the trays to place the golden oysters in front of Gervais and the 4 of them. Hearing the attendant's words, Adela and Seignior's faces turned red. Although they were both delicate little girls, the atmosphere of this fantasy land was like this. Although the attendant's words were very vague, the implication of physical fitness could still be said. Understandable. Different from the reaction of the 2 girls. Lucky's eyes were shining, and he couldn't wait to see the golden oysters. On the contrary, Gervais was thoughtful. He was very familiar with these words. He seemed to have recorded such propaganda words in his notepad. This attendant just replaced the handsome man and beautiful woman with the elves. If the southern expedition hadn't started at that time, Gervais's slogan would have spread throughout the Principality of Jin, along with the promotion of oysters. As the oysters were placed, the waiters also neatly filled the empty glasses of the rare wine to several people. From then on, the attendant did not add any more drama to himself, but bowed respectfully to several people and then left the restaurant. The food is ready. Let's start tasting it. Lucky couldn't wait any longer, but he still resisted the urge and greeted a few people like a gentleman. Then everyone started eating. Lucky took the lead in raising the crystal glass in front of him and took a sip of the rare wine. When the wine entered his mouth, his eyes widened and he was stunned for a moment. It took a moment for Lucky to regain his composure, and then drank the wine in the crystal glass without saying a word. Adela and Seignior naturally did the same. They drank much faster than before, and the blush on their faces became more intense, like overripe peaches, becoming more attractive. After tasting the rare wine, Lucky and the others couldn't wait to get their hands on the oysters. When they picked up the spoons, scooped out the meat and minced garlic from the palm-sized oyster SHLs and stuffed them into their backs, the 3 of them froze again. It was obvious that I was conquered by the unfamiliar but impactful taste. Next, the few people at the meal did not exchange many words, and they were all concentrating on tasting the delicious food. Gervais did not have much appetite during this period, because he was still thinking about how his oysters and wine came to this sacred continent. If Lachi and others were not present, Gervais would definitely have stood up on the spot and asked the attendants about these things. At this time, I can only suppress it in my heart for the time being, and prepare to find a chance to go out and ask after dinner. During the meal, Gervais saw that several people liked grilled oysters so much, so he gave his share of oysters to them, and each person got 5. Perhaps it was because it was so delicious and the golden oysters were a gift. So Lucky and the others did not object. Only Adela's already red face turned even redder. It was obvious that such a gluttonous appearance made him lose his temper. It has changed the persona of a dignified lady in the past. Phew! I'm finally full. Today's food is the most delicious I've ever eaten. After several people finished eating the food on the long table, Lucky immediately said with satisfaction, Me too. Seignior immediately agreed. Adela also nodded in agreement. I wonder how such delicious golden wine and golden oysters are made. How about we ask the supervisor to come over and introduce them? Lucky suddenly suggested as he recalled the delicious food from before. Unsurprisingly, his proposal was approved by several people. Lucky and the other two were curious about the origins of food and wine because they were conquered by this delicious food. But Gervais wanted to know how the golden wine and golden oysters came to the Holy Continent. Since Lucky took the initiative, it saved him a lot of trouble. Soon, the supervisor here was found. Distinguished young masters and ladies, I am Ling Jade's supervisor Izzy. Are you satisfied with today's delicious food? The supervisor was a middle-aged man wearing a silk gown. He greeted everyone in a very polite manner and asked questions. Director Izzy, we are very satisfied with Ling Jade's delicious food. We asked you to come here because we have a few questions that we would like to ask. Lucky replied. Okay, Master Lucky, if you have any questions, just ask. This room was reserved by Lucky. So Ling Jade's attendants and supervisors knew Lucky's name. Izzy replied very respectfully, and then waited for Lucky's questions. That's it. Are this golden wine and golden oysters really obtained from the elves? We have never heard of the elves having such fine wine and food before. Lucky didn't hesitate and started asking directly. Master Lucky, we obtained the golden wine and golden oysters from the Holy Trading Company. They also brought them back from the previous trade with the elves. They indeed obtained them from the sacred forest. As for why there was no news about this golden wine and golden oysters before, I have no way of knowing. Perhaps because he saw Lucky frowning slightly and not being satisfied with his answer. The steward Izzy hesitated for a moment and then continued. But I heard from people at the Sacred Trading Company that something very strange happened in the sacred forest. Maybe the appearance of the golden wine and golden oysters has something to do with it. Oh, something strange? Immediately several people became interested. People from the Holy Trading Company said that great changes have taken place in the Holy Forest. Not only did the elves regain their queen some time ago, but our human race also appeared there. And there are quite a lot of them. The steward Izzy said with a hopeful look. It was obvious that even he himself felt shocked and unbelievable by these words. What? Our human race appears in the sacred forest? Izzy is in charge. Did the people from the Sacred Trading Company see it wrong? Or are they adventurers caught by the elves? Lucky and others exclaimed. The appearance of humans in the sacred forest shocked them more than the elves having a queen again. The elves are extremely strict with humans who dare to break into the sacred forest. If there is no valid reason, no matter whether you are a black-hearted adventurer or not, you will be sent directly to the forest to feed the monsters without any discussion. Not a risk-taker. I heard from people at the Holy Trading Company that the humans and elves get along very well, and that the golden wine and golden oysters were negotiated with them by a human woman. Izzy shook his head and rejected Lucky's idea, and then told everyone what the Holy Trading Company saw. After a pause, Izzy continued, I speculate that the elves did not understand the value of this wine and food before, so they waited until those humans appeared and sold it with their help. Otherwise, such delicious things should have spread throughout the human race. As for those humans being able to coexist peacefully with the elves, it should be related to their new queen. Although humans appeared in the sacred forest, both the Holy Trading Company and Izzy felt that golden wine and golden oysters could only be created by the elves, and they would not think of humans as the inventors of these delicacies and wines. After hearing Izzy's confirmation that he was not the captured adventurer, Lucky and others were speechless. Even thousands of years ago, the relationship between humans and elves was not so harmonious. The beauty of the elves itself is coveted by many great nobles. Although the elves were very powerful at that time, black-hearted adventurers did not dare to rob the elves secretly so unscrupulously. But it did happen from time to time. Therefore, the relationship between the elves and humans has always been very tense. And there was even an incident where the elves directly destroyed a small human country. What's more, since the elves lost their queen 200 years ago, the plundering of human evil adventurers has become even more rampant. The elves should hate humans even more. The new queen. Humans and elves help each other. Maybe this really has something to do with the emergence of the new queen. In the end, Lucky could only mutter a few words and said nothing more. As for Izzy's guess that the golden wine and golden oysters were created by the elves, Lucky agreed. Director Izzy, may I ask what the name of the new queen of the elves is? And what is the name of the person who contacted the Holy Trading Company to negotiate this deal? Just when everyone fell into a brief silence, Gervais suddenly spoke. Gervais is now certain that the elves must have had contact with people in Eurasia. And some of the people in the sacred forest must have come from Eurasia. Because not only did they have their own wine and grilled oysters, they even found their own notes on recording marketing strategies and used them. It's just that Gervais is not sure whether the people in the sacred forest are people from the new temple or his own people. Now only if he knew the name of the new queen or the identity of the person who contacted the holy business company, he could make some speculations to see who brought these things to the holy continent. Young master, I'm very sorry. The elves generally don't disclose the name of the queen of the elves. However, the surname of the elven royal family is Odazel, and every generation of their queens has this surname. As for the person responsible for contacting the Holy Trading Company, we don't know the specific name. I heard from people at the Holy Trading Company that the person they were negotiating with was a woman, and they spoke very highly of that woman, because the waiter's introduction to golden wine and golden oysters just now was all provided by that woman. If you want to know other information, the people from the Holy Trading Company should know more. Izzy, the steward, answered Gervais's questions truthfully and in great detail. O'Dihill's last name? I definitely don't recognize it. But this Chachaw person is a woman? Could it be Alice? Gervais was sure that no one he knew had the surname O'Dahill. On the contrary, the fact that the person who contacted the Holy Trading Company was a woman made him think. And he felt excited. It would be great if it was really Alice who came to the Holy Continent. Gervais was trying every means to make money during this period in order to prepare for returning to Eurasia, because he felt too much reluctance there. For example, Alice, Carola, Anna, Gandalf, etc. In fact, Gervais was not very worried about earning gold coins. He was worried about whether he could find a route back to Eurasia. After all, there is still great uncertainty in finding Eurasia in the vast ocean. But if Alice really comes to the sacred continent, does it mean that other familiar people have also come? Even if it wasn't Alice, that meant someone knew the route to Eurasia. Young masters, young ladies, and our distinguished guests, do you have anything else you would like to ask? Seeing that Gervais was deep in thought, Izzy was also ready to leave. As a supervisor, he naturally had many things to be busy with. Well, it's okay. Director Izzy, thank you for your answer just now. Now that they know the origin of golden wine and golden oysters, they have nothing to ask. After all, it was obvious that Director Izzy didn't know much about the situation, so it would be in vain to ask. Chapter 590. The departure plan is suspended. Originally, I just wanted to inquire about golden wine and golden oysters, but I didn't expect to hear such strange things. It's incredible. After the supervisor left, Lucky and the others did not prepare to leave, but continued to sit around for a while. They all had a big appetite today and had eaten a lot of food, so naturally they needed to rest for a while. The place is magnificent and has a beautiful environment. Through the glazed windows, you can see the beautiful garden scenery outside. It is a very good place to rest. Lucky took the lead in opening up the conversation and started looking for topics to talk to the two girls. In the past, if he could invite Adela to dinner, Lucky would never dare to think about it. Now that he has achieved this impossible thing, Lucky naturally wants to express himself to the extreme and find relevant topics to talk about. By the way, do you know what happened to the Queen of the Elves? There has been no queen for more than 200 years. So how come the elves suddenly have a queen again? I don't know. But I heard that there was a strange movement in the elves some time ago. It seems that tens of thousands of elven warriors were dispatched en masse and went to sea in boats. I don't know where they went. The appearance of the elf queen is probably related to this. Due to family circumstances, it is naturally impossible for Seignior to participate in this topic. Children from big families, like Adela and Lachi, have a natural advantage in this matter. Even if they don't take the initiative to understand, they can often receive secret information in this area. So Adela also treated it as casual chat and picked up the conversation. Listen to what you said. I also remember it. It seems that just half a year ago, people thought that the elves had discovered some treasure overseas. Now that I think about it, it may be related to their queen. Seeing Adela drop the topic directly, Lucky immediately started talking happily. Half year ago? Gervais has been deep in thought, but he still pays a little attention to the conversation between Lucky and Adela, because the topic between the two was related to the elves. Gervais was very concerned about the elves now, so he immediately grasped the key points of what Lucky and Adela said. Since the elves went to sea half a month ago, and they only started negotiating the sale of golden oysters and golden wine at the Holy Trading Company half a month ago, the time is completely consistent. So, it is very possible that people from Eurasia really came to the Holy Continent. Gervais instantly understood. With this explanation, he could figure out how people from Eurasia came to this sacred continent. He must have come with the elves. And if it was really someone brought here by the elves, then it was most likely one of his own. Because if they are people from the new temple, they don't need to rely on the elves to cross the sea at all. They have a teleportation array. Moreover, the new temple was in existence that everyone was shouting about in the holy continent. After seizing Eurasia, it was too late to block the news. After all, they wanted to use Eurasia as a secret base. The situation will basically not be much different. Now we just need to determine who the negotiator is. I hope it is my cheap wife and the others. It seems that my plan to leave the holy continent is coming to a halt. Gervais took pleasure in guessing that the people selling wine and grilled oysters were not from the new temple. At the same time, his plan was also ready to be adjusted. He now needed to stay in the holy continent and first find out the identities of those in the holy forest. Holy Trading Company. Lolita. It's really troublesome. Thinking of this, Gervais began to think of the Holy Trading Company. The supervisor of Ling Jade just now made it very clear that the people at the Sacred Trading Company know best about the matters regarding the sacred forest. Apart from anything else, they must know the name of the woman negotiating trade with them. Therefore, if Gervais wanted to confirm the identities of those people, it would be most convenient and quickest to find people from the Holy Trading Company to ask. However, the Holy Trading Company is the most powerful trading firm in the Holy Continent. If an unknown person like Gervais wants to find someone to inquire about something, he knows without thinking that they will definitely ignore him. Fortunately, his identity is Harry, and the Lolita lady still has some affinity. And Gervais would be able to give him face if he had the shamelessness to come up and ask. It's just that Gervais feels that Lolita is a very dangerous woman. If his identity is exposed, he will fall into a trap. Previously, Gervais did not dare to go to the branch of the Holy Trading Company in the holy city of Hika, either to purchase magic materials or to sell the deep-sea pearl, because he was worried about leaving any clues. Oh, I can't control that much anymore. I always have to ask for my cheap wife. In the end, Gervais made up his mind to find time to find Lolita as soon as possible to help find out the news. So, Gervais looked at Lucky and Adela and said, Master Lucky, Miss Adela, do you know where Miss Lolita from the Holy Trading Company lives? Although Gervais knew that Lolita was the eldest lady of the Holy Company, he had no idea where the eldest lady was active. Huh? Miss Lolita? I really don't know this. Harry, what do you want to do with Miss Lolita? Lucky was the first to answer, but he didn't know Lolita's specific movements. After all, he and Lolita were not familiar with each other, and Lolita was usually very low-key. Miss Lolita, I do know that when we were parted last time, she told me that she would come to the headquarters of the Holy Trading Company in the City of Hope in the near future, so that I could go there to find her when I have time. Although Adela answered a little slowly, she gave Gervais the most useful information. Thank you, Miss Adela. Gervais suddenly became excited. He didn't expect that Lolita was also in the City of Hope, which really saved him a lot of trouble in finding her. However, Lucky just asked him the reason for looking for Lolita, so Gervais naturally had to tell him. Otherwise it would be too abrupt. I'm actually looking for Miss Loria for two things. With an embarrassed look on his face, Gervais began to describe his motives for looking for Lolita. The first thing is because of the grape thing. I didn't expect that there are humans in the sacred forest, so I want to go to the Sacred Trading Company to inquire and see if I can find any clues about my life experience. The second thing is that I want to buy some magic materials, so I want to see if Miss Lolita can give me a cheaper price. Puff. Gervais's first question was easy to understand, and no one said anything. But after hearing Gervais's second question, Lucky was drinking tea. But after hearing it, he sprayed it directly on the ground. Brother, are you serious? I am looking for the eldest lady of the Sacred Trading Company just to let you buy things cheaper. You are a trainee magician. How many gold coins can you buy and sell? Gervais's move was like someone in the previous life who wanted to recharge 10 yuan of Q coins, and finally went to the Penguin headquarters to find the CEO to ask if he could get it cheaper. No wonder Lucky couldn't help it. Adela and Seignior were also pouting and laughing softly at this time. Laugh! Laugh! Then you won't think too much about the authenticity of my motives. Sacred Forest. In a valley surrounded by dense forests, there is an exquisite and splendid palace. Although the palace is not large in size, it still occupies half of the valley that is hundreds of acres wide. Chapter 591. Call me Her Royal Highness the Queen. In the main hall of this exquisite palace, Alice was sitting on the throne above. Below him were a group of elves and two humans. It was Thomas, the little maid Anna and Vivian, Little Thomas has met Her Majesty the Queen. Little Anna, I have met Her Majesty the Queen. Thomas and Anna knelt on the ground, not even daring to raise their heads. Although the woman in front of them is the wife of their master, she has now become the queen, and the queen of the elves. Thomas and Anna did not dare to neglect the etiquette. You don't need to call me queen. Just call me queen. I am the queen of the elves, but I am also the queen of Gervais. Unexpectedly, the first words Alice spoke while sitting on the queen's throne directly refuted the two people's names for her. Thomas and Anna were shocked when they heard Alice's words, and immediately spoke loudly to greet them again. Yes, I have met Her Royal Highness the Queen. Yes, I have met Her Royal Highness the Queen. Well, get up. Did you do what I asked you to do when you went back this time? After hearing the title of Her Royal Highness the Queen, Alice nodded with satisfaction and asked the two of them softly. Your Highness the Queen, the transplantation of the vines and the magic grapes you instructed has been completed. Only a small amount of the magic grapes are left in the Cassie Elf's grape space for preservation. In addition, the garlic named by His Majesty the King has also been transplanted. The serfs are reclaiming land in the forest, and it won't be long before they can be planted on a large scale. Thomas, Anna and Vivian stood up respectfully, and then Vivian spoke first, telling them about the grapes and plans that Alice had given them this time to report. Wei Wei was a civil affairs officer, so these matters were her responsibility. Well, very good. Is everything normal in Eurasia? After hearing this, Alice put on a satisfied smile. I thought to myself, I don't know what it would be like if that bad guy Gervais came back one day, like his father, and found that he had managed his kingdom to perfection. Your Royal Highness, I have sent people to every corner of Eurasia according to your order. Now that there are no orc invasions in the winter, and because of your request, let the nobles reduce the church's tax, so the serfs can now have enough to eat. They are now thanking His Majesty the King and Her Majesty the Queen for your kindness every day. The person who answered this time was Thomas. Speaking of the serfs' gratitude, Thomas's expression immediately became excited, as if it was Thomas who had been saved, and it was Thomas who had suffered from hunger and cold before. Well, those nobles have done a good job. In this case, you can send a message to them after you go back. If you continue like this, they will all have the opportunity to live in the Holy Continent in the future. Alice was not angry at Thomas's exaggerated performance, but was very pleased with it. This was another thing she did for Gervais. By the way, Thomas, have you recruited the serfs you asked to recruit? Her Royal Highness, we have been recruited. According to your order, a total of 10,000 strong male serfs have been recruited, including 3,000 stonemasons and 2,000 carpenters. And Anna has also recruited more than 5,000 strong female serfs. Very good. Now that we have enough manpower, let's start work soon. After all, the forest is not suitable for human life, so it is necessary to build a city outside the sacred forest. And I have decided to name this city Stormwind City. Yes, Your Highness the Queen. After Thomas heard Alice's words, he immediately saluted excitedly. If Stormwind City is built, then he, the castle steward, can become a steward again, and a steward of a huge city. Well, please step back. Alice has learned what she wants to know, and is ready to clear out Thomas and the others. Yes, Your Highness the Queen. Yes, Your Highness the Queen. Yes, Your Highness the Queen. Thomas, Anna and Vivian naturally bowed obediently and prepared to leave. To be honest, if Alice hadn't been there, they wouldn't have felt comfortable among a group of powerful elves. By the way, Anna, take care of Gervais's elf bugs and elves. Suddenly, Alice thought of Gervais's elf bugs, because she was busy with affairs after becoming the queen. Those cute little guys were handed over to Anna to take care of. After all, that was Anna's task originally. Today, Alice not only has to manage all the subordinates and vassals of Gervais, but also the entire elves. The other is Alice's own cultivation. After becoming a queen, her cultivation will naturally have to be improved. Otherwise she will not be able to protect her people. Yes, Your Majesty the Queen. Anna responded respectfully again, and then carefully exited the hall with Thomas and Vivian. Her Majesty the Queen. Just after Thomas and others exited the hall, an elf suddenly walked out of the crowd of elves who had been standing on both sides of the hall. This elf saluted and greeted Alice respectfully. Elder Almond, do you have anything to say? The person who walked out was an elderly elf who was at least 700 or 800 years old. He was an elder in the elf clan, so Alice's tone was also very polite. Your Majesty the Queen, you have decided to build a city outside the sacred forest, and it is the kind of city that can accommodate at least millions of people. I am worried that we will not have enough power to defend it by then, but will attract the covetousness of humans or other races. This way, it will pose a great threat to our elves. Moreover, we elves don't have that much wealth to build such a big city now. Although the words spoken by this elder did not explicitly say that he opposed the construction of Stormwind City, that is what he meant. It was just to avoid offending Alice, the new queen. So he said it more tactfully. After hearing the elder's words, Alice sighed slightly in her heart. It was not because of the elder's objection to the construction of the city, but because of the relationship between the elves and humans. Alice knew that the reason why the elf elders opposed the construction of Stormwind City was because they were very hostile to the humans on the Sacred Road. They were worried that when Stormwind City was established, the humans they brought would turn against them and further squeeze the elves' living space. After all, Alice chose the location of Stormwind City on the site of the elves' holy city, which was the gateway to the sacred forest. If the portal is blocked, then the elves will really become trapped beasts. If they really become trapped beasts, then the day of the elves' demise is definitely not far away. Chapter 592 Stormwind City. More than 200 years ago, when the Holy Continent had not yet suffered a catastrophe, the elves also had their own city, and it was a pearl-like existence in the Holy Continent. However, ever since the previous queen died in battle, and the elves' holy city was destroyed by the undead, the strength of the elves has continued to decline. What is even more outrageous is the human race. Instead of remembering that the elves became weak in order to save the Holy Continent, they intensified their efforts to plunder the elves and sell them because of their weakness. If it weren't for Alice's relationship this time, and because she was the only female bloodline of the elf royal family, it would have been impossible for these people Alice brought from Eurasia to stay in the sacred forest. Because for the elves who live for thousands of years, hatred will not be erased by the passage of time. On the contrary, many of the elves present here are witnesses. They have witnessed the repayment of kindness by humans, and witnessed the ruthlessness of humans. Therefore, the elves' resentment towards the humans has been deeply rooted in their bones, and they dislike the perfidious and greedy humans very much. Elder Almond, building Stormwind City cannot be completed overnight. Although the humans I brought are still very weak, my father and Count Gust have been strengthening their training. I believe they will be able to build Stormwind City in a few years. He can become an excellent warrior, no less powerful than any human holy city force. In addition, Elder Almond, and fellow tribesmen, I know that you hate humans and do not believe in humans. But these humans I brought have not participated in harming the tribesmen. And I am not only your queen, but also the queen of those humans. As long as I am around, they will not dare to do anything to harm the elves. I can guarantee this. I can even ask them to help protect my people. Now the strength of our elves has dropped by more than half. We don't even have 1/3 of the strength 200 years ago. The population of our people is only a few million. If we rely solely on it, it's hard for us to return to our former glory. So the elves can use the humans I brought to help us rise. The human population of the Holy Alliance reaches billions. But in my Eurasian continent, the population there is also tens of millions. And they can definitely occupy a place in the Holy Continent. The great nobles and black-hearted adventurers of the Holy Alliance are very evil and cunning. But the humans I brought can also curb their evil cunning, so that our elves can develop really quickly. Adela sat on the throne and spoke a long speech with a calm face, which made all the elves below speechless. There are even some young elves who have not had much contact with humans in the Holy Continent, so their hatred of humans is not so deep-rooted. After listening to Alice's words, they very much agreed with Alice's statement. Although the elves have declined, it is not because they lack intelligence that they have been squeezed out of their living space by humans or other races. On the contrary, the elves have a long lifespan. They can have more time to learn knowledge and more time to improve their strength. Therefore, their combat effectiveness and intelligence can be said to be countless times stronger than those of humans and orcs. In fact, the real reason why the elves are lonely is because of the population problem. More than 200 years ago, the population of the elves reached tens of millions. At that time, the elves were the truly powerful race in the Holy Continent. However, because of that catastrophe, the population of the elves was directly reduced to millions. And because the elves have the racial characteristics of long life, their reproduction is very slow. So the elves have not recovered yet, but have become even more declining. This is what is called, the Creator is fair. When he opens one window for you, he will close another window. On the other hand, the human race and the orc race are relatively weak in talent, and their original population loss ratio was no less than that of the elves. However, after more than 200 years of reproduction, The human race and the orc race have already recovered, and have regained their former prosperity. Under the circumstances of the ebb and flow, if the elves continue to think of ways to change, then I am afraid that even the last refuge of the sacred forest will be slowly squeezed in the future. Looking at the tribesmen below who remained silent and no longer spoke, Alice knew that she had to strike while the iron was hot to reverse the thinking of these older generations. So she continued. In addition, before I came back, the tribesmen hated humans and were unwilling to trade with them. This resulted in our elves not only having a sparse population, but also becoming economically difficult. Many tribesmen have become like orcs, lived a primitive life. This is complacency, and our elves will become weaker and weaker in the future. So, we need to trade with the human race. Then we can always have a large amount of gold coins so that the people can live a better life, learn knowledge, learn magic, and improve their strength with peace of mind. And these humans I brought just gave us an opportunity to help the elves trade with humans. Everyone already knows about the previous trade with the Holy Trading Company. In the past, the tribe only knew how to trade with the Holy Trading Company using stream water, and it was at a very low price of 1 gold coin per bottle. But with Caroline's negotiation, the price of our stream water was 50 times higher than the original price. This is the importance of these humans I brought. They are also humans, and they are the businessmen who understand humans best. In addition, it is the golden wine of my husband Gervais. Ordinary golden wine costs 10 gold coins per bottle, while rare wine costs up to 50 gold coins per bottle. You can't imagine how much profit there is. It's almost a huge profit, especially now that vines are planted in this sacred forest and are taken care of by our tribe. They can produce grapes all year round and in large quantities. In the future, these seemingly wild fruits will continue to be converted into gold. So not only do you not have to worry about not having enough gold coins to build Stormwind City, but the wealth of our elves will also continue to increase in the future. When Stormwind City is established, with the human warriors I brought to fight side by side with our elves, and with a steady stream of wealth that will allow the people to live a better life. Do you think there are any disadvantages to me building this Stormwind City? In this last sentence, Alice's words were very sharp, and she looked at the elves below. Her Majesty the Queen. Please calm down. We have wrongly blamed Her Majesty the Queen. Please punish Her Majesty the Queen. And we are willing to confess our mistakes to the Goddess of Life. Hearing Alice's sharp question and cold eyes, the old elves below who were not very willing to accept the human race shuddered and knelt on the ground and confessed loudly. Get up! I know you are angry because of what the humans in the Holy Continent have done. Believe me, one day I will lead the people to rise again and make anyone who dares to offend the elves pay the due price. Looking at the elves below, Alice was very satisfied with their reaction and knew that it was almost done. Then his face immediately softened, and he assured everyone in an extremely sincere tone. Yes, Your Majesty. Later, Alice once again comforted the elves with a few words, and then cleared everyone out of the hall. Huh? Gervais, you bastard. Where are you? Come back quickly to settle your vassals and subordinates. When Alice was the only one left in the hall, Alice took a deep breath, holding the telescope given to him by Gervais in her hand, and murmured to herself. Through Gervais's elf bugs, Alice and others knew that Gervais must still be alive, but they didn't know where Gervais was. The Holy Continent is very vast, and no one knows where the boundaries of the Holy Continent are. Therefore, if Gervais is unlucky, even if he is alive, it may take him who knows how many years to return to Eurasia or the Holy Alliance. Alice also speculated whether Gervais would be in the Holy Alliance, but there is still no way to find him. There are billions of people in the Holy Alliance. It is very difficult to find one person. Moreover, Alice has to be prepared for the new temple's revenge on Gervais. After all, Gervais and herself have completely extinguished the new temple's layout in Eurasia, regardless of the fact that the new temple is not very powerful in Eurasia. That is only because the teleportation array cannot teleport super powerful people. But in this Holy Continent, the strength of the new temple cannot be underestimated. Even the Holy Alliance can't wipe out the organization. So you can imagine how terrifying it is. Therefore, Alice did not dare to reveal the information, and did not even dare to ask Caroline to ask the Holy Trading Company to inquire about the information, because that might push Gervais into a dangerous situation. Alice's backup tools for searching for Gervais are golden wine and golden oysters. With these two things, I believe that if Gervais is really in the Holy Alliance, he will definitely find him in the future. This is why they immediately used golden oysters and golden wine to trade with the Holy Merchant Company as soon as they arrived on the Holy Continent. Making money is only one of them, And the other reason is to send out the news that they have arrived in the Holy Continent. Tap! Tap! Just when Alice was lost in thought, a tall white horse suddenly came in at the door, which was Gervais's unicorn. Unicorn! Why are you here? Do you want to go out again? Alice was immediately awakened by the sound of the unicorn's hooves, then stood up with a smile and walked down the throne platform, her white dress dragging a 2 or 3 meter long hem on the ground. Hiss! The unicorn happily came to Alice's side and kept rubbing Alice's white palms with its huge head. You are getting smarter and smarter. I don't know how Gervais raised you to be so smart. I have never heard of low-level unicorns having such wisdom. Alice giggled and played with the unicorn for a moment, then came to the side of the unicorn and flew lightly onto the unicorn's horse. Hiss! The unicorn neighed happily, and then quickly ran towards the door of the hall, taking Alice's long skirt directly off the ground and fluttering in the wind. City of Hope, the highest floor of the Holy Alliance headquarters, has an extremely large conference hall. At this time, the conference hall is already full of people. These people are representatives of various forces of the Holy Alliance stationed here, and they can represent the attitude of each force. Today we are summoned for 2 things. Let's talk about the first thing first. The elves have a queen again. I believe everyone knows the news. But the reason for calling everyone to start this meeting today is not because of this incident, but because of a letter sent by the Queen of the Elves from the Holy Trading Company. The content of the letter is the abbreviation of the Elf Queen, and it is very simple. It means that a large number of our compatriots who fled overseas because of the catastrophe have returned to the Holy Continent some time ago, and they are preparing to build a holy city. By then, I hope can you join our Holy Alliance. In this conference hall, most of the representatives of the holy cities sit in circular seats on the periphery. Only the representatives of the 12 holy cities sit at the central round table of the conference hall. They are the true core and the strongest of the Holy Alliance, the 12 holy city forces. At this time, it was the representative of Sky City who stood up to speak. After finishing the first thing, the representative sat down and then stopped talking. Wow! After the representative sat down, the entire conference hall fell into discussion. How is this possible? I forgot about my escape. But now I want to set up a holy city force when I return. And I also want to join the Holy Alliance. We, the holy city of Chell, are the first to object. Yes, we must oppose it. If they really want to return, they can only choose to disperse and join us. It is impossible for them to establish their own power. That is, the holy city still needs the holy tree. Do they own the holy tree? Also, why is the letter sent by the Queen of the Elf entrusted by the Holy Trading Company? The discussion below was very lively, but the views were surprisingly consistent. That is, it was impossible for the Holy Alliance to have a new force. Those who returned to the mainland from the sea either chose to be dispersed and merged into the Alliance forces, or they were directly excluded from the Holy Alliance and became savages. Okay, everyone should be almost done discussing it. Now let's take a vote. Before voting, I also need to tell everyone that those fellow tribesmen from the sea seem to have a good relationship with the elves. Have a good relationship with the elves? This is strange. Don't the elves hate us the most? Whatever. After all, the Holy Alliance can only own 108 holy cities. If they really want to establish a power, then they must first own the holy tree. Soon, the voting began. Just as these representatives had shown before, no one agreed to allow those of the same race to establish new forces and join the Holy Alliance. Very well. Now that the vote has been taken, the matter is settled. If it weren't for the letter from the Queen of the Elf, they would definitely not have discussed this matter at this meeting. After all, they don't know the specific number and strength of those humans, so the Holy Alliance has no time to pay attention to them. Let's talk about the second thing. It's about the Magician's Tower some time ago. There are already clues. The reason why there are so many orcs in the Nahum Magician Tower is the conspiracy of the new temple. And the appearance of the purple bone dragon is also caused by the new temple. So I, the Sky City, hope that you can pass the news back to your holy city, so that each holy city can conduct a strict investigation of the new temple personnel. Having said this, the representative of Sky City looked around and found that no one said anything. So he continued, Then that's the end of today's meeting. In fact, regarding the situation of the Magician Tower, every holy city has learned in the past few days that it is the new temple. However, because the members of the new temple are hidden in the darkness, every holy city has no major reaction. On the contrary, it was the Duke of Sky City who knew that his granddaughter was almost in danger because of the new temple's plan. So he specifically mentioned it in the council, and asked everyone to start a new round of attacks on the new temple. Although this can only kill a few small fish and shrimps at most, it can be regarded as a blow to the new temple, and vents the anger on his granddaughter. Gervais and his party took a short rest in Lingjade Manor, and then checked out and left the manor. But it was not Lucky who paid the bill in the end, but Adela. When Adela left, she wanted to buy a bottle of rare wine as a gift to her elders. And then she paid off the thousands of gold coins spent on today's meal. This made Lucky extremely depressed. Adela's doing this completely blocked his fantasy of having dinner with Adela again. After all, if Adela didn't pay the bill this time, then she had promised to invite the two of them to dinner, and she would definitely honor it next time. After leaving Lingjade Manor, Gervais and others returned the same way, and finally parted ways at the gate of Alliance College. After Adela and Seignior left, Lucky originally wanted to take Gervais to immediately go through the procedures for enrolling him as an auditor, but Gervais temporarily declined. Gervais used the excuse that it was still early and wanted to go to Lolita to inquire about the news as soon as possible. It would not be too late to go through the admission procedures when he came back, and Lucky really thought that Gervais couldn't wait to find out about his life experience. So he agreed. Finally, Gervais rode the war horse that Lucky temporarily lent him, and headed all the way towards the headquarters of the Holy Trading Company, whether he will stay in the Holy Continent or not. Naturally, he needs to find out more about the elves before he can decide. After walking on the streets of the inner city for more than an hour, Gervais finally arrived at the headquarters of the Holy Trading Company. Sure enough, he is very wealthy. When Gervais arrived at the headquarters of the Holy Trading Company, he discovered that the headquarters of the Holy Trading Company was also a large manor. Gervais stood at the gate of the Holy Trading Company for a moment. Immediately, an attendant, who was in charge of welcoming guests, ran over and pulled the reins of Gervais's horse so that he could dismount. Guests, please come in and welcome to the Holy Trading Company. The attendant did not leave after Gervais dismounted. Instead, he held Gervais's horse with one hand and guided Gervais into the manor with an invitation gesture. The buildings in the manor were not far from the gate, only about 20 meters away. Gervais arrived at the gate of the building in a few steps. The attendant, who had just been responsible for welcoming Gervais, had already led the war horse to the side and tied it to a wooden peg, and also put some fodder on the war horse. Gervais walked into the inner lobby of the Holy Trading Company under the guidance of another attendant. The lobby is very empty, although there are many guests. It is not crowded at all. Moreover, all kinds of merchandise in the hall are neatly arranged, and there are well-dressed attendants waiting for customers at each counter, making it very much like a luxury store in the previous life. As expected, he is number one in the Holy Continent. Such a sense of service is completely ahead of the current level. Dear guest, welcome to the Holy Trading Company. Do you want to see it yourself first? Or do you want me to guide you and make a selection? Just when Gervais was sighing in his heart that the Holy Trading Company was extraordinary, the attendant who led him into the lobby asked respectfully, "Well, I would like to ask, is Miss Lolita here?" Upon hearing the attendant's inquiry, Gervais also withdrew his gaze and prepared to do business. "Oh?" The attendant didn't react for a moment and just stood there in a daze. "I'm here to see Miss Lolita. I heard that she was at the headquarters of your sacred trading company recently." Gervais was not surprised by the attendant's reaction. Coming to the door like this was like going to the headquarters of a Fortune 500 company in his previous life and asking the guard if their CEO was there. "Sir, do you know Miss Lolita?" After the attendant came to his senses, he did not show any sign of a sudden change of expression, but instead asked Gervais inquiringly, "Yes, we know each other. I met Miss Lolita in the Sunset Forest a few months ago. You see, this deep-sea glass gold was given to me by Miss Lolita. In order to show his credibility, Gervais specially took out Lolita's original thank you gift. I'm very sorry, guest. I can't make the final decision on this matter. I'm going to report your affairs to the manager now. Please wait a moment." Although the attendant has a low status, he still has some sharp eyesight to be able to work in the headquarters of this sacred trading company. Seeing that the deep-sea glass gold that Gervais took out was indeed genuine, he apologized and went to his supervisor to report the situation. Gervais didn't let Gervais wait long. Soon Gervais saw a familiar figure walking towards him. It was Stuart Petter, who had been following Lolita. "Are you that wizard Harry?" Gervais did not wear a magician's robe today, because this is not the holy city of Hika. If he is hit by the magic association, it will be a big trouble even with Lucky around. So Gervais put on his casual clothes, and Pet, after looking at Gervais for a while, he hesitated and asked, "Yes, it's me who's in charge." "Ped, Gervais smiled. It was quite impressive that the other party could remember such a little person like him. Petter is in charge. Although it's very presumptuous. There is something I want to see Miss Lolita. I wonder if you can inform me about it. Well, you come with me first. Petter's move was beyond Gervais' expectations. He did not let Gervais wait here. Instead, he took Gervais directly through the lobby, walked out of the store, and walked deeper into the rear manor. The reason why Ped dared to take Gervais directly to Lolita without going to report is because Ped knew that Gervais and Adela helped Lolita together. And Lolita also sent a thank you gift. So Ped knew that with Lolita's character, she would definitely meet this Harry. Chapter 593 Rejection. Master Harry, please wait here for a moment. I will go and inform the lady. Following Ped through 2 gardens, we finally came to an exquisite small building. This small building was magnificent and exquisite inside. Petter took Gervais to the lobby on the 1st floor, confessed to him, and then went to the 2nd floor through the stairs. Not long after, Ped went back and said to the waiting Gervais, Master Harry, the lady has agreed to meet you. Please come with me. Okay. Thank you, Ped, for taking charge. Gervais breathed a sigh of relief. Thanked Ped, and then followed Ped towards the stairs. After arriving on the 2nd floor, walking through the corridor, Petter took Gervais to a double door and knocked on the door. Miss, Wizard Harry has brought it. Come in. As the door opened, a clear female voice came from inside. After receiving permission, Ped quickly opened the door and made an inviting gesture to Gervais. Gervais nodded slightly to Ped and then walked in. After entering the room, Gervais discovered that it was a study room. But Lolita was sitting at the desk and constantly flipping through the account books. Today, Lolita is dressed as coolly as usual. Her upper body is still in a 2-piece suit, with an off-shoulder undershirt on the inside and a thin shawl on the outside. The snow-white skin on her neck and shoulders is loomingly exposed. In front of C's eyes, a slight heat suddenly rose in people's hearts, especially since Gervais also knew that there was a peerless face under the veil. His imagination was even more endless. Sit on the sofa and wait for me for a while. Lolita felt that Gervais had entered the room, but she did not look at him, but gave him instructions without raising her head. Lolita's tone of voice was indifferent and cold, which instantly seemed to extinguish Gervais' rising feeling of heat. This woman is absolutely as good as ice and fire. Whoever marries her will cry. Gervais had something to ask for today, so he didn't dare to stare at Lolita anymore. After hearing Lolita's words, he went straight to the sofa in the study and sat down. When Gervais was done, the study fell into silence again, except for the sound of Lolita flipping through the ledger. Time passed minute by second, and after about 10 minutes, when Gervais felt a little impatient, Lolita over there finally raised her head and looked at Gervais. Your name is Harry, right? What do you want from me? Because of that time at the hotel. As long as your thing this time is not too extreme, I can help you one more time. But let me tell you in advance that this is the only time. Lolita looked at Gervais with sharp eyes. She had already sent out the thank you gift, and this Harry took the initiative to come to her. And he came so quickly. Lolita already had a faint feeling of displeasure with Gervais in her heart. But as she said herself, as long as Gervais's matter is not too troublesome this time, she can help him. But Gervais will never want to see her again in the future. Listening to Lolita's cold words, Gervais smacked his lips, finally knowing that what Lachi and others said about the rumor that the eldest lady had a bad temper was true. However, it would indeed be unpleasant for him to come to someone like this. So he thought that business was more important and said shamelessly, Miss Lolita, the reason I came here this time is to get some news from you. I heard that a caravan from the Holy Trading Company just returned from the Holy Forest a few days ago and met the human race there. I would like to ask the name of the woman who negotiated with the caravan, or some more specific information about those humans. Sacred Forest? Master Harry, why do you ask this? Lolita, who was originally expressionless, frowned slightly when she heard Gervais's question. Lolita originally thought that Harry came to her with needs related to magician training, such as buying some rare potions or magician-related books. But this Harry was just asking for information. And this was the caravan that returned from the Sacred Forest a few days ago. Lolita may not remember or care about other caravans. After all, there are dozens of caravans from the Holy Trading Company. But Lolita remembered the caravan that had just returned from the Sacred Forest very clearly, because this caravan brought back a big deal, which even the Holy Trading Company cannot ignore. It is no worse than the previous deal of obtaining spiritual energy liquid from the elves. That's golden wine. Even she, who never liked drinking, was fascinated by this golden wine. Lolita knew that something like this would be popular throughout the Holy Continent. And the most important thing is that this golden wine is only owned by the elves in the sacred forest, which is very scary. In other words, only her holy trading company can sell this golden wine, because only the holy trading company can trade with the elves. Therefore, for the holy trading company, there are immeasurable wealth benefits in it. Of course, this seemingly 100% safe deal also contains a small unstable factor. That is, the person responsible for negotiating the gold and wine trade with them this time is a human woman. Although the elves are hostile to humans, the human woman who is also a human race is not necessarily hostile to humans. Lolita believed that as long as she had enough profits, the woman might also trade gold wine to other caravans. So a few days ago, Lolita gave a hush-hush order to the people in her caravan, asking them not to reveal any information about the woman. Now that Gervais came to inquire, she felt that there was something fishy about it. The reason why I want to know the information about the contact person is because I want to find clues about my life experience. Seeing the enchanting woman, Lolita frowned slightly. Gervais had some vague guesses, so Gervais repeated the excuse he had told Lucky and others, hoping to dispel the eldest lady's doubts. I'm sorry, Master Harry. Although your reasons are very good, things about the sacred forest are top secrets of the sacred trading company. I still can't tell you the news. You can change your request. As long as it's not too much, I can still satisfy you. Unexpectedly, Lolita rejected Gervais's request without hesitation just after Gervais finished talking about his poor life experience. Miss Lolita, I know you are worried that I have other purposes, or that this news will be leaked. You can rest assured. I guarantee that only I know this news. It is impossible for others to know the name of the contact person for gold and wine. Gervais did not expect Lolita to refuse so simply, so he could only helplessly continue to make promises. If Lolita couldn't get him accurate information, he would have to go to the sacred forest in person. However, the elves are not only far away from here, but also need to pass through several dangerous places. The reason why the Holy Trading Company can travel between the City of Hope and the sacred forest so quickly is because the Holy Trading Company not only has its own teleportation array, but also has a shortcut across the entire Orc hinterland. However, Gervais does not have these conveniences. The journey to the sacred forest takes at least half a year. Master Harry, if you have nothing else to do, please take your leave. Lolita continued to frown. If Gervais continued to pester, then she thought she could ask Ped to come in and chase them away. If Harry could immediately stop pestering him and ask for another 1,000 gold coins, Lolita would not frown and give it to him directly. But Lolita would definitely not reveal something as important as gold and wine. Alice or Caroline? Chapter 594 Shameless. Gervais also had a premonition that the eldest lady Lolita was already impatient. So he stopped going around in circles and asked directly. In Gervais's impression, only Alice and Caroline were able to take charge of contacting the caravans and sell gold wine at such a high price. You must know that ordinary golden wine was worth 1 gold coin per pot in Eurasia. But when it came here, it became 10 gold coins per pot. There is no human life in the sacred forest. The people who just arrived from Eurasia must not know the specific prices of the sacred continent. So the price increase must be the result of spying during face-to-face negotiations. Apart from Alice and Caroline, Gervais couldn't think of anyone else who could have such a mind to make inquiries and draw conclusions. The fact was just as Gervais expected. When Gervais said the names Alice and Caroline, Lolita, who was sitting at the desk, was suddenly startled, and her originally frowning brows relaxed. But it was also at this moment that Gervais suddenly felt a chill coming from his back. Although Lolita's brows relaxed at this time, her eyes became deeper. Hack! Is this woman trying to kill someone and silence her? Gervais secretly said something bad. He seemed to have lost his temper. I secretly regretted that I would have called Lucky to come with him. With such a big business like gold and wine, Gervais felt that even he would have other thoughts like Lolita. After all, that is a huge amount of wealth. The Holy Continent has a population of billions. Even if 1% of the people buys a bottle of wine, it is a wealth of hundreds of millions of gold coins. Anyone who affects the stability of this wealth would be guilty of murder. Thinking that Gervais was preparing to secretly activate his fighting spirit defense. But at this moment, the feeling like a light on his back dissipated again. Master Harry, do you know that woman? Lolita asked with a cold tone. I don't know them, but I heard these 2 names from my mentor back then. Lolita didn't believe my reasons just now, so I can only name them and give them a try. At this time, Gervais finally confirmed that it was really his people who came to the Holy Continent. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and began to deal with the situation in front of him.
Miss Lolita, can you tell me what that woman's name is now?
Gervais stared at Lolita and asked. Lolita did not answer Gervais immediately, but suddenly stood up and walked out of the desk. Without the obstruction of the desk, Lolita's slender legs and short skirts were unreservedly displayed in front of Gervais' eyes, which made Gervais suffocate. After Lolita walked out of the desk, she came to the side of Gervais, and then also sat on the sofa. After sitting down, she continued,
It's a woman named Caroline.
Gervais had already withdrew his gaze at this time. Although Lolita was dressed cooler, she was also very careful to prevent exposure. After sitting down facing Gervais, Gervais could not see any beautiful scenery. However, after hearing Lolita's answer, Gervais was stunned.
Is it Caroline? What about Alice?
Gervais originally thought that the person negotiating with the Holy Trading Company was Alice. But now he heard that it was Caroline, which made him a little confused. It's not that Gervais is heartless and doesn't miss Caroline, but because of Alice, his legitimate wife. Regarding such important things as wine, it stands to reason that Alice, the wife, has the most decision-making power. As long as Alice is here, she will definitely make the decision.
Didn't Alice come to the Holy Continent?
Gervais felt a little worried again.
By the way, Master Harry, where did you hear about the golden wine?
When she heard the man in front of her say the name of the woman who contacted her, Lolita had a slight urge to kill him. Because, if the man in front of him really has a close relationship with that woman, then the Golden Wine franchise will really be unstable in the future. But after thinking about it, Lolita temporarily gave up the idea. Firstly, it was because this Harry had helped her in the first place. If she killed him for no reason, it would be repaying kindness with revenge, which was not in line with her bottom line. The second thing is that Harry seems to have a good relationship with Lucky, Adela and others. She is not sure whether Lucky and Adela will show up when the time comes. If this matter is known to those in the sacred forest in the future, then everything will be irreversible. So Lolita is going to do a test first, and then think about how to deal with this matter.
Huh? I heard about it when I had dinner with Miss Lochy and Adela at Link Jade Manor at noon. But the steward didn't know the name of the woman who contacted the caravan. So I came here to ask Miss Lolita for help. By the way, Miss Lolita, I am now an auditor at Alliance High School. If you have any adventures in the future, you can take me with you.
Gervais's heart moved, and he immediately guessed what Lolita was thinking. So he directly moved out the banners of Lucky and Adela first.
The devil is looking for you.
The corner of Lolita's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Why didn't she realize before that this Harry was so narcissistic that he had the nerve to go on an adventure with him? A trainee mage? Although she was complaining in her heart, Lolita continued,
Master Harry, since you know that woman's name, do you have any evidence? Maybe next time the caravan sets off, I can ask them to help you contact the woman named Caroline.
Lolita was still testing, but at this time her murderous intention had dropped to the lowest point. Because Adela and that Lucky probably also knew that this Harry was here. If Harry were killed at this time, it would probably cause complications.
I don't have the certificate, but she must know me. My mentor told me that when he picked me up, there was a piece of paper with my real name written on it. And it was also noted that it could be used when I grow up. My true name seeks these two women who will tell me about my origins.
Gervais has gone further and further on the road of deception. And at the same time, he also needs to eliminate the last possibility of this wealthy woman taking action against him.
Maybe they are my fiancé. So as long as they know my real name, they will definitely know who I am.
Gervais thought for a while, and suddenly added. Lolita couldn't help but rolled her eyes when she heard Gervais's next words. How thick-skinned do you have to be to say such shameless words so frankly? Chapter 595 went him over.
What's that expression on your face? Is it because I'm not handsome enough? Or because you don't believe in my strength? I'm just talking about my fiancés now. If I let you know that one of them is my real wife, and the other is my little lover, you are still not allowed to spit at me.
Lolita's disbelieving expression was visible to Gervais, making him feel deeply scorned. If it weren't for the identity issue, Gervais would have to change his true appearance to let Lolita, the little rich woman, know his charm and let him see the majestic appearance of a king. Lolita didn't know what Harry was thinking. At this moment, she finally gave up the idea of killing Harry to silence him. Although Harry is a bit thick-skinned, he can say that she is his fiancée without even meeting her in person. But judging from the information Harry revealed, he must have a close relationship with that Caroline. After all, Someone who has never met but knows who she is as soon as she hears the name must be someone he cares about. As for whether Gervais had lied just now, Lolita didn't think much about it. Because as long as Harry didn't plan to go to the sacred forest to find Caroline in person, he would definitely need someone from his sacred trading company to help him convey the message. If there was any reaction from Caroline at that time, he would definitely have received it before him. There was no use in Harry lying in this regard.
So, Master Harry, what is your real name? The Sacred Forest has made an agreement with us that the next gold and wine transaction will be held in 2 months. At that time, I will let the caravan inform the person named Caroline of your information. Woman!
Thinking about it, Lolita asked directly. She believed that there was a high probability that Harry would not go there in person. After all, the journey was too long and dangerous. With his strength as a trainee mage, if he really went there in person, there was only one possibility, and that was that no bones would be left.
My real name is Gervais Gale. I believe Caroline will know my existence after hearing this. But before that, I hope Miss Lolita can keep it a secret for me, because I'm not sure if there will be others.
People with evil intentions are looking for me.
Gervais said his name directly, and he was indeed not planning to go there in person. In addition, although he did not have a token for the caravan to bring with him, this was the Holy Continent. He only needed to tell his name, and Caroline would be sure that it was him.
Gervais Gale. Okay, Master Harry. I will keep it a secret for you, and I will ask the caravan to send your news to the Sacred Forest in 2 months.
Lolita silently read Gervais's name, remembered it in her mind, and nodded to Gervais in agreement.
Thank you so much, Miss Lolita. I've been interrupting you for too long today, so I won't delay Miss Lolita anymore.
The business was done, and Gervais was ready to leave. Although this Lolita was indeed pleasing to the eye, Gervais did not dare to covet this woman who was like a dynamite barrel. Whether it was because of his big feud with her in his other identity, or because of the golden wine, Gervais wanted to stay away from this woman.
Okay, Master Harry. I will send someone to inform you before the caravan sets off.
Of course, Lolita would not retain Gervais, so she nodded and responded coldly. Then Gervais stood up and walked towards the door. After Gervais left, Lolita's sitting posture immediately changed. Her body, which had been sitting upright, lay lazily on the sofa, and her long, slender legs were raised directly on the coffee table in front of her.
Since we can't kill him, we can only find ways to win him over in the future.
For big forces like the Holy Trading Company, there are only 2 options for dealing with threatening things. Either kill him or win him over. The only thing is that you can't let it go. Since murder cannot be silenced now, Lolita must make some preparations in advance. She needs to win over Gervais to eliminate the unstable factors of the Golden Wine franchise. Although this requires a small amount of money, compared to the hundreds of millions of gold coins, this is completely negligible. Under the farewell of Butler Pedor, Gervais walked safely out of the gate of the headquarters of the Holy Trading Company. At this time, Gervais finally breathed a sigh of relief. He is still a little frightened now, feeling that he was too reckless and irrational before, and did not even think that gold wine represents endless wealth. If Lolita had really planned to attack him before, then he would be in real trouble. You must know that this is the headquarters of the Holy Trading Company, and there must be strong people sitting in it. Although Gervais now has the trump card of immunity from damage, once he breaks his face, his identity as Harry will be useless in the future. Go back and go through the admission procedures. Stay in the City of Hope for a while, and wait until there is news from Caroline. Riding his horse along the road towards Alliance College of Higher Education, Gervais had already made plans to stay in the City of Hope for a while. Especially with the attitude of Caroline and others, they should be preparing to settle down in the Holy Continent. Gervais felt that he could take advantage of this period of time to obtain a certificate from a higher education institution. After all, in this Holy Continent, the status of magicians is very high. As long as they get the certificate from the Holy Alliance, Gervais can go to the Magicians Association for certification. After certification, he can come and go freely within the Holy Alliance without any hindrance. In the future, it will also be convenient if he wants to go to the Elves to find Caroline and others. Of course, even if you don't become a certified magician, you can still travel unimpeded within the Holy Alliance if you reach the strength of the White Flag Knight. However, Gervais felt that it would be easier to be certified as a magician than to quickly become a White Flag Knight, because Gervais has vaguely felt that he is about to break through and become a junior magician. Did you find out clearly? Is it really possible that they are your family members? Congratulations, Harry!
When Gervais returned to the academy, He immediately found Lucky. Lucky asked Gervais how he went to find Lolita. Gervais simply replied that he had some clues, but he still had to wait for news, and then went through the motions. Lucky didn't care. He congratulated Gervais and immediately took Gervais to the college's office building, because Gervais had a special qualification card issued by the academy, and because Lachi, the second young master of the holy city of Hika, was the guarantor. Gervais's admission procedures were completed quickly. He just handed over the auditor qualification card and reported his name. The staff member engraved Gervais' information on the qualification card and returned it to him. Since then, Gervais has become an auditor at the Union College of Higher Education.
Harry, this card will be your identity card in the academy from now on. The inscription on this identity card has a special response. For example, you need to use it if you want to enter the academy's classroom or go to the library, because magic circles are set up in these places. So be sure to save them in the future. By the way, it can also store credits. You can use credits to pay for all consumption in the academy. Credits are more useful than gold coins in the academy. And some precious books, potions, etc. need to be redeemed with credits.
After the admission procedures were completed, Lucky took Gervais to the dormitory area. He had just paid 100 gold coins and got a sweet dormitory like Lucky's in the magician branch. Although Gervais was reluctant to spend the 100 gold coins, he thought that he would be able to break through and become a junior magician in a few days. And then, he would only need to pay 10 gold coins. So he endured it. After all, it wouldn't be much cheaper to rent a house outside the college, because this is the core area of the City of Hope. So every inch of land is precious, and the price difference is only half. If you want to live in a cheap house, Gervais can only go to the outer city. However, it takes more than 40 minutes to get from the outer city to the Holy Academy even if you ride a horse. And it takes an hour and a half to walk. Gervais felt that there was no need to put himself in such trouble for dozens of gold coins. Chapter 596 Heart of the Dead? As Lucky informed Gervais about the precautions in the academy, the two finally arrived at the dormitory building of the magician branch. The environment here is very good, with gardens and gardens everywhere, plus wide and clean roads. It feels like a high-end community in the past life.
This should be the one. My dormitory is on the top floor.
After arriving at the dormitory area of the magician branch, Lucky lost his role as a guide, because most of Lucky's energy was focused on the beautiful girls coming and going. Instead, Gervais had to find the dormitory on his own. Fortunately, Gervais had already been informed of the number of the dormitory building when he arrived, and he quickly found his own dormitory building. It's still a 5-story building, and its appearance is no different from Lucky's dormitory. Just when they were about to enter the small building, they saw a woman in gray robe walking towards the door of the small building.
I envy you, Harry!
Because the girl wore a hood, her appearance could not be seen clearly, but even the loose magician robe could not hide her figure. This made Lucky's emotions become complicated, and his tone was slightly sour. Logically speaking, it would be easy for a dandy like Lucky to pick up girls in other places. But it was different in this Alliance College, because most of the people who can enter the Alliance College are young masters and ladies from large and small families. And the second son of a family like Lachi, who is only a knight with a title and whose talent is still average, has no competitiveness. It just happened that Lucky had high standards and looked down upon others. But the people he liked looked down upon, but didn't like him. In addition, the people in the Knights branch are basically big knights with big shoulders and waists. Over time, the children of big families, like Lucky, become extremely hungry and full of mysterious yearning for the Magician Academy. The girl didn't even look at Gervais and Lucky, and left the small building with her hood covered. Gervais didn't want to make a fool of himself with Lucky, so he quickly walked towards the door of the small building. Arriving at the top floor of the small building, Gervais stood in front of the door of his dormitory. At this time, the door of the dormitory was closed tightly, and there was a faint light shining on it. This is specially set up by the Magician Academy to protect the private property of students. After all, a magician's items may be of high value, which cannot even be measured in gold coins. If the dormitory you live in is not safe, the loss of something lost may be very serious. The reason why the knight's accommodation is so expensive has something to do with this careful magic circle. As for how to open this magic circle, Gervais had seen Lucky operate it, so he directly pasted his student qualification card on the simple magic circle next to the door frame. Buzz! Bangta! Just 2 sounds were heard, and the door of Gervais's dormitory opened automatically. Walking into the door, there is a spacious 2-bedroom and 1 living room with complete furniture and furnishings. It only needs a little cleaning to live in directly.
Harry, I think you need to hire a maid to help you clean or take care of your daily life.
Lucky walked around Gervais's dormitory and found nothing special. Then he returned to Gervais and suggested to him.
Well, I will consider this,
Gervais replied casually. Although this is an academy, the academy does not prohibit students from hiring or bringing their own servants to serve. After all, the main purpose of coming to the academy is to learn and practice. And most of the people in this higher academy are young masters and ladies who have been pampered since childhood. It is obviously impossible for them to have enough food and clothing by themselves. And it will also waste time. However, in order to facilitate management, the college also stipulates that each student is only allowed to bring one servant into the college to serve. Lucky himself had a manservant, so he gave Gervais advice. However, Gervais felt that he did not need to hire any servants at the moment, as he had many secrets. And this is not the Storm territory, so who knows that the hired servants are unreliable.
Harry, since you are back in the dormitory, I will go back first. If you don't understand anything, you can come to me. By the way, there are 2 types of courses in the academy. One is the professional course on the profession of magician. This course is held every day. You can go to the teaching building by yourself. You are a fire magician. Just choose the right subject.
Okay.
The other is a common knowledge course. Magicians and titled knights learn this course together, so we can take it together when the time comes.
Lucky is from the knight branch, so naturally he won't be able to spend the whole day with Gervais and the rest of his campus life.
Okay, Master Lucky. Then walk slowly.
Gervais finally sent Lucky out of the dormitory, then closed the door and started cleaning the room.
Huh? I haven't worked for a long time, and I'm a little raw. I wish I had my little maid here.
There was only a little dust in the dormitory, and it only took Gervais more than 10 minutes to clean up his dormitory. After looking at the sky outside, it was still very early for dinner, so Gervais simply sat on the sofa, preparing to take out the book from the space ring and read it. These books were originally installed in the study room on the 2nd floor of Magister Nahum, and there were hundreds of them. During this period, Gervais would look through these books whenever he had free time, because he had spent 10 energy points to use the search function. But the final treasure had not yet been found. Due to the emergency situation at that time, there were too many books on the bookshelves, so Gervais put them all into his own space, filling the space rings to the brim. Gervais has been trying to find what the treasure is from the pile of books, but unfortunately he has found nothing. However, Gervais is not in a hurry. Just think of it as a way to increase his knowledge. The books collected by Sorcerer Nahum are still very useful, although most of them are advanced knowledge that Gervais cannot understand yet. But he has a photographic memory, so he just needs to memorize it by rote, and he might be able to use it later.
Atlas of Dark Creatures? This is quite novel knowledge.
What Gervais took out this time was a thick book. The cover of the book was a little worn, and a few words on the cover could barely be seen, compared to other books that were almost brand new. This was the first time Gervais had opened such a worn book. However, although this book is worn, it also shows that the original owner of this book must have read it frequently. With curiosity about dark creatures, Gervais immediately opened the cover and started reading.
Skeleton Soldier. Skeleton Mage. Skeleton Monster.
Skeleton Dragon.
Ghouls.
Gargoyles.
Lounds. Human-faced spiders. They are all low-level dark creatures. I have seen many kinds of them. But why does such a low-level dark creature, Magister Nahum, have to sit nearby and make notes?
Gervais flipped through more than 10 pages in a row and found that the dark creatures recorded in this book were very comprehensive, ranging from the lowest to the higher level ones. The only thing that Gervais didn't understand was that every page in the book was marked with notes by the wizard Nahum, which was densely packed. Moreover, these notes were intermittent, and many of them were just fragments of words. Gervais knew every word, but when they were connected together, it was inexplicable.
With this flash of inspiration, only Sorcerer Nahum himself can understand the notes he took wherever he thought.
After reading for a long time, the clueless Gervais did not hesitate and simply ignored the notes, and continued to flip through the pages looking at the actual content of the book. It took a total of more than an hour, and Gervais had memorized all the dark creatures recorded in the book in his mind. Just when Gervais was about to turn the last page and close the dark creature atlas, he suddenly found a large piece of notes on the cover. Out of curiosity, he glanced casually, but at this glance, he was stunned on the spot.
Heart of the Undead? Isn't this too casual?
Gervais felt as if he had seen a pile of gold coins in a garbage dump. They were still shiny and shiny, which he couldn't believe. The heart of the undead Adela had mentioned in the valley at the beginning that her purpose of going to the Mage Tower of Nahum was not only to find the psychic potion, but also for the heart of the undead. Although Adela didn't know what the heart of the dead was at that time, she did know its heaven-defying effects. And this thing was even praised by the magicians of the Holy Continent. It is said that the heart of the undead can improve the intelligence and self-awareness of dark creatures. Most of the dark creatures are resurrected creatures, so their intelligence is basically relatively low. Even many low-level dark creatures simply have no independent consciousness and only rely on instinct to act. But with this undead heart, even the lowest level gray skeleton can have consciousness and wisdom.
Could it be fake?
Gervais was not sure, but he reopened the book and prepared to check it before drawing a conclusion. When Gervais carefully read the contents of the undead heart recorded on the cover, he found that the so-called undead heart was actually similar to those computer chips in previous lives. According to the above records, if you want to make the heart of the undead, you first need a Dark Attribute Warcraft crystal as a carrier. After possessing the Dark Attribute Warcraft crystal, various magic plants and strange magic materials are needed to soak and warm the Warcraft crystal. After the Dark Attribute Warcraft crystal has been soaked for 48 hours, the next step is the most important and difficult step. That is cutting off a little bit of your own mental energy.
Is this a bad taste of the Nahum wizard? Specifically used to deceive people? Psychic power cutting? Other magicians are eager to practice meditation day and night to increase their own magic power and improve their mental power at the same time. But the magician Nahum is good. He wants to trick people into cutting off part of their spiritual power. If he doesn't do it right, it will cause permanent trauma, and the magician will be useless by then.
Mental power is life to a magician. Even though Gervais has easy access to mental power, that's because he has the cheating device of kiwi fruit. As for the other magicians, which one is not carefully practicing meditation in order to increase their spiritual power? Magic affinity represents the type of magic a magician can practice and the speed of practice. However, the strength of mental power directly affects a magician's combat effectiveness and future achievements. If the mental strength is insufficient, it will reach a certain level, and it will be impossible to break through again. Therefore, let alone cutting out mental power, even if the magic power is weakened due to accidental factors such as injury or backlash. This is what magicians fear most. The method in this book is to cut out a small part of the magician's own mental power and seal it into a dark attributed Warcraft crystal. Then feed the magical beast crystal containing spiritual power to the summoned dark creature. After a dark creature eats the Warcraft crystal, the magician's spiritual power and magic crystal will be slowly absorbed, and eventually the summoned creature will have autonomous consciousness and increase its wisdom. And according to what was recorded above, this approach has a very big benefit. That is, no matter how powerful the summoned object is in the end, or how high its intelligence is, it will never break through its original spiritual imprint and betray its master, because the magician's spiritual power is the carrier of their self-awareness. Betraying the master is equivalent to betraying oneself.
Although this method looks very perverted, it is indeed very tempting. How about giving it a try another day?
Although in my heart I complained about Magister Nam's method, it was a bit crazy. But thinking about the wise skeleton mage he met under the aura fruit tree, and thinking about the 6 iron fools he summoned, Gervais was a little ready to make a move. After all, in terms of mental power, Gervais can be said to be an outlier in the magician world. There is no need to worry at all. As long as you have enough energy points, you can get whatever you need. With this thought in his mind, Gervais simply closed the book again and prepared to give it a try the day after tomorrow. In fact, Gervais did not know that the purple bone dragon was awakened by the new temple. Nor did he know that Sorcerer Nahum had already used the magical heart of the undead in the purple bone dragon. Otherwise, the purple bone dragon after awakening would definitely be controlled by the people of the new temple, and none of the adventurers would be able to escape from the magician tower. Even if Gervais's strength was increased 50 times, it would be useless, because the strength of the White Flag Knight was as vulnerable as an ant to the purple bone dragon. Next, Gervais put the dark creature Atlas into the storage space, and then continued to take out other books and read them, because Gervais is not sure whether the treasure found by those 10 energy points refers to the heart of the undead. So he was still planning to read through all the books he had taken from Wizard Nahum's study, while eliminating other books as treasures. You can also increase your own knowledge. Chapter 597 Alliance's High-End Black Shop. At this site, Gervais remembered 2 thick books on undead magic in his mind. At this time, the sun was already setting outside, and Gervais touched his belly and walked out of the room directly. When he came here before, Lucky had introduced him to a special canteen in the school. So Gervais was now going to go directly to the canteen of the magic branch to settle his dinner. Walking along the tree-lined avenue, Gervais soon saw a large building. This is the cafeteria of the magic branch. Because the magic branch has 4,000 to 5,000 students. This only cafeteria is naturally large in scale. At this moment, almost all the people walking in and out of the cafeteria are students wearing magician robes. However, the colors of the magician's robes are divided into two types, namely gray and black. Students wearing gray robes accounted for most of the crowd, because gray robes represented trainee magicians. The black magician robe can only be worn by junior magicians or higher-level magicians. Soon, Gervais followed the flow of people and entered the canteen of the magician branch. The furnishings inside are similar to what Gervais remembered. They are all made of wooden tables and chairs arranged in rows. Students can sit wherever they want. Gervais did not delay and soon came to the window of the canteen to buy food. But when Gervais came to the window, he instantly felt that his whole body was not well, because the food in the college cafeteria is so expensive. A low-level Warcraft barbecue of about half a kilogram actually costs 2 gold coins. A piece of white bread costs 50 silver coins. An ordinary mushroom soup actually costs 60 silver coins. Gervais really wanted to ask if the mushrooms grew on that gold. The price of food in this canteen is more than 10 times more expensive than outside.
Miss Classmate, do you want something? If not, please get out of the way.
Seeing Gervais standing there blankly, the student in charge of serving food said something to Gervais impatiently. They work part-time at the academy to earn credits. So as long as Gervais and others finish eating, the sooner they can call it a day.
Of course. Give me double portions of all these.
Seeing the student's unkind tone, Gervais didn't give him a good look, and pointed at a few dishes of food that looked quite delicious. Although it is too expensive, Gervais still has a lot of gold coins on him. Besides, he also has a lot of deep-sea pearls. So this kind of consumption is still affordable. After having a delicious meal in the restaurant, Gervais returned directly to the dormitory. Since the various fees charged by the academy are so shady, Gervais needs to become a junior magician as soon as possible so that he can reduce wasted money. You must know that a single gold coin can feed his family of 4 serfs in the storm territory for a year and more. But here Gervais needs to spend 3 or 4 gold coins for a meal, which makes him feel that it is very uneconomical. After all, as long as you become a junior magician, you can save 90% of your expenses. Gervais spent the night silently practicing meditation. He already felt that he was getting closer and closer to a breakthrough. The next morning, Gervais got up early. From today on, he will relive his campus life back then. And he really wants to see how magic knowledge is taught in this different world. After quickly washing up, Gervais went directly to the cafeteria and spent a gold coin to eat half a caddy of Warcraft meat, and then walked towards the teaching building. He also wore a gray magician's robe today. This robe was distributed by the Alliance Higher Academy, and was allowed to be worn outside the academy. Now that he has a student card from the academy, as long as Gervais does not use magic on the streets in the city, the Magicians Association will not cause trouble for him. Following the team of students all the way to the teaching building, Gervais walked into the hall and looked at the sign, which contained wind, fire, water, wood, undead and light magic. Gervais thought for a moment, and finally went directly to the direction of the undead classroom. Although he can also use fireball, he still prefers undead magic. Soon Gervais arrived in front of a single-family double-story building. Yes, this is the classroom for undead magic. The first floor is a classroom for practical training, while the second floor is for teaching knowledge from books. It was still early at this time, so when Gervais walked into the door of the small building, many students were entering one after another outside the small building. However, these people did not know Gervais, so no one paid attention to him. Gervais had no intention of striking up a conversation, but followed them up to the second floor in silence. When Gervais reached the second floor, he discovered that these students actually needed to swipe their college cards in front of the classroom door when entering the classroom.
Huh? Why is there a magic circle set up just like the dormitory? And you have to swipe your card to enter?
With such doubts, Gervais also put his student card up.
Why no response?
But when Gervais put his student card on it, he found that the magic circle that had been normal before did not respond at all.
The previous school had so many skills. This school is simply inhumane.
Gervais looked at the students coming from behind, and could only wait a moment before taking a closer look at their operations.
Harry!
It was at this time that a pleasant call suddenly came from Gervais' ears.
Miss Adela.
The person named Gervais is the beautiful Adela. Adela was wearing a black magician's robe today. Although her exquisite curves were covered by the robe, the magician's robe could not hide her tall figure.
Harry, you have now become an auditor of the college. So you can call me classmate from now on.
Adela has good senses about Gervais. After all, no one would dislike a person who would sacrifice his life for his teammates. So Adela's tone did not mean to be distant.
Okay, Adela-san.
Gervais felt Adela's kindness and did not insist. When the students passing by saw Adela talking to a strange man like this, they all stopped to watch curiously. Adela rarely got along with boys alone.
Harry, why did you come to our classroom? Aren't you a fire magician?
Adela did not pay attention to the eyes of others, but continued to ask Gervais.
I am indeed a fire magician, but I can actually learn necromancy magic. So I'm here.
What?
Oh my god! Harry, you actually have dual magic? And it's necromancy and fire magic.
This time, even Adela, who had always been elegant and dignified, couldn't help but exclaim. It was rare for magicians to have dual abilities, not to mention that Gervais also had talents in the fire and undead elements. These two systems are both magic systems with extremely strong combat effectiveness. As long as Gervais works hard, he will definitely have great achievements in the future. Even the students who originally stopped to guess why Adela was talking to this strange young man all showed expressions of astonishment.
Yes, Adela-san. But I couldn't enter this classroom just now. Adela-san, how did you find it?
Gervais did not expect that possessing two types of magic at the same time would surprise Adela. After all, he was a man with all types of magic. As long as he is willing. It doesn't matter if he has a big fireball in his left hand, a tornado in his right hand, or a skull standing in front of him. Of course, Gervais also knows how to keep a low profile, so he is not planning to show other magic talents in front of others in the future.
Really? Harry, show me your student card.
Hearing Gervais's inquiry, Adela recovered from the shock. And then she was about to pass Gervais's qualification card. Just after taking the qualification card and looking at it for a moment, Adela knew what the problem was. So he smiled slightly and said,
Classmate Harry, did you fail to pay your tuition? What? You still have to pay tuition? Why didn't anyone tell me when I went through the admission procedures yesterday?
Gervais was speechless. When going through the admission procedures yesterday, the staff didn't mention it. At that time, Gervais was still sighing. Colleges of higher learning are different. They don't even need tuition fees. Who knows? But it's all because of his own passion. He won't even be allowed to enter the classroom without paying the tuition fees.
You are not charged when you enroll. This is because many students don't know which type of magic they are suitable to learn when they enroll. At that time, there will be instructors who will take the new students to practice meditation and wait to determine which magic they are suitable for learning. After completing the system, we will start collecting money according to different magic systems. And the charging standards for each magic department are also different.
Adela explained in detail. And Gervais finally understood. Simply put, the magic charging standards for each faction in the Magic Academy are different. Therefore, you need to determine what type of magic you want to learn, and pay the money when the time comes. As for why Lucky was with him at that time, and why he wasn't reminded, Gervais estimated that Lucky definitely didn't need to go in person to pay his tuition. Moreover, he is also a titled knight, so he is probably not familiar with the magician branch.
Thank you, Adela. I'll pay the tuition now. But I don't know where to pay the tuition. It's at the college's credit exchange office. When the time comes, you can directly tell the person who handles the matter which department of magic you want to learn. After paying the tuition, you can come directly. Okay. See you later. Adela-san.
After saying H, low to Adela, Gervais ran out of the teaching building. He found that the auditors really had no human rights. If he didn't have acquaintances like Adela and Lachi, he would have been completely blind. Soon Gervais arrived at the college's credit exchange office. There weren't many people here at this time, so Gervais didn't have to wait in line.
Classmate, what do you want to do?
Gervais walked directly to a counter. The person at the counter was a girl of 17 or 18 years old. She must be working part-time in the college to earn credits. Her service attitude was much better than that of the waiters in the cafeteria.
I want to pay tuition. How much tuition do I need to pay to learn necromancy magic?
Gervais directly explained his intention.
Ah, classmate, you can actually learn necromancy magic.
The girl first whispered, then looked at Gervais with envious eyes, and then continued.
The cost of learning undead magic for one academic year is 5,000 gold coins. Classmate.
What?
5,000 gold coins a year?
Gervais' hand that was taking out the black money bag couldn't help shaking, and he silently stuffed the bag containing only a few hundred gold coins back.
Are you sure this girl is a high-level student from the Alliance? Not a high-level black shop from the Alliance?
Gervais cursed in his mind.
Yes, classmate. Because undead magic is special. The price is a bit more expensive. The tuition of 5,000 gold coins includes the magic books, magic potions, and practice materials provided by the Academy for you.
The girl who received Gervais stared at her round eyes, a little confused as to why the classmate in front of her, who could learn undead magic, had a painful expression. Being able to learn undead magic is something that many people dream of.
Undead magic is special. But what about other departments of magic? How much is the tuition?
Gervais felt a little painful. Although the girl was right. Learning undead magic was indeed special. For example, there is no need to learn the sacrifice method in other departments of magic. And a lot of money in learning can be saved here.
Other departments?
The girl looked at Gervais even more confused. But seeing Gervais's handsome face, she still answered patiently.
Light magic costs 4,000 gold coins. And wind, fire, water, and wood magic require 3,000 gold coins.
Gervais didn't know what to say in this regard. Now he had a dozen gold coins that he could use to escape. But he didn't even have enough to pay for his tuition.
Classmate, I didn't bring enough gold coins. Can you replace it with something else? If not, I will come later.
Although Gervais didn't have many gold coins on him, he did have a lot of deep sea pearls. So I asked if he could use deep sea pearls instead. If not, then he would have to go to the inner city and find a store to exchange it.
It's not allowed to directly use other things to replace tuition fees. But students, you can use things to exchange for credits. And the credits can also be used as tuition fees. 1 credit is almost equal to 10 gold coins. Is that so? Then help me see how many points can be exchanged for such a deep sea pearl.
After listening to the girl's words, Gervais directly took out a deep sea pearl to see what the exchange ratio was.
Classmate, please wait a moment.
The girl took Gervais's deep sea pearl, first looked at the size, then rummaged through a book, and quickly found the corresponding price.
Classmate, a deep sea pearl like yours can be exchanged for 60 points.
The girl replied with a smile. According to what this girl said before, 1 point is equal to 10 gold coins. So 60 points is equal to 600 gold coins. Gervais thought for a while. And the shopkeeper from last time said that the market price of a deep sea pearl of his size was around 700 gold coins. It's not a scam to exchange 600 gold coins here in the academy. After all, the market price is the selling price in those stores. I was about to get something for others to buy back, so the price was lowered. It was a scam.
Then please help me exchange these 10 into credits.
With that said, Gervais once again took out 9 deep sea pearls of about the same size.
Okay, classmate.
This girl was also very efficient. She checked the authenticity and size of the pearl of the deep sea one by one, and quickly registered 600 points on Gervais's student card.
Then classmate, are you still prepared to pay tuition now?
Holding Gervais's student card, the girl asked with a smile.
Well, pay.
But Gervais nodded and then said calmly,
I'm going to learn fire magic. Oh?
Chapter 598 must have some difficulties that I don't understand. In the end, with complicated eyes, the girl helped Gervais deduct 300 points from the card and paid the tuition for Gervais to learn fire magic.
Classmate, this is your student card. Now you can go directly to the fire magic classroom to learn magic. Okay, thank you.
Seeing the girl's hesitant expression, Gervais took his student card as if nothing had happened. Walking out of the hall where credits were redeemed, Gervais looked at the remaining 300 points displayed on the student card using special magic means. He felt that joining this higher education institution was like jumping into a big pit.
Undead magic actually requires 5,000 gold coins for tuition. And it's only for 1 year. Damn it. I'm a fool to learn it. Isn't it good for him to be self-taught?
Gervais couldn't help but feel distressed in his heart as he walked. At the same time, Gervais has already made plans. He has so many magic books obtained from the wizard Nahum that he can study by himself. There is no way he can't learn it with his own talent. If it were not for the purpose of obtaining a certificate from the Alliance College of Higher Education in the future so that he could register as an official magician in the city with the Magician Association, Gervais would not even be willing to pay for the 3,000 gold coins required to learn fire magic. There was no words all the way. After paying the tuition, Gervais quickly went to the fire magic professor's building. After all, the money had been spent, and he had to learn more magic to get back the money. When we came to the fire magic building, it was also a single-family building. It was much larger than the small building of undead magic, with a total of 4 floors. After Gervais entered the building, this floor was still the place for actual combat training. So Gervais went directly to the second floor.
Fire-type low-level magic classroom.
After arriving on the second floor, the first thing Gervais saw was the nameplate hanging at the door of the classroom. This thing had never been seen in the undead magic department before. However, after thinking about it, he was not even a junior magician. So Gervais chose to swipe his card directly and walked in. When Gervais entered the classroom, he discovered that there were really many students of this fire magic. They were so densely packed that the entire large classroom was almost full. At the same time, he also understood why the fire magic club was divided into classes. If there were no classes, there might not even be room for them in the classroom. As for the undead magic department, first of all, there are not many students, and the difficulty of learning magic is much more difficult than that of ordinary magic. So there are only one class of students.
Teacher, I am a new auditor. I just went to pay my tuition, so I am late. I am very sorry.
At this time, there was already a fire magic instructor teaching courses in the classroom. Gervais was very conscious. After entering, he immediately reported the situation without waiting for the fire magic instructor to ask. After hearing what Gervais said, the fire magic instructor just nodded, and then gave Gervais an instruction to enter. And Gervais walked directly towards the back of the classroom. When Gervais walked through the classroom, the students in the entire classroom looked at him curiously. After all, it was relatively rare for auditors to come at this time. Gervais naturally didn't care about the attention of everyone and went directly to the back of the classroom, because there were only a few empty seats in the last row in the classroom. After Gervais sat down, the fire mage in front began to continue teaching. When Gervais sat down in the fire magic classroom and started listening to the class, Adela felt a little strange in the undead magic classroom.
It's been so long. Why hasn't Harry paid his tuition yet?
It's not that Adela has any special feelings for Gervais. It's because Adela thinks Gervais is a good character and now has the talent to learn undead magic. This can be regarded as good people are rewarded. Now I see that he hasn't come for a long time, so it's a little strange.
Is it possible that there are no gold coins to pay?
Suddenly, Adela remembered something. Learning undead magic requires 5,000 gold coins, which is nothing to Adela and others. But about Gervais's life experience, Adela heard him say it only yesterday noon. He was an abandoned baby picked up by a wild mage, and he definitely didn't have much wealth.
If I had known, I should have asked before. If Harry couldn't pay the tuition, I could lend it to him temporarily. When he becomes a real necromancer, he will definitely be able to pay it back.
Adela thought like this, and she had already determined that Harry was unable to pay the tuition to learn necromancy because he had no money.
This is the matrix of the explosive fire snake. In fact, the matrix of the explosive fire snake is not difficult. It just adds more matrix lines to the matrix lines of the fireball technique. In addition, I would like to emphasize again that you cannot be quick when casting spells. You must pay attention to the specifications when conceiving the matrix. Otherwise, no matter how fast you conceive, as long as there is an error in the matrix and the magic is injected into the city after chanting, the magic will not be released.
In the fire magic classroom, the fire magic instructor explained in great detail on the podium the precautions for the explosive fire snake magic, as well as the release method. But Gervais was stunned from behind, not knowing how to express his mood at the moment. Of course, it's not that he doesn't understand, but it's very different from the scene he imagined learning magic. For example, the magic matrix that the fire magic instructor is explaining seems to Gervais to be a more complex geometric figure. As long as the structure is clearly written down, it is not too simple for him with strong mental power to conceive it. But it just happened to be such a few simple graphics, and the fire magic instructor above took the trouble to emphasize them again and again.
Did my 3,000 gold coins go down the drain?
Gervais asked himself silently. If the course was all about learning the matrix of conception or chanting spells, Gervais thought that if he was given a book, he could be self-taught, and there would be no need to spend such wasted money.
Okay, I have explained the precautions and the order of the matrix design very clearly. Now you can practice how to draw this matrix pattern on the paper. After you pass the painting, you can try to use your mental power to conceive in your mind. From now on,
you can directly release the magic of this explosive fire snake.
The fire magic instructor continued to talk about the key points of the formation for a few minutes, and then asked the students below to practice drawing on books to deepen their impression. Wow! Suddenly the sound of students flipping books could be heard in the classroom. And then each one took paper and pen and began to immerse himself in drawing. Just like when he was studying mathematics in his previous life.
Could it be that I think too simply? There must be another difficulty that I don't know about. Yes, that's probably the case.
Gervais felt that the 3,000 gold coins were in vain, and tried his best to find excuses to make up for his inner trauma. So, Gervais, who was empty-handed, began to stretch his neck and look at a chubby student next to him. Chapter 599 Adela's Misunderstanding. When Gervais looked at the chubby little college student next to him, not to mention, although his figure was a little funny, his learning attitude was very good. I saw him sternly starting to draw the matrix pattern of Professor Fire Magister on the paper. Time passed by, and the little chubby pen next to Gervais drew matrices one after another, as he continued to practice painting seriously. From the initial crooked and completely deformed to the later, he was still completely deformed and crooked. Snapped.
Phew? It's so difficult. Fireball is easier to learn. We are obviously trainee magicians. Why do we have to learn the explosive fire snake that can only be released by junior magicians in advance?
After Xiapangdan Academy drew and scrapped more than 10 pieces of paper, he finally lost his patience, slapped the pen and paper on the table, and began to mutter and complain. Gervais was stunned for a moment when he saw the chubby little guy's tricks. He was really convinced. Such a simple matrix pattern still looks crooked after being drawn so many times. Not even a primary school student can look like this. Right. Gervais felt that any third-grade student in his previous life could draw better than him. Moreover, he himself had never practiced on paper, but he could already conceive the entire matrix completely and accurately in his mind. If it weren't for the fact that he was still a trainee magician at this time and could not release the explosive fire snake that only a low-level magician could release, then he would probably become the brightest boy in the classroom at this moment. Although this is partly due to his photographic memory. Even without photographic memory, as long as he has seen it a few times and completely memorized the shape of the matrix, Gervais can also come up with ideas just as quickly. In fact, Gervais didn't know that in his opinion, these matrices like geometric figures were not difficult, and even a little simple. But that was due to his 9 years of compulsory education. There are no subjects like mathematics and art in this world. Cognitively, the natives of this other world are unfamiliar with geometric patterns. Without 4 or 5 years of familiarity and practice, they will definitely not be as good as Gervais. Although the little chubby guy next to Gervais stopped practicing because of frustration, the other students were still working hard. During this period, the fire mage would also correct the mistakes made by the students when practicing the matrix pattern from time to time. Mistake. However, this fire mage has never been to the back row of Gervais. Obviously, auditors are not qualified to enjoy personal guidance from their instructors. This is the treatment of the auditors at the Magic Academy. They pay the same tuition, but they do not have the right to ask questions or find a tutor to answer their questions. In fact, if there were not free seats in the classroom, Gervais would probably have to stand and listen to the class. However, there are still a lot of people rushing for such opportunities, because the Magician College has the strongest teaching staff in the Holy Alliance. There are more than 10 magicians alone, accounting for almost half of the Holy Alliance's magicians. There are thousands of senior magicians and intermediate magicians, which is unmatched by other academies. The class ended quickly with the students practicing. After the fire magic instructor left, the classroom immediately became noisy. At this time, Gervais was thinking about whether he should go to the senior classrooms upstairs later. He felt that if he continued to stay in this classroom and learn these elementary school knowledge, it would not only be a waste of his money, but also a waste of his life. With such free time, it would be better to go back to the dormitory area to meditate or practice fighting spirit. Classmate Harry? Just when Gervais was in a daze, Seignior came over to greet him. Classmate Seignior, are you in this class too? Sorry, I didn't see you before. The classroom was crowded with people before, and Gervais did not see Seignior, an acquaintance. I am still a trainee magician, so I can only learn magic in this lower grade classroom, Seignior replied sheepishly. Adela had become a junior magician 2 months ago, and she said she was still a trainee mage, which made her feel embarrassed when facing an acquaintance like Gervais. Although Adela is a genius, she is a dual-type magician, and she is not as good as a simple fire-type magician. So Seignior feels a little pressure in her heart. Don't worry, Seignior. It will be a matter of time before you become a junior magician. Gervais naturally didn't care about this and offered words of comfort.
Then he remembered his plan to go to the higher grade classroom to have a look. So he paused and continued.
Seignior, if you want to go to those magic classrooms upstairs to learn magic, are there any conditions required? Or an assessment? Of course there are conditions. Harry, if you want to go to the magic classroom on the 3rd floor, you need to become a junior magician. And you must be able to skillfully cast more than 3 junior magics. Only by passing such an assessment can you get a certificate from the academy. And then you can go upstairs.
Seignior's answer confirmed Gervais's idea.
By the way, classmate Harry, why are you asking this?
Seignior was a little curious. He felt that a wild mage like Harry would definitely need to add a lot of knowledge in this low-level magic classroom after joining the academy in order to keep up with everyone's learning progress. This was not because she looked down upon Harry, but because talent did not mean knowledge. And the knowledge a wild mage could acquire could not be compared with that of a regular student.
Oh, it's nothing. I'm just curious about what's upstairs.
Naturally, Gervais would not say that he felt like sitting here like a college student entering an elementary school classroom. He wanted to learn magic in a place where he could learn more advanced knowledge. So, Gervais immediately changed the topic and continued to ask.
By the way, classmate Seignior, I see that you all have a magic manual. Where can I get this manual?
When Gervais came in, he saw that every student here had a thick fire magic manual, and he was also going to get one. Although the concept matrix was very simple for Gervais, he did not have a manual on fire magic, so he naturally wanted to get one. Seignior had said before that if he wanted to go to the classroom upstairs, he would need to release more than 3 magics for the assessment, and he must prepare early.
Student Harry, you can get this manual from the library hall. Every student can get one. It records all the magic of trainee magicians and junior magicians.
Seignior was very enthusiastic and answered Gervais's question immediately.
Shall we collect it at the library hall? Okay, classmate Seignior, we'll talk about it later. I'll go get the magic manual first.
After saying goodbye to Seignior, Gervais went directly to the library hall. After explaining his purpose in the library hall and handing over his student card, Gervais received a thick fire magic manual. Of course, there was a low-level prefix in front of the word magic. Gervais didn't care. Anyway, this low-level fire magic manual was enough for him for the time being. And this manual is free of charge, which makes Gervais feel a lot more comfortable. After receiving the magic manual, Gervais returned directly to the teaching building. The previous lesson made him somewhat doubtful about life, but he also wanted to see if a miracle would happen next, so that his 3,000 gold coins would be more valuable.
Harry-san!
Just as Gervais walked to the door of the teaching building and was about to enter, he suddenly heard a sweet call from behind.
Classmate Adela, why are you here?
Gervais was stunned. He recognized this voice without looking at the person. After all, the voice was very nice, and the owner was a beauty. Gervais had always been more focused on beautiful things.
Harry! Didn't you just say you were going to pay the tuition? Why didn't you go to the necromancy department?
The more Adela thought about it, the more she felt that Harry did not return because he had no money to pay the high tuition fees. So after class, Adela went to the hall where the credits were exchanged to inquire. And sure enough, she found out that Harry chose fire magic in the end. Moreover, the classmates who helped Harry pay his tuition were quite sorry about this matter. It is said that Harry must have chosen fire magic because he had no money. Adela certainly agreed with the female classmate's idea, although Harry took 10 deep-sea pearls and exchanged them for 600 points, which was completely enough to pay for this year's tuition for undead magic. But this is only 1 year's tuition. If you pay the tuition for necromancy this year, what about next year? It's impossible for Harry to still have 10 pearls from the deep sea. Right? Moreover, the fees of the college are very high. Just staying there for a year will cost thousands of gold coins. If Harry spent all his gold coins, credits, on paying this year's tuition at one time, it would definitely not be enough for the rest. In short, Adela has determined that Gervais is not prepared to learn necromancy because he has no money.
Adela-san, I think fire magic is easier to learn, so I changed my mind temporarily.
Gervais also didn't expect that Adela came here specifically for this matter. However, although he was a bit dissatisfied with the price, the most important thing was that he had so many books on Nahum Mage and was self-taught enough. So he did not choose to continue studying the necromancy department. Of course, this point cannot be confessed to Adela, so Gervais said a snake oil.
Really?
After hearing Harry's answer, Adela secretly thought to herself. He was even more certain that this Harry had to change the direction of learning magic because of lack of money. After all, The necromancer is the most sought-after magic in the holy continent today. If ordinary magicians are noble beings, then necromancers are nobler beings than other magicians. As long as one has the talent for undead magic, basically no one is willing to give up this opportunity. Thinking about it, Adela pursed her lips and said with a little sympathy in her eyes,
Harry, actually, if you have any difficulties, you can talk to me. We were once teammates on adventures together. And once you succeed in learning, the gold coins you spend now can be earned back soon.
Adela's words fell. Although she said it very tactfully, Gervais was not stupid, and he immediately understood what this rich lady was thinking. This made Gervais feel more fond of this beautiful young lady again, thinking that he had sent the psychic potion correctly.
Adela-san, you misunderstood. In fact, I really chose fire magic because I thought it was easier. That's why I chose fire magic. And you see, don't I have gold coins to pay for the tuition of fire magic?
Gervais opened his mouth to explain.
Classmate Harry, why don't you come with me now? And we can pay the tuition for you to learn necromancy together. Don't worry. The tuition you paid is considered a loan from me. You can pay it back to me when you have enough money in the future. I'm not in a hurry to use it. And I promise I won't force you to pay it back.
Seeing Harry talking back, Adela couldn't say any more. She knew that if she continued, she might hurt Harry's self-esteem. So Adela chose a method that had the best of both worlds, which was to let Harry learn 2 departments of magic at the same time. Adela felt that with Harry's talent, it shouldn't be a problem to learn 2 lines of magic at the same time. After all, this was the case for her.
Thank you, Adela-san, but I really don't need it.
Gervais was a little stunned. The beautiful little rich woman was so willing to give up. This was tens of thousands of gold coins. And she said she was not in a hurry to pay it back. Gervais felt that it would be impossible for him to be so generous, but he still had to refuse. After seeing the teaching of fire magic, Gervais already felt that 3,000 gold coins were wasted. How could he throw in another 5,000 gold coins? Classmate Harry.
Classmate Adela. Thank you very much. But I really don't plan to learn undead magic anymore. The instructor is here. I'll go up first. Let's see you another day.
Adela frowned and was about to continue saying something, but was immediately interrupted by Gervais. Although Adela had good intentions, the problem was that Gervais really couldn't accept it. So when he saw the fire magic instructor walking slowly not far away, Gervais said quickly to Adela, and then ran directly into the fire magic teaching building. Adela was not angry when she saw Gervais running into the teaching building without looking back. Instead, she felt that Harry was indeed a good character. In the end, Adela paused for a moment and had no choice but to leave and return to the teaching building where the undead magic was located. Although she was happy to help Harry, he didn't appreciate it, and she couldn't force him. After Gervais entered the teaching building, he quickly returned to the low-level magic classroom, and then sat down in his original position with a thick magic manual. After a while, the magician walked into the classroom. Next, Gervais continued to listen to the instructor's teachings. But unfortunately, no miracle happened next, and his gold coins were destined to be in vain. In this class, the fire magic instructor continued the content of the previous class, continued to let the students practice the painting matrix, and continued to correct mistakes among the students. The chubby student next to Gervais was full of fighting spirit after taking some time to repair after class, and began to waste paper. Chapter 600, Lack of Mounts. Gervais spent the whole morning in this heartache. When the fire magic instructor finally announced that get out of class was over, Gervais and Seignior said hello, and then walked out of the fire magician building listlessly.
There won't be any classes like this in the afternoon. I'm going to prepare the materials for making the Heart of the Dead first.
After walking out of the magic building, Gervais suppressed his heartache and began to think about what he should do in the afternoon. He was not going to take the fire magic course for the time being, because he felt that having a basic fire magic manual was enough. Anyway, he is just an auditor, and the college does not have a mandatory roll call requirement. After all, learning magic is different from learning ordinary knowledge. Each person's talent also plays a big factor in it. And in this time when force is the most important, there is no need for anyone to supervise such things. In this alliance of higher education institutions, if you want to get a certificate from the college, you must make a breakthrough. For example, if you break through and become a junior magician, you will be issued a certificate after passing the academy examination, followed by intermediate magicians and advanced magicians. In short, if you can make a breakthrough within 5 years, You can get a certificate to register with the Magician Association to become an official magician and enjoy various privileges on the sacred road. But within 5 years, if there is no breakthrough even as a junior magician, then you will have no choice but to be kicked out and your tuition fees will be in vain. More importantly, even if you go outside the academy and learn magic on your own and successfully break through in the future, you will still be a shady wild mage at that time. Of course, such things are rare at Alliance High School. On the contrary, in other academies within the Alliance, every year there are students who are about to reach the 5-year mark but are unable to break through and eventually fail to become magicians. And most of the wild mages on the Holy Continent came from this way. After thinking about the arrangements for the afternoon, Gervais went directly to the cafeteria of the college. After having a delicious meal, he walked towards the entrance of the college. Arriving outside the academy and looking at the students coming and going, Gervais remembered something. Because of him, he saw many students riding mounts after leaving the school, and only a few students were walking like him.
Looks like I'll have to find a way to find a mount another day. If it doesn't work out, I'll just buy a war horse instead.
Gervais was making plans silently in his mind. It wasn't that Gervais was lazy and didn't want to walk, but that the City of Hope was not small. If he walked every time he went out, it would be a waste of time. If he were in the storm territory, he wouldn't have to worry at all, because as long as he took out the purple kiwi fruit, he would be able to attract nearby monsters, and it would not be up to him to choose which mount he wanted. But this is not possible in the City of Hope. The Holy Continent is already densely populated, and the City of Hope is even more so. If it weren't for the large areas of wilderness in the Sunset Forest, it would be impossible to have large-scale warcraft. Even if there were, they would have become people's meals. Thinking in his mind, Gervais lightly blessed his legs with fighting spirit, and then started to rush towards the inner city. When he went to Ling Jade Manor yesterday, he saw many shops on both sides of the street.
Originally, my wealth of 20 deep-sea pearls should be nourished by the flowers of the Holy Continent for a long time. But I didn't expect that they would all be lost in just a few days.
Gervais still has the last 11 deep-sea pearls on him. But after purchasing the materials this time, Gervais doesn't know how many are left, because he has already determined the prices of several materials needed for the Heart of the Dead. In addition to the dark-attributed Warcraft crystals, the main materials for the Heart of the Undead also require various types of dark night grass, swamp blood vine flowers, lava dragon scales, etc. Gervais has only heard a small part of these materials, but the prices of the materials he has heard are already very expensive. For example, this dark-attributed Warcraft crystal is relatively rare, costing at least more than 1,000 gold coins each. Another example is the Dark Night Herb, which also costs hundreds of gold coins each. Therefore, Gervais felt that if he wanted to make the Heart of the Dead, he would need at least several thousand gold coins. Of course, in order to see the true powerful effect of the Heart of the Undead, Gervais still reluctantly gave it a try. Soon Gervais walked to a shop specializing in selling gems and other rare items.
Your Majesty the Magician, I don't know what you need.
Gervais was wearing a gray trainee magician robe. When the attendants in the store saw him, they immediately stepped forward to receive him.
If I want to sell the Pearl of the Deep Sea, how much price can you get for it?
As he spoke, Gervais took out a deep-sea pearl and put it in his hand. This is the City of Hope, so Gervais doesn't have to ask people if they will accept such treasures. After all, deep-sea pearls can be sold in big cities.
Your Majesty the Magician, your deep-sea pearl is of the highest quality. If you intend to sell it, the store will give you a price of 600 gold coins.
This attendant was obviously very knowledgeable. When he saw the size of the deep-sea pearl in Gervais's hand, his eyes immediately lit up. There are many wealthy people in the City of Hope who want to buy such a big deep-sea pearl. And there are also several guests who play drums in advance to let them pay attention to the deep-sea pearl. So as long as they accept this deep-sea pearl and immediately change hands, they can earn hundreds of gold coins from a single deep-sea pearl.
It's too low. This Pearl of the Deep Sea can be exchanged for 60 points in the Academy. And I have a total of 10 here. Please tell me and give me a reasonable price. Otherwise, I will go to the next store and ask.
Although the price given by the attendant was similar to the college's estimate, Gervais felt that the college was a scam, and there was no need to worry about selling the Pearl of the Deep Sea in the City of Hope. So Gervais concluded that the price given by the attendant was low. Moreover, Gervais also knew that most of the shops in the inner city of the City of Hope were specifically designed to earn money from college students. So they were not like the shops he had encountered before. When they saw that he was a magician, they were very excited. Honesty and nothing to hide.
Your Excellency the Mage, Do you really have 10 deep-sea pearls of the same quality? If so, the shop will give you 20 more gold coins for each one.
The attendant's eyes lit up after hearing Gervais's words. The more deep-sea pearls the trainee magician in front of him sold, the more he earned.
650 gold coins each. If you agree, we will deliver it now. If you don't agree, I will find another store and ask.
It was still too little for Gervais, so he directly quoted the price in his mind.
Deal, distinguished mage.
Seeing the serious look on Gervais's face, the attendant was naturally unwilling to let this profitable business run away. So he immediately nodded and agreed. The market price of these deep-sea pearls is 700 gold coins. And because the deep-sea pearls are in short supply recently, they can be sold at a premium of dozens of gold coins. They can earn 700 or 800 gold coins when they change hands. So they are naturally unwilling to let them go. After the two parties negotiated the price, the attendant quickly found the shopkeeper. Gervais counted out 10 of the remaining 11 deep-sea pearls and handed them to the shopkeeper. After receiving 6,500 gold coins, he left the shop directly.